Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. Members, please, can I have everyone take their seats? This meeting is now resumed. Councillor Kelly, I understand you wish to make a brief announcement.
That's correct, Speaker. Well, Speaker, as we all know too well, cancer can strike anyone at any time. It doesn't respect age, gender, ethnicity, wealth, or social status. And we've been fighting cancer for a very long time, Speaker, and we have made considerable improvements to the treatment or in the treatment of this insidious disease. If spotted early, some cancers can be eliminated. We've gone a long way as a result of modern research to controlling certain cancers so that people can have the opportunity to live with it. But that's not the context of today's cancer research here in the City of Toronto. The goal is to beat cancer, and you do it in two ways, Speaker. One is that you fund it, and cancer research in the City of Toronto is ranked among the very best in the world, so that Torontonians know that when they make a contribution to the Cancer Society, that it goes to world-class research that has the highest probability of turning up the best results. The other way of fighting cancer, Speaker, is symbolically, and the Cancer Society has chosen the daffodil as its symbol. And this month is Daffodil Month. I have here a box full of daffodils. I would urge my colleagues to wear one in memory of someone or others in their lives who are suffering or have suffered from it, or to wear it in the alternative or as well as a sign of their commitment to the eventual defeat of this disease. And I'm going to place this box outside here in the entryway so that it's accessible to members of council. And as well, I'm pleased to let you know that the Toronto sign today and tomorrow will be lit in blue and yellow as a sign of this City Hall's commitment to fight this disease. Thank you, Speaker, for the chance to address my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Members, before the recess, Council was debating the Mayor's first key item, which is item EX 13.3 on developing Toronto's transit network plan, Phase 1. We will return to that item after release of member holds. Okay. Councillor Mihevc.
Remember me? I used to be your deputy mayor, Madam Speaker.
I don't think I had one.
You did have one.
No, I did everything when I was. There was no deputy mayor.
Okay, whatever. It really doesn't matter in the long course of human history.
Yeah.
Anyway, page 3, EX 13.9, the Finch LRT. I was thinking of trying to find a way to move support for taking that line down to the airport, but I understand Councillor Colleague is going to include that in this conversation, so I'm ready to release this piece. Gord.
Which page was that again?
Page 3.
Page 3? $13.9. Okay. Councillor Mihevc is releasing on page 3, EX 13.9. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Cressanti, please. Councillor Robinson, when you're seated, and Councillor DiCiano, too, please.
The item carries unanimously, 29 in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
I have a quick release on page 3, where my name is EX 13.12, the bike share Toronto operations. I've had my questions answered, haven't finished my tea yet, by staff. Thank you.
Okay. So on page 3, EX 13.12, Councillor Doucette is releasing. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Okay, we will need a moment to bring up the speakers list on EX 13.3. Davis, questions.
I just wanted to know when we're going to have completed the travel demand model.
Through the chair, the travel forecasting model is a tool that will be used on an ongoing basis as we move through the process. So it is iterative. The inputs are continually changing as we change different priorities. As various projects are approved by City Council, they get inputted into the model as a given.
When will we have it for Smart Track?
Through the chair, we will be bringing forward, we will continue to produce updated modeling. We're doing that right now. In the June report, there will be updated modeling forecasts.
There's no final form, it just continues to change?
Through the chair, to the extent that the transportation network continues to change and the assumptions continue to change,
Okay.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. On the fare integration process that's currently underway, I had the opportunity to see the Metrolinx fare integration consultation the other night, and they say they're not doing any modeling around fare integration for Smart Track. They said Toronto is doing that. So what fare integration modeling are we doing?
So, Madam Speaker, you're aware that we have modeled fare assumptions in the work that we've done to look at the network analysis. So we've looked at basically a TTC fare and a GO fare structure for our modeling analysis, and that's the information that you have before you today.
So I'm trying to understand what we'll have on June 28th. So they said to me they weren't sure what they were going to have by June 28th in terms of they've got these 5 model structure on the structure of the fares. Status quo, kind of enhanced status quo, zone-based, distance-based. They have their own approach to what they're doing. So how are we feeding into that? Or are we? I'm trying to understand what we are accountable and how we are going to give you direction on the city's position or TTC's position or both.
So, Madam Speaker, I'll start and then let Jennifer finish.
Sure.
You know that the Metrolinx people are looking at fare structures and different models of fare structure. The TTC and the city are working on our response and appropriate input into that study. We will be bringing that back to Council for your consideration as part of the ongoing exercises.
Okay, so we're going to take what their structure, their options, and we are going to develop a position to feed in to their various structure options.
We are going to comment,
In
we're
June.
going to provide you with commentary on the options that they
Okay.
are proposing, and we're also
All
going
right.
to develop what ones we think are the most appropriate.
Okay, because I found it completely impossible to form an opinion on those options without any analysis of impacts, because inevitably there will be winners and losers, and they are operating on a revenue-neutral model. So there's going to have to be give and take if you're going to take all of these various municipal systems and create some structure. So on just one more, their comment to me on how we would fund an integrated model was that because of varying degrees of subsidies in different ways across municipalities, there would have to be a central pot of money that would be used to create this fully integrated model. Is that sort of your vision on how this might happen?
So, Madam Speaker, I'll let the city manager supplement this, but obviously, if you have an integrated system, you have to have some sort of integrated fare structure that's legible and understandable to the public. You see the power of the TTC fare in the modeling that we've done versus the Go Fare model, and we are going to be having ongoing discussions with the province that will not culminate before June, and we'll also have an ongoing discussion with council about fiscal tools and the financing capacity of the city vis-a-vis this transit file.
So it may be that the different municipalities and GO end up with a different position on fare structure and fare costs. Who has the authority to set the fares in an integrated regional transit plan, which is what Metrolinx is developing?
I think inevitably it requires the negotiation between ourselves, the other municipalities, and the province, both Metrolinx and the province itself,
And-
on a proper solution.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. If I could just continue along the line of questioning that Councillor Davis was pursuing. I heard you, Mr. Deputy City Manager, say that you're imagining, and I think it's reasonable, that the Metrolinx work on fare policy will extend past the 28th of June.
So, Madam Speaker, they're scheduled to go to the 28th June board meeting with recommendations on how to go out to the public and consult on an appropriate fare structure or options.
Okay. And part of that consultation will be negotiation with the City of Toronto. Would it be of assistance to give you a further direction today, asking you to bring some parameters for the city's negotiation position, or what principles we want to bring into that conversation as part of your June 28th report?
Madam Speaker, yes, it's been implicit, but maybe it would be explicit through a motion that our intention is to establish the network and the characteristics of that network in the June report, and we would also want to articulate the conditions that were precedent to a successful network, which would include recommendations subsequently on fare, subsidy, and governance.
Fare, subsidy, and governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Palacio. Questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Chief Planner, on the Berry line, and that's within the Davenport Diamond Overpass environmental assessment that's taking place, the GO Transit proposed station that's on St. Clair and Caledonia has been shortlisted to the number 50 by the GO Transit Regional Express that's going on. And that's because of the ongoing development in the area. So my question and the development that's taking place there is because of the St. Clair Avenue study, because of the 5-year official plan review that redesignated those lands for potential growth and development. So my question to you is, that station, and I understand that you sent a letter to Metrolinx stating that the area is a low priority in terms of, because of the lack of development, which somehow contradicts the position of the environmental assessment that's underway. Can you please tell me is there going to be some kind of reconciliation in terms of moving forward on that?
Through the chair, that's correct. In evaluating the various stations, the St. Clair West station at Caledonia was identified as a station that would be lower in priority than the other stations because of the lack of opportunity for redevelopment in this area.
To Mr. Byford, in terms of ferry integration, every streetcar is now Presto Car enabled, and I understand also every subway station to which streetcars are connected. Is that correct?
Yes, we deliberately prioritize those interchange stations first, but all of the stations will be done by the end of the year.
So with that, there is no more tokens, no more tickets, no transfer, or any other 20th century technology that we've been using until now, so with the new Presto Car. So my question is, in terms of the TTC bus, in terms of the TTC system overall, what's the actual date when the whole system will be implemented for the Presto Car enabled system?
Yep, so we have around 40 subway stations still to convert. They will all be done by the end of the year. All of the buses will be done by the year. Wheel-Trans and the SRT will all be done by the end of the year. So in the transition between 2016 and 2017, we will then progressively phase out tokens, tickets, transfers. Everything will be available via a smart card, namely Presto. End of the year.
Great. In terms of ferry integration overall, when we're looking at the Toronto Transportation Network overall, the ferry integration is going to be a big issue, and I think there is a lot of discussion around this. When we have different fares for the TTC, for GO Transit, for the UP Express, and for Viva, and so on. So and also Metrolinx has proposed 3 different modes of fares, like the flat fares on some basis, as well, I believe that's on distance as well. So, which should be a very monumental undertaking. My question to you is, what kind of discussions are taking place at the moment? And if so, how long it will take, especially to bring the smart track that we're looking into the equation?
So the discussions are ongoing at the moment within the city, between the city and TTC. As colleagues, we're working together on looking at what fare integration should look like with Presto as an enabler. We understand, we know that Metrolinx are also internally talking about what fare integration might look like. Metrolinx, for the June meeting of the Metrolinx board, need to report back in June. So we're working together right now on how fare integration might best work before we then engage with the province.
In terms of implementing the system, have we had any discussions with the province in terms of the cost and how the cost is going to be shared?
No, not in detail. That needs to be done. But clearly what we need to do, first of all, is get our agreed position as City/TTC and then make sure that you guys as City Council are comfortable with that.
So the fare integration aspect is one of the key aspects that you are looking into it.
Fare integration is one of the many things on our to-do list. Right now, for the TTC, my priority is to get Presto in. It will all be in by the end of the year.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Lee. No. Councillor De Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I'll have questions, first of TTC staff, and then I believe our Chief Planner to look at the October 3, 2013 staff report that she, amongst many others, signed on to. So first, Madam Speaker, through you to our TTC staff. I've heard people lately refer to a surface subway option for the Bloor-Danforth extension. Through you, Madam Chair, could I ask our TTC staff, is it physically possible to build a surface subway all the way from Kennedy Station to the Scarborough Town Centre? Is it just physically possible to do it?
No, not without redesigning the whole Kennedy Station.
Okay, and so when we look at the Bloor-Danforth extension, The Bloor-Danforth extension starts at Kennedy Station, correct?
Correct.
And the subway there is located under the ground?
Correct.
And at the north end, we're going to the Scarborough Town Centre or or McCowan Road, the Civic Centre area. That has to end under the ground, correct?
That's the desired plan, yes.
So the subway has to start under the ground and end under the ground. So we've got, I guess, an establishment of the facts that the beginning and the end is going to be underground. It's my understanding as well, the way the Kennedy subway station is designed, that in order to go north, because the tracks are pointed in one direction and then you have to go north, which is a different direction, you actually have to take a very large loop under an existing residential subdivision. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
And that would have to be underground. We couldn't just build that at surface, could we?
No.
Because your alignment would basically split a subdivision in half, and we'd be expropriating people's houses and building a subway on the surface right through the middle of their living rooms, correct?
That's correct.
And then when we go north from there, we actually have to get across the GO train tracks and the CN tracks, right?
Correct.
Or the freight tracks.
Correct.
And we can't do that at the surface. We would have to go over them or under them, correct?
That's correct.
My guessing is that you would tell me the best way to get across the GO train tracks and the freight tracks is to go under them.
That's what we have at this point, yes.
Okay, and then at one point, we actually could be on surface, correct, on that route if we're now parallel to the GO train tracks?
That's correct.
And roughly for how long could we physically be on the railway tracks?
About 1.4 kilometers.
And the length of the whole line is approximately?
Don't know.
Is it
Sorry.
6.5 or 7 kilometers?
Well, the length following the SRT alignment to Scarborough Centre Station is 6.5 kilometers.
Okay, so that would mean that you're maxing out maybe 20% would be at the surface?
Approximately, yeah.
The other 80% would be below ground?
Or ramping up from below ground.
Or
yes.
ramping up and being up in the sky? The subway would be up in the sky on stilts?
No, you're either coming up from underground or you're at grade. So there's below ground and then you have that portion where you're ramping up from below ground.
Okay, so 80% of the subway is below grade or on a ramp coming up or down?
That's correct.
Only about 20% of it could be at surface, best case scenario?
Correct.
Okay. And through you, Madam Chair, so I think I'm trying to establish for colleagues that there is no surface subway that can be built there. Maybe as a question to staff, through TTC staff, through to you. So if I describe that route as a surface subway, do you think that would be an accurate description of what I would be proposing?
Portion of it, small portion of it would be, but
Yeah, but overall, if I said that project, that 6.5 kilometers is a surface subway, would that be a fair description of that proposal?
not under those terms, no.
Okay, great. And through you, Madam Chair, to our Chief Planner. I've got the 2013 report that you yourself and a number of other staff looked at and did your due diligence. So the route going up along the RT corridor, that corridor has already been examined by you and TTC staff and other experts, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And is my understanding correct in the report that you, in the end, rejected that route or recommended that we not build along that route?
Through the chair, that's correct. In addition, of course, we now have 2 new programs happening in that corridor, RER and Smart Track, that were not, in fact, happening in that corridor in 2013.
Okay. And as part of the reason you rejected that alignment, and I'm just going to summarize because I'm running out of time, that alignment through the RT corridor would have a negative impact on network integration, rail freight traffic, rail speed, a negative impact on noise, a negative impact on operational impacts, and negative impact on development potential. Do you still today believe that that's an accurate assessment and one of the reasons why you've told us not to pursue that option?
Through the chair, that's correct, but more so the 2 new programs in that corridor, or in addition, the 2 new programs in that corridor also make it fatally flawed.
Thank you. Councillor Cho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I have a question of Chief Planner. Somewhere I read the report that the majority of Scarborough residents use public transit within Scarborough. What percentage is it? Can you refresh my memory?
Through the chair, I believe the number you're referencing, with respect to trips in Scarborough that begin on transit and the destination is within Scarborough, so the trip, both the origin and destination is in Scarborough, that is 46%.
How much?
46%.
Roughly half, right? Now, second question is, according to new plan, Scarborough LRT, the last station ends at the U of T Scarborough campus. Why don't we not extend at least to the Melbourne Town Centre high needs area? We have so many people using. And what was the rationale? Is it because we don't have money, or is it included in this phase 2? Or?
Through the chair, in the context of our optimization transit network plan in Scarborough, we're looking at the next wave of priorities as per a series of objectives identified in feeling congested. As a result, we recommended that the LRT in this phase terminate at UTS Scarborough campus. There's a variety of unknowns, for example, with respect to Shepherd, that need to be determined prior to extending the LRT up to Shepherd.
Okay. Now, could you give me a rough figure? How much does it cost to build the LRT per kilometer, roughly?
Through the chair, I don't have the per kilometer number, but I know for the Scarborough East or the Crosstown East LRT in 2016 dollars, it's just over $1 billion.
Or up to U of T campus?
That's correct.
Okay. So, since we are talking about plan, is it better to submit plan now, provided we could get money from federal and provincial government, and include up to the Melbourne Town Centre for LRT?
Through the chair, this is an important question. What we've done in the context of the work that you have before you today is provide a series of priorities that we believe the city ought to advance within the next 15 years. We recognize that there's a whole series of other network requirements that you do not have before you today. We are, and we signal in the report, that we're coming back in Q1 of 2017 with an overall long-term 50 or 100-year, if you will, network plan that looks at the 25 priority projects that we recognize as being important, critical projects for the city, and puts them in sequence. Thereby, we will have a planning framework for advancing in the long term. That will come forward, that long-term network plan, in Q1 of 2017.
Oh, so actually you're answering my next question. I'm talking about recommendation 12 and the phase 2. That's what you're referring to? Recommendation 12, the second line, phase 2.
There isn't a recommendation 12. Sorry, could you reference the page that you're looking at? We have 7 recommendations in the report.
So there's a recommendation, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It goes up to recommendation 12. City Council direct the city manager to report to the executive committee by the end of 2016 on potential projects to be included in phase 2 of the city transit network plan.
That is correct. That's the recommendation.
That's the recommendation. Oh, okay. So even though we approve this thing, it doesn't mean that we are really blocking the possible LRT could come to Melbourne Town Centre.
Through the chair, that's correct. The objective is to bring forward the full network plan in the new year. That's absolutely correct.
Okay. My final question is concerning recommendation 12. When we say urban growth centers across the city, are we just referring the 4 civic centers? Are we referring growth centers in different words? Like in my words, the growth center should be Melbourne Town Centre, for example.
Through the chair, the growth center has been identified in the context of the official plan and in provincial policy as well, and the Scarborough Town Centre is deeply entrenched and has been for almost 3 or 4 decades as the growth center in Scarborough.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Layton.
much, Madam Speaker. Just to our friends at the TTC, I'm told that there was a 2013 Metrolinx report on the feasibility of the subway extension being at the surface. Are you familiar with this report?
Yes, we are.
And in fact, it suggested that this was indeed a possibility.
It did.
It did.
Yes, it did.
And in 2015, the TTC submitted a report that said, I think it was 2015, I might be wrong on that it was technically feasible for this portion of the extension to be at surface?
Yeah, the key of that, it was based on a redevelopment of Kennedy Station.
So with a bit of rejigging of the station, it is technically feasible?
I wouldn't qualify that as rejigging. That was a total rebuild.
A rebuild of Kennedy Station?
Yes.
So further to that, my friend, Councillor de Bearmaker, was asking about starting and finishing. At Kennedy Station, as you said, it's underground, correct?
Correct.
So let's say for just for argument's sake that's the beginning of line 2, and it goes west to Islington, right?
Correct.
And is Islington underground?
No.
And when is the last stop that is underground?
I think it's Royal York.
Royal York. And between Royal York and Kennedy, how many times does it get surfaced?
Would you like me to help you here, Rick?
Yes, please.
I mean, line 2 is largely cut and cover, but it does, same with line 1, it does emerge onto the surface at a number of locations, like, for example, Keele. Islington Station is actually underground, albeit it's not like a tube station, it's not deep underground, it's cut and cover, and then it emerges, the line emerges, as you know, onto at grade, coming out of an incline, through a cutting to Kipling Station.
So between Kipling and Royal York, what's the distance that it's surfaced?
I'd have to check on the chainage diagram, but a kilometre, less than a kilometre.
Less than a kilometre. So it made sense for less than a kilometre when they were building it to surface it.
Yes, I mean, costs would be one option, but also what's in the way is also taken into account. So, I mean, even with where you're going, I mean, anything's possible, but it just depends on what the budgetary implications are and what's in the way. I mean, if there was a power station in the way, you're going to go under it.
Sure. There are also many houses in the way of the line 2, and when it was built, those houses existed, and we determined that it was feasible to sometimes have it above grade, sometimes below grade, sometimes way above grade, and it depends on the circumstances and, like you said, the cost, correct? Feasibility and cost. Sorry, the head.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My apologies. I just want the words.
No, that's correct. Yeah, feasibility and cost. I mean, you would look at what is technically feasible and at what cost.
Great. Thank you very much. On the fare integration and the RER, as it's explained on page 14, the province is going to get us to 15-minute two-way service, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, but our assumptions on page 30 about ridership in the fare integration section at least, they don't tell us what 15-minute service. The only other number they say is with the Go fare at 5-minute service, the scenario is 100,010 riders. What is it when it's at 15 minutes? The Go fare at 15 minutes is what for ridership at 2031?
Through the chair, we've only reported out in the context of the material that you have in front of you, the TTC fare, and we've done that at a 5, 10, and 15-minute frequency.
But so we did the cheaper fare at the 3 times, but we didn't do the more expensive fare at the 3 times?
Through the chair, in our analysis using the Go fare, the ridership was in fact considerably lower. So we, in fact, it's the reason we're bringing forward the recommendation in the context of this report for the more frequent service at the TTC fare.
Sure, but it's not up to us currently what the frequency of service will be.
Through the chair, that's precisely the work that we're doing in creating the Smart Track concept, is negotiating and working alongside Metrolinx on stations, fare, and frequency. Those are the 3 key components.
The final authority rests with, once we can develop this concept till the cows come home, but if the if the province doesn't say, yes, we want to make it 3 times more frequent than we said we would, plus make it a quarter of the price that we said we would, who gets to make the final decision here?
That was your last question?
So, Madam Speaker, to answer this, it's patently obvious that the City of Toronto, the Province of Ontario, including Metrolinx, and probably the other area municipalities, regional municipalities, have to be at item as to what it is the subsidy level will be for these transit proposals right across the GTA.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I think the practical answer to that is we both have to. You might be fishing for the answer. The province has the intent. If I could just finish.
Councillor Layton, please allow the staff to answer.
I think.
The deputy city manager just said I was fishing for an answer. I asked for a very specific answer.
Okay.
So, Madam Speaker, I think the answer to it is both parties have to be at agreement because they have to occupy the space in the City of Toronto. There's certain things that we would have to agree to. And so it isn't a black and white. It's going to have to be an agreement between the province and the city on these matters.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
But if we don't provide the operators?
Thank you. So just looking at page 19 of the report where it indicates that city staff are recommending that the heavy rail options for the western corridor of SmartTrack not be pursued. Can you please let me know why this is? Is it because of ridership, or is it because of cost, or is it because of both or other reasons?
Through the chair, as an outcome of our due diligence analysis, there were a variety of reasons why we deemed the heavy rail infrastructure along Eglinton Avenue to be fatally flawed. The cost is very high because there's a requirement to build new infrastructure, which would in fact demand expropriations in a much wider right-of-way than other transit options. The second is that given the nature of heavy rail and the time for approaching and regressing from stations, there would be fewer stations, and as a result, the ridership is significantly lower. So it's a combination of those factors.
Okay, so that's the Western Spur, but how about the Kitchener GO corridor going sort of northwest? That was under recommendation, and now I understand that's off the table, and Metrolinx is looking at it.
Through the chair, whereas the community impacts were in fact lower in the northern corridor, the same issues existed with respect to cost. In addition, RER will continue to operate along that corridor, so a higher level of transit service will be delivered through RER that didn't in fact warrant the high cost of in fact directing SmartTrack in that northern corridor.
That'll be a Metrolinx project where costs will be borne by Metrolinx?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And are you currently having discussions with Metrolinx with respect to stations across that will benefit communities in North Etobicoke?
Through the chair, that's correct. We have a short list of stations. Metrolinx has shortlisted stations. We've provided due diligence with respect to access, connections with the rest of the network, and the development potential around those stations.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Shiner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the Deputy City Manager, Mr. Livy. This is a Phase 1 report, and this report is dealing with SmartTrack, Scarborough, Waterfront, and the Relief Line. The Waterfront and the Relief Line are on here because Council directed those reports to go forward?
That's true. All four projects, yes.
So these are the projects that Council has asked you to put forward and come back with a plan to proceed with?
That's correct, Madam Speaker.
So it's called Phase 1. You know that from my opinion, it's not a comprehensive plan for the entire city. What is going to be in phase 2?
Madam Speaker, the report that the Chief Planner referred to coming forward in the first quarter of 2017 would be a more comprehensive plan for a longer period of time.
Is it going to be a plan, and that's my concern, that will start to reach out from the core of the city, right across to the north, to the east, to the west, and possibly to areas that we need to connect outside of the city, that are the ones that are causing much of the traffic chaos that we have within the city itself?
Madam Speaker, I think the Chief Planner can probably answer that.
Through the chair, there are 25 priority projects identified already in feeling congested that we have been directed by City Council to implement. Those projects have come forward over the course of many years. In the network plan that we'll bring forward in Q1 of 2017, we will be taking all of those projects which reach to every corner of the city and essentially build out the network across the entire city. We will be bringing all of them forward with a sequencing, recommending how they be sequenced moving forward. What you have before you today is the first projects that we are recommending within the next 15 years.
And Madam Speaker, if I could just supplement it, and obviously we have to include the adjacent municipalities and their impact on the city and vice versa. It's going to be necessary for us to understand that through our modeling work comprehensively, not just stopping at our boundaries.
So can a comprehensive transit plan for the City of Toronto work without including the regions around Toronto and their connectivity in and out of our city and our systems?
It would not work as well if we did not do that.
So I'm a little bit lost as far as...
The answer would be yes. We have to take into consideration the movement of people across the boundaries of us and the 905 regional municipalities. We have to understand that fully in the work that we do to do a proper job.
And isn't the history in this province here one where Metrolinx was supposed to be the leader in doing the reach out and coordination of transit infrastructure across all of the GTA?
Madam Speaker, that has become their role recently. You remember previously it was Go Transit. There used to be the body called the Greater Toronto Services Board charged with those kinds of responsibilities. And the province of Ontario, certainly through the Ministry of Transportation and through other ministries, take that broader view and are always reminding us of that, the import of that.
Sorry, Mr. Libby. I thought when Metrolinx was formed that their mandate was to provide that comprehensive transit infrastructure link between all of the regions and coordinate that work.
So I would say that their primary responsibility is to deliver that regional network. They have a responsibility. The planning of that rests, of course, both with them, the province of Ontario, and the municipalities throughout the GTA.
So how will our plan fit into their plan?
Through the Speaker, the primary regional connections that are being advanced by Metrolinx primarily are through RER, using the existing GO network. We are looking to interface that, particularly with respect to SmartTrack, to provide local connectivity into that network as much as possible. But primarily, the connections will happen through regional rail.
But the perspective I'm coming from is, going back to the Greater Toronto Services Board, that transportation infrastructure in the Greater Toronto area must be linked, that neither Toronto, York Region, Mississauga, any of the regions around us can stand alone, and that we have to build out a comprehensive network. And my thought was that that's what Metrolinx was supposed to be there to deal with, to coordinate, to provide assistance to the funding, whether the funding's for Toronto, Mississauga, York Region, or anyone else. Is that not what Metrolinx was supposed to do?
Through the chair, that's correct. I'll defer to the Deputy City Manager, but we reference in the context of the report that you have before you the regional transportation plan that Metrolinx is currently updating, and Metrolinx will be integrating, it's iterative, will be integrating the priorities that are recommended from this City Council into the regional transportation network plan, which I believe is going to be delivered in 2017.
So I would agree generally with that, but I want to make it very clear that the area municipalities, the City of Toronto and other municipalities in the GTA have a very strong role in the land use and the social equity and other considerations that probably are not as well understood by Metrolinx as an operator of a large system, and that's an important thing for us to keep on the table in our ambit and in our jurisdiction to articulate as we go forward with the actual movement of modes of travel.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a few questions for the TTC, for Mr. Byford, if that's all right. I want to come back to the discussion of an at-grade subway in the RT corridor. Are you familiar with the provincial plan in 2013 to look at using an at-grade subway in the RT corridor?
Well, I think my colleague, Mr. Thompson, is more familiar with that, so if you don't mind, I'll ask him to
No,
answer.
no, that's fine. Thank you.
Yes.
And so that analysis by the province in 2013 said that it was technically feasible, but also had some benefits, if I understand correctly, that Metrolinx had identified.
I can't recall the benefits, but yes, they did identify it as being technically feasible.
All right. And was there a subsequent staff report to the TTC that stated that it was also technically feasible?
There was a TTC staff report that spoke to it that said it wasn't the preferred solution, but yes, there was.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Yes, there was a TTC report.
Okay. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to begin by moving a motion that City Council direct the City Manager in consultation with the Chief Executive Officer, Toronto Transit Commission, that would be Mr. Byford, to report to the Executive Committee on June 28, 2016, which is the planned reporting date anyway, information regarding the capital and operating cost-sharing discussions related to the following projects and initiatives, and report any terms and conditions for City Council consideration in order to protect the City's policy and fiscal interests prior to entering into any new or amended agreement with the province and Metrolinx regarding the Metrolinx LRT program, SmartTrack, Eglinton West LRT, Eglinton East LRT extensions, Scarborough Subway extension, the Relief Line, Regional Express Rail, Go Transit Capital, including grade separations, fare policy, and governance. Now, that's a very long way of saying, while we're busy drawing lines on a map, let's make absolutely sure that the agreements we make with the province and Metrolinx protect the city's policy and financial interests. It's making sure we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's making sure that before we decide we like this line on a map or that line on a map or those two lines on the map come before the other one, that we are absolutely certain we're not trading away any of the policy tools and financial control of public money that we're responsible for in exchange for one of those lines or in exchange for some provincial priority. And I want to make sure that that's part of the conversation alongside all the technical discussion about which line might attract the most riders, for the very simple reason that many of the financial and policy tools and levers that we have in our hands right now must not be given up in order to get someone's preference. And the reason why that is so important, if you look at the recent history of transit riding in the City of Toronto, the very best decade we've had in many, many decades is the most recent decade. We've seen an increase in ridership. We've seen an increase in service frequency. We've seen a lot of new riders attracted onto the system, not because of any line we drew on a map, but because of the very skillful use of the existing policy tools we have at the TTC. Things like fare policy, service frequency, things like making sure there are minimum walking distances to a bus stop, making sure that we have overnight service. I'm glad to see that Mr. Stambler's here in the audience. He will recall that in 2003, the TTC was given a direction to figure out what were the most cost-effective ways to attract new riders. And overwhelmingly, it was making use of those policy tools, our ability to set our own fares, our ability to set our own service standards, our ability to make sure that the walking distance was no more than 300 meters to a stop, our ability to make sure that there was overnight service, our ability to lead ridership with extra bus and streetcar service. Things that you never want to give away in a conversation about who controls policy, who controls service frequency, who controls network connections. And I want specific and explicit information from city staff that as we begin to develop agreements about Smart Track RER or the Eglinton Crosstown or regional fare integration, we don't surrender those tools. They're the ones that are most successful at attracting new riders, that guarantee Torontonians elect people who are in charge of the money they collect for public transit, and we don't simply hand that off to another body, which is Metrolinx. And as Councillor Nunziata or Councillor Bailao or any of the councillors who've had recent dealings with how Metrolinx interacts with the Toronto public in transit design will tell you, you absolutely can't give our authority to that body. So I've worked with staff to develop this motion. I've shown it to the mayor. I hope you'll all support it to make sure that we retain our right to represent Torontonians in using these policy tools and spending public money.
Thank you. Questions? We do have a question from Councillor Davis. 3 minutes clarification.
I just wonder if the motion could go on the screen. So the purpose of your motion is that in the June report, we are going to get clarification on all of the terms and conditions or parameters around which we are entering into these final stages of discussions with Metrolinx.
So, Councillor, I would draw your attention to two pieces of the motion. In the third last line, fourth and third last lines, report any terms and conditions for council consideration. So clearly the authority to set the parameters around the conversation rest here, and the staff come and show us what they're thinking about and get direction from us about what those parameters ought to be. And finally, the last clause of the motion sentence prior to entering into any new or amended agreement.
Okay.
So it very clearly is designed that this body, which is responsible for the public money the City of Toronto may be putting into this, gets to have say before we sign anything.
And maybe even before we table final positions, like this is to help clarify?
Councillor, I agree with that thought. As you heard from the Deputy City Manager in response to questions both here and at Executive, portions of this conversation, like fare integration, are certainly not going to be finished by June 28th. So them bringing their thoughts on how the city should posture in conversations with the province and Metrolinx on June 28th gives us plenty of opportunities, set parameters to protect Torontonians' interest well in advance of those conversations becoming final.
And would it be possible, in your view, or is it your expectation that number H on governance, and many people have raised the question of governance, your view is we should be hearing about whatever regional structures exist now and whether or not there ought to be alternatives that better reflect our political input?
I'm running low on time, so I'll jump in and answer your question. Right now, we have a governance system where this council selects the TTC Commission, and they have control over service and fare policy. And any change in that, I think, has to be considered by this council. Also, I'll remind you that this council has voted on more than one occasion that there should be elected representatives on any regional body, including Metrolinx as it currently operates, to make sure that the people who elect us have direct lines of accountability for how public money is spent and what services they deliver.
Thank you. Councillor Mihevc to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two motions that I ask you to put on the board. Thank you. The first one adds to recommendation from the Executive Committee by 2021 if possible. And the second, and that's for the Eglinton Crosstown East. And the additional motion is to do the same for Eglinton Crosstown West by 2021 to look at an expedited process for the delivery of those two projects. The reason why I'm putting forward these two motions is that 2021 is the date expected for the opening of the crosstown from Mount Dennis and Councillor Nunziata's ward to Kennedy Station. It would be great, and you know, I've talked to some engineers, and they have said, yeah, it's possible if you get to it right away, given that we have EAs already completed and we just need to do amended EAs. With an expedited process, we might be able to actually have the project, both those two projects, finished by the same time as the Eglinton Crosstown in the center section is done. So that, with the goal that by 2021, imagine that, by 2021, you would actually have an ability to take a ride from the University of Toronto's Scarborough campus, which really is the far end, or close to the far end of Scarborough, right across the entire city and into the airport. I think that would be, frankly, a great gift to the city to be able to, at the Midtown level, have that kind of crosstown connection. It would be one of the new spines that we would create that would serve all this, well, frankly, the citizens of the residents of the City of Toronto. Noting that Eglinton Crosstown, if you did it from Scarborough campus of the University of Toronto to the airport, would actually touch on each of the former 6 municipalities. I think it would be a wonderful way to weave the whole thing together. So that's me speaking to the motions. I will be supporting this, the recommendations from the Executive Committee with these two amendments. I think the thing that we need to take into consideration is this. We cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good. There are parts of this plan that I don't feel totally comfortable with. For example, the Scarborough subway. I would prefer to go in another direction. However, back to the direction of the light rail. However, I don't think some of this, yes, is politics. That's okay. That's not a bad word. I think you got to give a little to get a little. There is enough here by smartly using the stations that the RER are building or not building, that is the provincial heavy rail, integrating it with light rail across the city. And yes, okay, we'll build the extra one-stop subway, and then also focusing on the waterfront. I think that is actually a pretty good deal. It speaks to the network. It speaks to where we need to go in a variety of places in the city where we can build good transit well, it's going to cost a lot of money, but where we can build good transit and set up the next generation for a transitly active city. So I'll be supporting all of those pieces, Madam Speaker. The one motion I understand is coming from Councillor Perruzza that I think should be as well carefully considered as part of this first tranche is extending the Finch line. Well, you can look at it two ways. Either extend the Eglinton line up to the airport and and connect it with Finch that would come across, that is coming across as a result of Metrolinx's work, or extending the Finch to go down to the airport. We know that the Greater Toronto Airport Authority is looking at a major mobility hub at the airport. I think that line should be considered in this first tranche, in this first 10-year cycle. So I hope staff can take a detailed look at that before June 28th. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. I have an amending motion, which is an amend additional. Thank you. It's extensive, so I'll paraphrase it, but it is requesting the planner to conduct a study on Eglinton, and it is a planning study. And it is something that I developed in consultation with the chief planner and the local planners. But it builds upon some of the Eglinton Connects work and some of the nodal study work done in the Mount Dennis area. And it takes a very solid look at the planning in Etobicoke along Eglinton, something that has not been done in some time. And it looks at any catchment area of anyone that may be walking to take transit on that line or potential development sites. And there's a few reasons why I've put this forward. The first is I do believe that this is a chicken and an egg or a horse before the cart type discussion. Whenever we invest in transit, in higher order transit, we should really be having a planning and growth discussion. And that has not occurred yet. I know this because on February 20th, we had a town hall meeting.
Just a sec, Councillor Holiday. If I can ask members of council, Councillor Davis, Councillor Shiner, Councillor McConnell, please. There's a lot of noise. Councillor DiCiano? Councillor DiCiano, please. Okay.
We had a town hall meeting in Etobicoke about transit, and what I saw before me was an array of folks that were upset, concerned, unsure, uncertain about the future of the area that they live in. And I know that perhaps even in this room there may only be a handful of people that really know that stretch of Eglinton, and I invite you to go out there and have a look. But I think you'll find it is not necessarily a bustling urban center. It is very much a rural or green space type setting, something that many of us in Etobicoke quite love. And we know that the potential transit investment in this area will change the place that we live. And I think folks are trying to understand that. And I think a process to speak with planning is important to help them understand where this will take them, take their neighborhood, not necessarily just that transit technology, but the built environment around them. And at the very least, it can help determine where stations might go or stops, because stops obviously bring development, and we need to understand where and when that could occur. I also want to take just a moment to express one detail of this plan. It may be a small detail to many that don't live in the part of the city, but I am fussing quite a bit with the idea of abandoning planning of possible expansion of SmartTrack on the Western Corridor, in particular the northern alignment, which follows the Kitchener-GO tracks, the very same direction that the UP Express takes right now. I strongly feel that the airport is a potential transit hub in the west end of the city. In fact, they've expressed that interest themselves. And we would do a great service for generations forward to connect our transit system to that airport in a meaningful way. I am not convinced, though, at this point in time that Eglinton is the right route to reach the airport. There are tracks built on the northern alignment. Yes, in this case, the shortest point from A to B may not be a straight line across Eglinton, but I am concerned that we are departing from that line of planning. And reading that together with what I saw in the report was that really the potential for growth and ridership growth between a northern alignment and Eglinton are quite close. And the report is correct. It is a snapshot in time, and it shows a marginal favor to the Eglinton line based on a certain service frequency, but it is close. In looking at the dollar value, if that's what concerns you, if we were somewhat flexible in the way that we aligned the route into the airport, there may be ways to save to bring the prices of these two options closer together. I hope that, and based on some earlier comments from the chief planner, I think that they will continue to look at this. But I would be remiss in not identifying that concern on behalf of the residents of Etobicoke, that there is more than one way to achieve what we're trying to do. I do very much appreciate the vision of SmartTrack, of utilizing existing rail corridors and infrastructure that we already have and building on what is proposed to be an excellent system. And I hope we don't lose vision of that in regard for a shiny new investment when there may be a more efficient or a better way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor De Beermaker to speak.
He seems to be missing, Madam Speaker.
Councillor De Beermaker. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, I have a motion.
Okay.
Yeah. So what this motion seeks to do is to explore the feasibility through an update on the 2013 TTC report in consultation with Metrolinx on whether or not it's possible to build at grade, whether it be wholly or at portions of the existing corridor, the RT corridor rather, in Scarborough, in order to save tax dollars. Now, this is not a debate between LRTs and subways. This is about if we are to build a subway to the town center, is it possible to do that while saving potentially hundreds of millions of dollars? We heard earlier that the delta between doing it cut and cover and tunneling is roughly $80 million per kilometer. So we don't know the answer yet, and by the way, there's no pretense that I know either. I don't know the answer, but I want to know the answer. And we've had a history here of sometimes not asking, I think, reasonable questions because we were fearful that the answer would not support our political quest or our predetermined destination. But we heard from Ms. Keesmaat today that she doesn't believe this is feasible. There's also a report from 2010 by the TTC which admits that this is technically feasible, and then a letter from Metrolinx to the TTC chair in 2013, which is retort, said that this certainly is feasible to do. So let's find the answer so that we know whether or not we can save money while extending the Bloor-Danforth line. My biggest concern about this whole debate over the past couple of years has been that time and time again we have decided for whatever was politically advantageous, I think collectively. Sometimes we move in a direction that wasn't supported by the facts. In fact, we were, I think, one of the few municipalities that I know of, if maybe not the single one, in the world that was offered a fully funded transit plan by the provincial government, both capital and perpetual operating and maintenance. And we said, no, thank you. We want to do something that would provide less service to fewer people for $1 billion more. I thought that was insane, and I do today. But I do want to give the mayor a lot of credit and all of us together who've been working on a much better plan. I think this plan is forming into a much better state, which is far more comprehensive, that actually addresses priorities, stated priorities like the relief subway line, that actually makes more sense out of the Scarborough Transit question, and also achieves goals such as extending the crosstown line out to U of T campus in Scarborough and out to Pearson Airport. By the way, I do not support the Finch option, but I understand that one of my colleagues would like to. Let's stop making this up as we go along. But the one thing that I want to know, if we are to move forward with this plan, is if there are reasonable ways to save money and do it better. And I can't imagine any honest person here. I mean, if you're an honest person and you also really do care, I mean, we all say that we care about being champions of taxpayers and saving tax dollars, but if you really believe that, then why wouldn't we ask reasonable questions about whether or not it's possible to save money while we move forward with a comprehensive plan? The last thing I wanted to mention, and I think it's just about the impetus and the urgency that we all feel. In my ward alone, and by the way, my ward, if you go through on the subway line that goes through my ward, a significant section of that actually is outside. It's not underground. So this isn't even about that rhetoric you heard from some about, I want Scarborough to get the same service as others. Sure, let's have the same. Let's have some outside and some underground. But ultimately, I have residents like many of you who are waiting, whether it be the subway in my ward or the streetcar downtown or the bus and everything else in other parts of the city, including Scarborough and portions of Etobicoke, where people are getting frustrated. They're waiting too long to get on. Once they're on transit, they're squeezed in like sardines. They need that relief. They need the relief that electrified rail, that the relief subway line, that these LRT lines will provide. And they want us to get moving forward with the plan. But what I hear from reasonable people who have not been manipulated by those who perhaps didn't tell them the whole story is that they want us to do it in a way that is based on evidence and facts, that's honorable and honest, that actually is thoughtful with every tax dollar that somebody else had to work hard to provide us and entrusted us with. And if we're not willing to ask the basic questions, maybe we're afraid of the answers, but if we're not even willing to ask those things, then I wonder why we're here. So I hope you support the motion that I've put forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Davis to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two motions. One of them is on the screen, which is to ask that we have some kind of consultation on the fare integration models as part of this next round of consultation. I'm not sure, having now, and my second motion, if I could put up B, that we request the mayor to call a special meeting of the Executive Committee on transit in June, so that we aren't having happen in June once again, a meeting that goes till all hours and people are waiting to get to the other items on the executive agenda when they have come just to talk about transit. I have read this report and many other reports, again with great interest, because what is before us is probably the most complex set of planning documents, intergovernmental relations, challenges than anything we have ever considered in this council since I have been here. We are an elected body that is charged with representing the interests of our residents, and it is our responsibility to make sure as we go into these discussions that are clearly a new approach to planning and a new approach to transit delivery, that we protect our residents and our government interests. And I am very nervous. Through all of this process, I have absolute trust in the professionalism of our planning staff. I have absolute trust in the integrity of our senior staff to protect our financial and our policy interests. But I know, having read the Metrolinx Act, that at the end of the day, they have authority that they could impose on our municipality things that we may not agree with. So it is, as the Deputy City Manager said, there isn't a black and white answer to the question we ask. Well, there really is. Who has the authority? The final authority is the Minister and the Premier. And if you read the Metrolinx Act, it makes it perfectly clear that at the end of the day, a minister and or the Premier could impose on our municipality a regional transit plan. They could override our official plan. In fact, it's explicit in the Metrolinx Act that the regional transit plan could override our official plan. So even if we come up with a plan that says this is the network we want, at the end of the day, we're entering into the area of potential conflict in jurisdictions. So as we go into this complex, and then talk about fares. Well, fares, everybody's asking today. We know that the network that is before us today that says Smart Track with 4 to 8 stations will work or not depending on the frequency of the service and the cost of the fare. It is absolutely pivotal. And yet in June, we won't have the information on the fares because Metrolinx is modeling a new integrated fare structure. And when I went to the consultation last week, they said, we're modeling our own. So we're modeling our own, I learned today, and I'm very glad that we are, to look at the impact on Toronto and Toronto residents and the interests of the city. And with Councillor Perks' motion, we will get, I hope, in June, the parameters that we will be operating in as we go into these complex discussions with the provincial government and with Metrolinx. Because if SmartTrack fails, then what's the plan B? It is now the spine that is in our network plan. So these questions of the chicken and egg, we can't approve SmartTrack unless we know what the rates and the frequency are going to be before we know whether it's a viable part of a network.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Thank you.
Councillor de Bearmaker.
Can't speak.
Oh, is that the microwave? Who's making the popcorn?
Councillor de Bearmaker, your time is running.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just rising, Madam Speaker, to maybe take a step back, first of all, from each individual specific project and to look at this transformative document that's before us. We're talking not just about $1 billion or a couple of $1 billion invested in our city. We're talking about billions and billions and billions of dollars that will be invested in virtually every part of the city. If not every cul-de-sac and every street and every intersection, certainly every part of the city, whether it's North York, Scarborough, Etobicoke, downtown, will benefit from this. So I think that this report should be adopted. I'll support some of the recommendations, certainly, the amendments that people are suggesting. But certainly I, as one individual in this council, I supported in the past, and I would still like today, a 4-stop Scarborough subway. Doesn't look like I'm going to get that. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Scarborough who wanted the same thing. It doesn't look like they're going to get that. This model that's before us, or the staff report that's before us, basically brokers a number of compromises that says, you know what, maybe you won't get exactly what you want, but you might get what you need, and you might get it really fast, and you might actually get it paid for, and you might get it with a majority of people on council support, a large majority of people supporting these different concepts, as opposed to us throwing words at each other, if not more at each other, over the years of the transit debate. We've all been here and seen the ugly, vicious fights that we've had year after year after year after year, and we're in a chamber today where actually most of us are being very, I'd say probably all of us are being very, very civil with each other, because we do have a compromise plan worked out through the mayor's office, the staff, the TTC, and us as individuals saying, you know what, this is a pretty good compromise. It's not what Councillor de Bearmaker wants. It may be not what Councillor Perks wants. It may be not what Councillor Holiday wants. But you know what? It's a plan that I think we can all live with. And so I, Madam Speaker, think we should move forward. I think we should congratulate each other on getting a plan that we can live with and that we actually think there's a net benefit for every part of the city. I look at the Scarborough extension and say, again, there are motions here, and again, I will give an open invitation to my colleagues to come out and visit with any of us, but certainly me where the subway ends. People are talking about a surface subway in Scarborough. If you actually lived in Scarborough, you know that it's not possible. And I appreciate Councillor Campbell taking his time during the March break to come out and visit us and ride the LRT, and I wish the SRT, I wish more people would do that, because they would know that some of the motions are not feasible. So Councillor Matlow's motion, for example, I'll support it, because for some reason he still believes you can have a surface subway out in Scarborough, when staff just said to us on the floor of this council, 80% of his proposed subway surface line is actually underground. But let them do the report, let them come back, and I hope that Councillor Matlow, like the rest of us, will get on board with what I think is a reasonable compromise in terms of transit planning in the City of Toronto. Madam Speaker, we know, for example, that the RT corridor, and it's in the report, and I'm glad there's going to be a follow-up report, our staff have said to us, the legendary, or this urban legend that you can just go up the old SRT corridor, that option really doesn't exist anymore. Times have changed. Smart Track is here. There are increased freight traffic on that line. You're not going to be able to build that corridor. And even if you wanted to, and I'm quoting from the staff report, there will be negative impacts on network integration if you went down that path, negative impacts on rail freight, negative impacts on rail speed, negative impacts on noise and visual impacts in the local community, negative impacts on operational impacts across the entire Bloor-Danforth line, and negative impacts on development potential. So there are certainly out in Scarborough some lines that I think are never going to be built. I'm glad, though, that our staff are going to be, I think, directed to go and look at them one more time, and hopefully people will believe the information that comes back and it is put before them, and will get on board with this massive transit initiative. And I look forward to working with all of my colleagues and to funding, putting the money on the table that's needed to fund these projects. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Just in the middle of a conversation. So I have two motions that I would like to move. Motion A, City Council requests the Chief Planner and the Executive Director of City Planning to include in her report in the June 28, 2016 Executive Committee meeting whether an avenue study in the vicinity of Kingston Road from Celeste Drive, Gilbert GO train station to the intersection of Kingston Road and Old Kingston Road is beneficial given the impacts to the area. And motion B is City Council requests the Toronto Transit Commission Board to request the Toronto Transit Commission Board to request the Toronto Transit Commission staff to report on a possible enhanced bus service from the Eglinton Crosstown East LRT to the Toronto Zoo as a destination. And so, Madam Speaker, I'll be supporting all of the recommendations in this report. The first recommendation stems from, this has to deal with the eastern leg of the Eglinton Crosstown East LRT that's going to run from Kennedy Station to the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. And the reason for this stretch of Kingston Road runs through the middle of my ward. Currently, it's the main artery in and out of Toronto for most of Durham. And there's a lot of issues around the LRT going in there. And when it comes down to a neighborhood development, currently along this stretch of Kingston Road, I have either 18 properties up for sale, potentially developed, including a piece of prime real estate right beside the Gilbert GO train station. And I think if we're going to properly integrate an LRT into this stretch of Kingston Road, we need an avenue study. So that's where I'm moving the first recommendation. The second motion I'm moving, and this ties into the end point of the Eglinton East Crosstown, is at the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. At the executive committee, we had the school's chief financial officer in and was talking about some of the dynamics of the campus, the master plan that they're undergoing. It's a $3 billion investment going back to when they first built the Pan Am Centre, which is adjacent to the campus. It was a partnership between the City of Toronto and the students at the University of Toronto. Part of that partnership, of the foundation of that partnership, was that the LRT would run into the grounds of the University of Toronto Scarborough campus, which is what the goal of this project is. The other tie-in is neighborhood development, which I think is a very important enhancement. And why I also moved the second one is because of the traffic volume that's going to be going in to this area and how it ties in to transit. Because one of the concerns my community's had before is if you're putting an LRT down the middle of Kingston Road and all of this traffic is coming in from Durham, is how are we getting people out of their vehicles? How are we going to prevent gridlock? If you have an LRT going down the middle of Kingston Road and there's no opportunity for people to get out of their vehicles coming in from Durham, is it only going to increase gridlock in the area? So there's a number of concerns. The other motion, I'm on the board of directors of the Toronto Zoo. One of the things we're doing is looking at a number of different methods to increase membership at the Toronto Zoo. It's in the northeast corner of Scarborough. We're trying to tie in transportation with Durham, York Region, and so if we can get people there from the city of Scarborough, the City of Toronto, the City of Toronto, and there's another component that we can do that. I think that we have a missed opportunity if we didn't have some type of transit connection from the LRT to the Toronto Zoo. So I ask everybody to support both of these motions. I'll be supporting the recommendations. I think it's very important that we have a comprehensive transit plan, because we all know we get complaints about how often it takes people to get from point A to point B. One of the next concerns I get after that is they don't know how to even get to point A, to get on public transit, to get to work or to school or their place of business. So I think that this is another step in putting those links together so we have that transit plan we need to end gridlock, which is becoming a huge economic deterrent to this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion, if clerks kindly put it up. So this motion, Madam Speaker, reads that City Council requests the City Manager and Metrolinx to consider that service levels north of Mount Dennis on the Kitchener corridor should be similar to the service levels proposed under Smart Track RER, and in order to improve service to the North Etobicoke, including an additional station in the vicinity of Woodbine Racetrack and the GO Regional Express Rail program. So, Madam Speaker, electrified service is going to be implemented by Metrolinx on the Kitchener corridor. Communities in North Etobicoke will benefit from improved service on the Kitchener Rail corridor north of the Mount Dennis line. Identifying opportunities for improving service to North Etobicoke is critical. We desperately need rapid transit in North Etobicoke, and other areas of the city have it. We need some equity. We have a subway to Scarborough Town Centre. We have a subway going into the city of Vaughan. By the way, with the population, City of Vaughan is about just over 300,000 people. The total population of the four communities in North Etobicoke are just under that. So we're very close in terms of population. And Madam Speaker, could we please ask? Get a little too noisy here. Thank you.
Councillor Grimes, please.
So, Madam Speaker, in order to improve access to important employment areas in the Northwest Etobicoke, Metrolinx should consider a new station in the vicinity of the Woodbine Racetrack and Highway 27, and the purpose of this motion is to ensure the communities in North Etobicoke benefit from the investments proposed under Smart Track. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio to speak.
I'm just writing a motion. Can you speak next, please?
Councillor Cole to speak.
Campbell.
Councillor Cole, are you ready?
No, I'm not on the board.
Oh, you're not ready either. Okay, you took your name off. Councillor Campbell, are you ready?
If you have any motions, you'll be happy to know, Madam Speaker, and the others are very, very strategic. So, all right. So, I will, Madam Speaker, I would like 1A voted out separately because I wish to oppose further work on the Eglinton West LRT. As the Chief Planner knows very well, people going westbound on Eglinton in vehicular traffic disperse in many different directions, and there is no set place, whether it's the Mississauga Corporate Center or the airport, where people are destined to go. They go up the 427, down the 427, up the 403, up the 410, out to Highway 10 and Winston Churchill Boulevard. So, Madam Speaker, I would like that one. I do not wish, the city has many other transit priorities other than Eglinton West LRT. It's my personal view that continued work would be a waste of time at this point in time, given that it's unfunded. I'd also like 3B separated out, which is in regard to Scarborough Express Rail. Again, as Councillor de Beremaker pointed out, I took a happy trip out to Scarborough and rode the SRT. It took me right into the food court practically at the Scarborough Town Centre, where I enjoyed being with the good residents of Scarborough. I got it right there, Councillor Thompson? Yeah, right. I was surprised actually at the SRT. Although it was loud and noisy and a little breezy, it was fast and it was on time. And I am a bit perplexed. When I got elected, I have to tell you, I thought I was going to avoid this whole Scarborough debate. I thought it was done, but it's revisited. So, here we are again. So given the fact that this has risen again, I can't really understand why we're considering tunneling from Kennedy all the way to Scarborough Town Centre. There is a route which the SRT runs along. It runs along there efficiently and effectively. I don't really understand why we're not doing a combination of an LRT route where the SRT is, and then using the so-called Smart Spur to connect residents that are at Scarborough Town Centre with the Ellesmere portion of the Stouffville line. So I would like to vote against the staff recommendation that no further work be done on the what they call the Smart Spur. I also want to say, and I believe I said this at a TTC meeting, I would like to take my hat off to staff. I think that they've done an amazing job in trying to pull all this together. It's very complicated. Mixed in with the complications, the technical complications are of course all of the politics that have to be satisfied. I am concerned that we may go down a path where perhaps not the best decisions are made in terms of serving the residents of Scarborough. I'm going to be supporting Councillor Matlow's motion, and I think that pretty much covers it off. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
That's three.
Councillor Layton.
Very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to continue on Councillor Campbell's remarks about Councillor Matlow's motion, and I say it so infrequently that it feels really good to say, as I am firmly in agreement with Councillor Campbell, that the questions that Councillor Matlow is asking about the possibility of being of part of this, building on the surface of the existing corridor, is, I think, an approach, at least an idea that we should explore further as we move down this path. I too, like Councillor Campbell, took a ride on the SRT not long ago, actually to head out to a budget meeting, that not just for a fun trip to Scarborough, but actually to go out there to do some city business. I enjoyed the experience, but I can feel for those that have to take it on a daily basis. I think, though, that too much has been made about the subness of a subway, and that it is something that must be below grade. I actually don't think that's true, having grown up taking the subway on almost a daily basis to get to school from a very early age. I know that our existing rail system runs runs below grade, at grade, and above grade at several points. So a subway, by any other name, is still a subway. It's just some of it a part of it might be above ground. And I take issue when some of the councillors try to suggest that this isn't technically feasible. It's technically feasible. The staff have reported that it's technically feasible. Sure, they may have to slow down when they go around a sharp turn, but isn't that also what we're doing with the hybrid Gardner that we've touted as a solution there, to say we're trying to find something? I personally like this hybrid a whole lot more than I like the hybrid Gardner approach that's being taken, which I won't be supporting, just as maybe I'll take this opportunity to say that instead of speaking to the next item. But this piece, while I'm still uncomfortable with the direction that we're going in its entirety, we went away from a plan that made sense, that served more people, that we could get built faster for cheaper. I still hold true to that. But I think that there are important things in this and important changes that are made in this report to the plan that was put forward from the previous administration that are, I think, worth exploring. One piece to this that I think is so crucial, and if nothing else that you remember what I say from this speech, is the importance of Councillor Perks' motion. That this one raises the very critical questions around governance and fair policy that we need answers for. We should not be spending a penny of money on bailing the province out of their commitments. If we want 5-minute a 5-minute service, we're going to need to demand that of the province. They're not going to give it to us, and if they do, we're going to have to pay for the whole thing. And I tell you, when that cash fare goes up to $5, $5.25, $5.75 by the year 2030, which we're perfectly on pace for, so let's not kid ourselves. That's what the fare is going to be back then. We're not going to need coin operators because we're going to be asking for folding bills. These are the critical questions that we're going to have to ask. I don't think a lot of you know that when you jump off a GO train in Milton, you don't pay the full fare to get on the Milton TTC. You pay something like 75 cents. The same is true for Oshawa, for Burlington. Every other municipality in the GTA has an integrated fare model. But when they tried doing it on the one stop we have on the or on the 2 stops on the GO network that we've tried it on in Exhibition and out in the beaches, it hasn't worked. Why? Because they're not only demanding that you pay the full fare for the TTC, but they're also asking for additional money. So you have to have a Metro Pass, and then you have this other sticker. Well, when you're trying to get people integrated to a new service, that's not what's going to get it to work. You need to entice people onto it. You need to give them a more effective option. And so I'm hopeful that through all this discussion, when we look at actually what it's going to take to get people out of their cars and onto public transit, that when we go through this exercise, if we follow Councillor Perk's motion, get the province to the table and make them open up their checkbook, that we'll get a better result at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to move a motion. It's on the screen, and I'll speak to it just very briefly. Speaker, we have a history of actually going out there and building stumps, and they don't seem to connect very well. And the last stump we built was a subway along Shepherd that basically goes from A to B and not much further. So this tries to have us look at actually completing the Finch LRT in a way that better connects it and connects it to a loop, and it connects it to a very, very important employment district in and around the airport. So I'm hoping that people will support that. It just basically asks for a report which looks at the numbers and all of those things that we look at when we proceed with these projects. It feels, Speaker, to some degree like we've gone back to the future on all of this stuff. It's unbelievable how transit planning has basically gone off the rails in such a short period of time. It used to be, and there was an implicit understanding from a provincial perspective, that property taxes couldn't pay for all of these mega projects. And for these types of big capital works infrastructure projects. And there was a formula. And that over time changed a little bit. And then we had this grand plan called Transit City, which was a fully funded transit expansion initiative, which I thought was very good and worth supporting. And now we have gone back into, and we're basically taking some significant steps backwards, and ensuring that projects that could have been up and running today as we speak at no cost to the property tax base or the property tax payers of the City of Toronto. We are now going back to the drawing board. And we're basically decades and decades away from being able to deliver anything new beyond beyond what some of the Transit City projects were, the Eglinton Crosstown, the Finch LRT. And it's fine, and obviously this is a direction that, in a political decision that we're going to make, and a direction that we're going down, and maybe at the end of the day, I'm not sure we will serve more people as a result of what we are doing, and I know that people will stand in their place and will tout that, and will talk about the virtues of how many more people we're going to be serving and so on. But I can tell you there's another very, very significant thing that we're doing as a result of all of this. We're all of a sudden taking big transit projects, and without the ability, the real ability to pay for them, is basically transferring that very, very onerous burden onto the property tax base and onto property taxpayers within the City of Toronto. Electrification of provincial rail lines, construction of subway projects, construction of RTs, and so on and so forth. And we heard earlier from our city manager that basically all projects added together today to somewhere in the neighborhood of on the upside of $20 billion. And as we move forward with some of the other and new and expanded initiatives, that number will continue to grow with no real ability to be able to pay for it. And as I understand it, the Scarborough subway alone has added about, over the life of the project, about $1,200 a year on the average home in the City of Toronto
Thank
through
you,
its property
Councillor.
tax. And the chief financial officer is looking at me
Thank
and
you,
nodding
Councillor
slightly, and he's
Perruzza.
agreeing to that. So thank you for that.
Thank you. We do have a question for you by Councillor Matlow. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Councillor Perruzza, would you name the expert planner from either Metrolinx, TTC, or elsewhere who's advised that we should extend the Finch West LRT to Pearson International Airport?
No, this is asking for a report to ask those experts to take a look at it and to see if it's a worthy project or not, to see if it has merit or not, in the same way that we would be looking at many of the other projects within the report. Just asking for a look-see.
A look-see?
Yeah.
Are you a technical look-see? Are you aware that we have received advice to look at moving forward with the Eglinton Crosstown LRT to Pearson Airport? Yeah.
Councillor Matlow, clarification of the
So
motion.
in answer to that question, we looked at it at a time when we didn't know the significant changes that were going to be taking place at Woodbine, because none of those things have been looked at. We looked at it before a considerable body of work was done in relation to the airport and the kind of employment hub and how many people actually are employed there and where they come from and so on. So there's a body of work out there now that would, I think, significantly change some of the outcomes. But this is all about a look-see. Let's look at those things. And let's look at all that new information. Let's look at what the future plans are for Woodbine and so on.
Councillor Perruzza.
And the airport.
You've answered the question,
Yeah.
please.
It's a look-see.
Okay, we want to move this along. Councillor Cho. Councillor Cho? Councillor Lee?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise to support the recommendations. And I see a lot of amendments here, but I have to consult with the Chief Planner as to whether she has the resources and the Planning Department has the resources to undertake all this work. The Scarborough Transit, as it proposed right now, has been a long time coming, and I'm in full support of it because we can keep talking about it and keep changing it and rehashing it. And the best way of stopping something is to overload the whole system to stop it from working. So I would suggest that whatever else we are asking for later, can be done after we've approved this and get the work along the way to build smart track, to build the extension of the Danforth subway to Scarborough Civic Center, and as well to extend the crosstown LRT to the University of Toronto. This is badly needed transit that the residents need, and we can argue as much as we want about who uses it, whether it's for the residents of Toronto, but transit is needed by everybody in the region, not just the residents of Toronto. We have people living here in Toronto that works in the York region, in Durham region, and in Peel region. And we need to connect them to their jobs or the families where, if the families live out in those areas. So this is one way of reducing the traffic we get on our overloaded roads right now. When I go on the Don Valley in the morning, I see the traffic jam up going north towards 401 and towards York region, going out to Durham and going out to North York even. So we need to start building and less talking and get the work done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cho.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a simple motion. City Council direct the Chief Planner and Executive Director City Planning to report to the June 28, 2016 Executive Committee on the cost of extending the Eglinton Crosstown LRT from U of T Scarborough campus to Melbourne Town Centre. And I show that motion to our Chief Planner, and she said it's a very good motion. Earlier we heard and we read before that the Scarborough residents, 46% of public transit riders, they go within Scarborough. And Melbourne Town Centre area is one of the highest high needs area, and we do need a public transit. But all I'm asking is how much does it cost specifically? And altogether, Scarborough LRT is $1.2 billion, but we don't have the number connecting U of T Scarborough to Melbourne Town Centre, and that's what I'm asking. And it doesn't cost any money. So all I'm asking is a report, and I hope I get the support. Since I'm standing up, I'd like to mention that I really admire our Mayor John Tory. Smart Track has been well received in our community in Scarborough. This is really John Tory track, and it's also the relief line for the young subway. So I hope the main recommendation we should support unanimously, hopefully, including my little motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, here are my reflections on what has been placed before us and discussed by my colleagues. One of the weaknesses of debate in Toronto over transit has been that councillors and mayors have been looking at the issue tactically. A line here or a line there, a bit of money here, a bit of money there. And what's needed, of course, Speaker, is a strategic plan that covers the city and can be extended systematically and concretely over the next 20 years or so. I think this comes close to realizing the description that I've just outlined, but for all that, I think it has a number of what I and some others would consider flaws to it. One of those flaws is not extending the Shepherd Subway from Fairview Mall to the Scarborough Town Centre, as was proposed in the Metropolitan Toronto official plan, which was voted for by the Metro Council, and I would remind my colleagues that this amalgamated city of Toronto is the heir of the metropolitan government, Speaker, and not that of the former city of Toronto proper. And all the arguments that were relevant to its proposal then, I think, are relevant today, and perhaps even more so. Councillor Mihevc indicated that what he liked about this plan, as is, or as it could be amended with very little difficulty, is that it could take someone from the Scarborough UTSC campus all the way out to the West End, maybe as far as the airport. Well, that cross-town connection, I think, is very important strategically, but I would put it to you, Speaker, that cross-town connection should be a subway starting at the Scarborough Town Centre and going east on Shepherd Avenue to Yonge Street, through there to the University line at least, and perhaps even further. That, in my mind, Speaker, Shepherd line would be the new Bloor Street, because what we've seen over the years, Madam Speaker, is that the situation back in the 50s and 60s that produced the Yonge Street and Bloor lines, I think, is being replicated along what I would call the Shepherd Avenue corridor. Secondly, Speaker, in response to an observation by Councillor Campbell, who said, look, you've got an RT line, it's above grade, but it works. It's carried a lot of people over time. Why don't we just simply replace those tracks with a subway track? And frankly, that's not a bad idea, but as I understand it, Speaker, and this was explained to this council in the last term, was that the subway cars can't take that turn from going north-south to east-west. The turn is just simply too tight. But you know what? If you could ever engineer that turn, then frankly, for me, that would be the preferred line. And the savings that you would get there, I would put on the Shepherd line, join that with the cost of extending the LRT, and you would have enough money to complete the circle, subway circle, Speaker. So if there's a potential for that, that's terrific. At this point, Speaker, I'm looking forward to the response to these motions. Man, they came in a flurry, and the amount of time and energy and money that would have to be expended on them by a number of departments would be truly awesome. And I wouldn't like to see us taking on this workload if it, in the end, doesn't prove to be productive. And I'm going to rely on the expertise and the insights of the chair of the TTC to offer me and my colleagues guidance on those matters.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shiner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am going to repeat somewhat at Council a little bit of what my comments were at Executive Committee. And my comments there was I was prepared to support the report in front of us because it provided better subway access out into Scarborough. It provided an LRT out to Scarborough. It looked at providing transportation links into the future waterfront development. And it looks at trying to build a relief line, at least to Bloor Street. But it is now called Phase 1, which is extremely, I think, important. And my questions earlier that I asked about why those four lines are the ones that are there was very clear. It's because Council set them as priorities. They aren't necessarily the priorities that we have to make transportation in the City of Toronto work. I asked my questions as well about transportation links in the next phase to the rest of the Greater Toronto Area. Because the City of Toronto will never work unless we have an integrated transportation network that goes from the city out to the suburbs, which is what every great city has, and from the suburbs back into the city. And our city doesn't end at the Toronto borders. Our city ends at right outside into the 905 borders. We are one. We are a city of 5 million people, and we have a transportation network that won't support 25% of that. The only place that has any reasonable transportation network is in the downtown part of the city, because it's much more compact and it's there. But now that's overloaded because of all the development that we approve. And every month I stand up with a number of additional units talking about how much affordable housing came on. But I can tell you at every meeting, I can't tell you about any transit improvements. So if we're adding 100,000 residents a year to the City of Toronto, and we've been doing it for 5 years, we've added 500,000 people into the city, and we haven't provided any way for them to get around except in their cars. And our colleagues in the 905 have done the same thing. So now we've added 1 million people. And what happens? Traffic is horrible everywhere. It doesn't matter whether you're on Shepherd Avenue, out in Scarborough, in North York, whether you're out on Lawrence Avenue or Eglinton Avenue going out to Etobicoke. Traffic everywhere in the city, right to the downtown, is horrible because the provincial policy says intensify. We approve developments because of the province, and nobody has built that transportation network anywhere to make it go. And Smart Track is probably the first piece that tries to integrate part of it, but what it's really doing is pushing the provincial plan forward because they're not. And if they're not, we've taken ownership of that through the mayor to get an integrated transit system because somebody has to do it. I asked the questions about how far back these plans went in the Greater Toronto Services Board. So amalgamation happened in 1998 to make Toronto work better as one. Metro was dissolved and formed into our council. And the Greater Toronto Services Board was supposed to take over that role right across the GTA. And it had a subcommittee called the Transportation Subcommittee chaired by Chairman Fish from York Region, and guess what? I was the vice chair. And we were actually talking about integrated transit across the entire Greater Toronto Area. And 3 years later, it was gone. And it was gone because the reports were there, the statistics were there, the needs were there, the money wasn't. And you can have all the plans that you want, but if you're not going to fund public transportation to meet the demands that you have in an ever-growing community such as the greater area of the City of Toronto is, you are going to have the chaos that you have today on the roads. So I will support Phase 1 and appreciate the Mayor and our staff championing that as Phase 1. But I believe that Phase 2 has to be real. It has to talk about what's needed right across Toronto into the 905 and give us the direction that we have to go forward with, because the province and Metrolinx is not doing what they should be doing. There is no plan on the table for an integrated transit network to make this great city of Toronto and its regions work. And if we don't, we are all failing in our jobs because we're not pushing that initiative that everyone that lives in Toronto or in the 905 knows has to happen, but isn't.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just wanted to stand to lend my voice to this particular important subject matter. At Executive, we went through and scrutinized the details and passed a number of motions, so on. In my number of years on this council, we have not actually gotten to this particular point where we've started to look in a more comprehensive way in terms of developing a integrated transit network. Clearly, we have talked a little bit about micro-component of the system and so on, but now I think we're moving more closer towards a more macro approach. The previous speaker spoke about certainly leadership and direction and so on. Clearly, as the largest city in Canada, and in fact our budget is larger than a number of provinces in this country, we need to actually establish what is if you will, transit leadership for the City of Toronto, and by extension it will extend into the region, because the regions are dependent on the City of Toronto for jobs, as are residents in the City of Toronto depending on the regions for their jobs as well. So I think it's extremely important. I note that we haven't talked a lot about the impact in terms of congestion per se, in terms of the actual cost and the opportunity cost, and I know that that's significant. The Board of Trades has earmarked it around $6 billion annually. I mean, if we could realize the savings of the $6 billion annually, we could invest that into transit and move forward, because we would have resources to actually invest in transit. Clearly, I think the province has failed us immensely, in that it has not actually brought together a real plan in terms of moving and developing transit. Yes, I know they put together Metrolinx, and yes, I know they've gone through a whole process of attempting to address this. We now at least have a mayor who is unwilling to simply accept the status quo, and I think that's extremely important. And so, Speaker, while we talk a lot about what we want to do in the future, and I know some have talked about Scarborough, and I think I will actually support the motion that Councillor Matlow has put forward, because I want to see that my idea and intention has always been about certainly expanding the Bloor Danforth line. The question is in terms of how we do that, how that would be most efficient. I mean, it has to be determined, and I'm willing to accept and look at that, because we do have gaps in the system now. If you travel from essentially, you're looking at Victoria Park, Warden, going all the way up to Kennedy. I mean, there's a great big gap there that exists, and it's not underground, it is above ground, and it works extremely well. But it doesn't prevent us from taking a look at it. The other issue is, Speaker, I'd like to point out, I note now that the inventor of the Tesla is actually working on a tubular way to transport people, and I understand that this summer they're going to be doing some tubular testing where they're looking at being able to transport people in tubes. Maybe in the future that might be cheaper, but at the present time, clearly we actually need a system that's actually going to work and help the city. This matter is going to come back to us, obviously, in June. Every time these matters are in front of us, we get a whole series of motions that tells us how we can do it more efficiently, better and better and better. What I actually don't see is the corresponding dollar sums or resources that are applicable to the motions that are suggesting that we can do things better, we can build more subway lines, we can build more RT lines, and so on. Clearly, if resources were not obviously a constraint on us, we could build whatever we want. If you look at what they do in Paris, you look at what they do in London and New York, all the different lines, even Montreal actually has more lines than we actually do, and they have a greater population than we do here in the City of Toronto. So I think it's about time that we get on with it, and clearly we want to bring the partners along with us, because they have resources that can actually help us to build this regional system. But what we are actually talking about here today is developing a Toronto Transit Network plan, and this is phase one. And finally, Speaker, in my last 30 seconds, I want to thank the staff, Mr. Levy, Ms. Keesmaat and her team, and all the amazing staff here for actually bringing to us expert opinion and perspective in order to allow us to be able to make solid decisions, because that has failed us over the years. And I'm so happy that the team are able to bring that in to us for us to make some solid decisions. So I want to thank the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move the following: that City Council direct the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning to further consult with GO Transit Regional Express Railway on the feasibility of implementing the Caledonia and St. Clair GO Transit Station on the Berry line in view of the ongoing employment growth and economic revitalization in the area due to the St. Clair Avenue study, the exclusive right-of-way, and the 5-year official plan review on the northwest quadrant of St. Clair Avenue West and Caledonia Road, and request the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning to report back to the June 28, 2016 Executive Committee meeting. Madam Speaker, members of Council, is with regards to this motion, the ongoing environmental assessment that's taking place on the Davenport Diamond Overpass, the St. Clair Caledonia station has been shortlisted by the province to the 50 list. So as the motion noted, there are a few aspects in terms of the exclusive right to way when that was implemented by City Council, the St. Clair Avenue study that was implemented by Council as well, and also under the 5-year official plan review that allows a higher intensification and economic revitalization and growth at the west, that's the northwest quadrant of St. Clair and Caledonia. So the area, literally speaking, is booming. There is going to be quite a bit of employment, and that's the right place to have that station there. With regards to the report, I do support the recommendations from city staff. And Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to see that City Council finally is taking concrete steps that will embrace local and regional transportation aspects that will offer multiple travel choices to transit users. The proposed enhancements to the GO Transit service, if implemented, will create an all-day service with a 15-minute frequency, an all-stop service in both directions, the electrification of the entire smart truck line, the transit service integration that we've been speaking about it, and within the 4 additional stations, one of them that will be on St. Clair, that's within is the boundaries of Ward 11 and 17, and that's on the Kitchener GO line. So all of these are essential connecting points that are very important in terms of connecting the northern parts of the city and the rest of our communities there. In terms of moving forward, I'm glad that all the stakeholders at the moment, we have the city, we have the TTC, Metrolinx, and GO Transit. It's great to see that them working together to integrate the smart truck plan with the regional express rail. It's also important to note that now that we have a tremendous opportunity in terms of this significant investment where the 3 levels of government finally are coming together. And this is after years of underinvestment and neglect on something that has been extremely critical in terms of the infrastructure when it comes to public transit. Now, with regards to the report and the recommendations, in essence, the purpose of the recommendations is to advance the planning and the technical analysis on the key aspects of the smart truck, the Scarborough subway extension, the downtown and line, and the waterfront transit. And I think the funding and the financing in terms of how we're going to move forward is extremely important. And what city staff is saying is, give us the tools, and with that, we'll be able to come back with a report in June. So that's all, Madam Speaker, and hopefully that members of council will support my recommendation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to make a point that this is probably one of the most important and expensive things that we have discussed here and will discuss here in this council chamber, and not to mention one of the most complicated. It is very complicated. When we're looking at ridership, we're looking at another level of government, we're looking at GO, we're trying to get the fare to be united with the TTC, and we can see what happens if you go off and make a little mistake, like the UPX. We've got a good line, and you've had to overprice that to such a point where you don't have a ridership, and even now, with the lower price, not a ridership. So that's a pretty interesting example of it's probably the cheapest way to alert us that we have to be very careful and precise, because we are making decisions not for many of us that are here. We're making decisions for the future. I'm making decisions for my kids and their grandkids, because by the time this all gets built, I won't be sitting in this chair, somebody else will. But the decisions that I've made have to be defensible and important, and we need to have enough time and thoughtfulness to make the right decisions. I will say about the downtown relief line that the last council, and we've dragged this up from the depths as something that's pretty important when we're looking at relief. And of course, it's even more important to get that up to Eglinton, but I don't want to put that on the table right now, because there is no eastern side for relief for the Yonge line. But what was a little concerning to me was the route, which originally was to go to Union Station, and then through a very good consultation, I must say, it's very robust, that it's now on Queen Street, and there's a discussion, should it be on Queen or King? Who wants it on King Street is the financial district, where the jobs are. Who wants it on Queen Street? Somehow this is going to be a cultural node here at City Hall, and so people can get on it along the way coming through Regent Park, Moss Park. I honestly am not sure that the lens on the stations or the lens on the lines has been clear enough that peak times that take the most number of people are peak times because people are going to work. It's how they get to work and back from work. So having lines that meet employment requirements, to me, is job one. It's lens number one on anything that we build. So I was a little surprised to see that even the downtown relief line doesn't say we're going to run by the Lever site. The Lever site where First Gulf has said we want to put in 50,000 jobs. We envision this part of town as being the second downtown. When you're looking at the Portlands redevelopment, the jobs, West Don Lands, there has to be a jobs hub. It's one of the reasons, quite frankly, colleagues, why we fought so hard to maintain an intact employment district in the downtown area. There's only 1.5 of these. Now I know Councillor Thompson has one, Councillor Ford had a large one, Councillor Lee has them, Councillor Ajameri, very large tracts of land that support major employment. We have a little one along Eastern and Lakeshore, and we have a little half one that's left at Liberty Village because Councillor Perks is guarding that. And then we have one in East York at Bermondsey. We have 3 critical nodes where you can place jobs. That's the only job of this land use. Jobs to which we've now added office as a category. And once we've added office as a category, we're saying we have a different idea about jobs in the future. How does that transit get there? So I'm not sure that that route is nailed in stone, and everybody's come along to put where they're going to put, where they want that station on Queen Street. But really, I think the lens has to be the jobs. People that don't live there right now, people that are going to be working there later, we are forecasting here. This is not about today. This is about 10 years from now, 20 years from now. We cannot afford to make a mistake. So that lens, in my belief, has been missing, and I hope it is there on June the 28th, 2016.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really appreciate the opportunity to also contribute my thoughts on this issue. I heard that other countries were coming to Toronto back in the 80s and the 90s to look at our transportation system and then go back to their countries to either duplicate it or build better. It has come to our attention now that we go to other countries to see how their transportation system works in order for us to be able to upgrade ours. Here you've got Beijing that back in the mid-'80s, early '90s had absolutely no subways. They had nothing. And now when you go to Beijing and you look at their map of subways, it looks like an octopus. There's so many subways running around and so many subways that are being built that really puts us to shame when they came over to see ours back 20 years ago.
Yep.
In Etobicoke, we have 340,000 people that live there. We have 4 subway stops. North York, 340. We have anywhere between 10 to 15 subway stops, depends how you look at it. Scarborough, which is 1/3 of the city size, we have, in 1/4 of the population, we have 3 subway stops and 3 LRT stops. Now, if you look at Scarborough, and particularly to my part of the world, and Councillor Kelly's, Councillor Cho's, and Councillor Chin-Lee's, we have close to 250,000 people, half the size of Scarborough, which is 1/6 the city of Toronto. And we're still struggling with buses, and we're still struggling, we're going to do this or do that. Yes, it was mentioned that we should build the Shepherd LRT. That was canceled. We're waiting for Metrolinx to make up their mind what they're going to do. But when you people of Scarborough, north of the 401, look at people in the former city of North York, and they see that the subway comes to Don Mills and it doesn't continue, they sort of ask a lot of hard questions. And we have our differences why it shouldn't continue. We had our differences why it shouldn't be built. It's underutilized. But when you look at the construction that is set to be done north of 401, especially along Shepherd, along Finch, I can mention there's going to be towers that are going to be going up at Finch and Warden. In my part of the world, there's going to be 5 towers, 6, and there's a couple of more proposals. I can talk to you about Kennedy Steels. That things are being looked, and certainly Metrolinx is going to be building a GO train stop there. But at the end of the day, unless we see things right, unless we stop arguing among ourselves in here, and unless we come up with a plan, and I mean the real plan, not at the back of a napkin. We started by saying we're going to build the subway to Scarborough with 3 stops. We had done studies. Staff had gone out. They had invited community leaders to come and speak to them. And now I hear from community leaders, why did you tell me to go? What had I contributed? I went there and I made my 2 cents worth. I wanted to say 3 subway stops, and all of a sudden, at the back of a napkin, we decided, well, it's going to be 1 subway stop. And all of a sudden, we're all corralled in, and we were given this great plan, 1 subway stop, it makes more money, we're going to build an LRT. When the tripartite agreement came to the table, it was the federal government, the provincial government, and this municipal body here, it was about building a subway that would go to McCowan or Scarborough City Centre, and it would have been 3 stops. All of a sudden, we decided to change it, for whatever reason, and for whatever reason, we decided to go there. But we cannot keep changing at the whim of, let's save some money and we'll build an LRT. The more subways we build, the more LRTs we'll build, the more busier our city will be. When you look at China, when you look at New York, when you look at London, the density of those cities, the amount of populations that they have, they cannot substantiate the cars, if you were to put a per capita 1/1 for what we have here, on their roads, and yet they use public transportation. And yet here we got roads and we say we need more bikes. Fine, not a problem, let's put more bike lanes. But at the same time, we don't have the subway system in order to move our people around. We can sit here and talk until we turn blue. We can sit here and say we got this great plan and that great plan, and we're going to have relief lines. When the people of Scarborough, and they pay their taxes, and they hear, we're going to build a relief line that's going to go in the southern part, they look at me and say, hold on, you're going to spend billions of dollars there again, and we're going to have nothing up here. So I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, that my constituents feel that they've been left out, and we need to make sure that whatever plans we bring to this table, every corner of the City of Toronto is accounted for, their taxes are accounted for, and the people are looked after just as the same as the people downtown Toronto as in the suburbs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so that's it for the speakers. The last speaker would be Mayor Tory. Oh, okay, you just popped your name. Okay. Councillor Coe.
Just snuck in there just in time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a very, I'm told, friendly amendment on Councillor Perruzza's motion just to change the date to the first quarter 2017. That's on his connecting Finch to Eglinton or the airport motion, actually, which is a similar one I moved at the TTC Commission. I'll just start by saying that clerks told me it's okay if I just said it instead of...
It has to
Okay.
be an amendment in your name.
Okay. I received different advice from the table. Thank you.
Now you're getting the big
Now there's the head of the table. Okay, so you're moving the amendment, right, Councillor Coe?
Yeah. Whatever Mr. Elvich tells me to do, I'm doing.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that a lot of these are report requests, and we often say, well, there's no cost to them, and let's just do it. I think I would just ask members of council to be judicious with their votes, because as it stands, our planning department and city manager's office at TTC has an extraordinary amount of work to do just to get to June without any of these. So I'm not going to suggest that which ones you do or do not vote for, but this is an immense amount of workload that's added to that. So I would just ask you to read them carefully, be judicious, and recognize there is work and cost to each one of these. I will say that my colleague and good friend, Councillor Perks, has moved a motion that I think requires some extra special attention, in that there are some of these critical questions that have to be asked, that we have to discuss in the broader context of, as he said, lines on maps. We can't have those two conversations separately. I think it's right for us to look at this, and it's a work in progress. I know that Councillor Davis also moved a motion that speaks to looking at fare integration, which is a really critical issue. I would just suggest that the sequencing is a bit off, and we're not ready for it yet. So while I think the intent is correct on that, and it's a critically important issue, I'm not sure that we can. I'll be able to support this yet because of the work that we still have to do to have a productive and a conversation on even footing with Metrolinx. So those will be my comments on the motions. I'd just like to say that I think people have mentioned how massive the amount of information in front of us is, and how much of that is to take in, and that's true. And in part is because this is the closest thing we've ever had to a plan. It is a move away from the piecemeal, line by line, battle over line and move on approach. And so it is an effort on behalf of this council chamber, but also our planning staff and the TTC, to actually have a comprehensive plan, to see how these various lines, and we all have favorite lines on a map, how they actually work together, how they impact existing TTC service. To Councillor Perks' questions, how will they impact the financial well-being of the city, and how we're able to control and provide existing service. So I think this is an encouraging step. There is way more to do, I recognize that. There are questions that still need to be answered, and I think we've all pointed that out with the good questions that we've heard at both executive and at council today, and many of those questions I'm sure will be answered by the June report, but then there will be many. I think we have to accept that the new normal in this city is that we're going to be having these conversations forever. We are blessed in this city that people actually want to move here. We have 100 to 150,000 people who move here every day. That is why we have congestion. I've recently, as a hockey dad, had the pleasure of being in Buffalo, New York, and Detroit and Cleveland. They have no congestion there. Nothing. There is no one on the roads. So this is a problem and a challenge, but a good one to have, and one that is not going to stop with this iteration of the plan. To Councillor Shiner's point, there's the next iteration that has to start happening right away. So this is the new normal. We will always be doing this. We can't stop planning. We can't, in fact, stop building, because a lot of our failures, we did stop building for too many years. Just a quick rant before I finish, and I wish I could do this in my best Councillor Perut's voice, but I can't even attempt that. But we have this it's an expression of evidence-based decision making, and I love it because it's like ice cream or kittens, and no one could be against it. And I just think back to I'll give you an example of evidence-based decision making. So I have the Allen Expressway that cuts through my ward. And at one point in this city, the best evidence told us, let's build expressways across the entire city, cutting through all the neighborhoods. And you know what stopped that plan from happening? Politicians and people actually. So it wasn't just, created off by bureaucrats in the sky, and then we were told, oh, this is what's best for you. It wasn't, we don't have to just rely on columnists and pundits and bloggers and Twitterers. Well, we actually have a role to play. We represent people. It's actually called democracy. And I don't think we should be so ashamed and have so much scorn upon the fact that there is politics in this decision-making. We have limited resources. We have a lot to do. And I think that is something that we have to recognize. This is a good plan moving forward. Let's get it going and get it built.
Thank you. Okay, last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank you. And may I say thank you to the members of Council for what has been a long but I think a very thoughtful debate. I think if you compare it to the sort of tone and the nature which came down, as Councillor Cole is referring to a lot of these kind of everybody pumping for their own line and this and that, these kinds of debates that happened in the past and immensely polarized, I think this has been a better discussion. And I'll be supporting, I'm guided by his review of a number of the motions, and I'll be supporting many of them. But I want to mention in particular that I'll be supporting Councillor Perks' motion. I will be supporting Councillor Matlow's motion. I think that Councillor Perks' motion, which to me frames out a way of doing our due diligence oversight on cost benefit and on governance and the trade-offs that inevitably happen. And I'll come back to the business of trade-offs because there are going to be some. I mean, we cannot embark on a bold transit plan, a real plan that has multiple projects with another chapter to come, pursuant to the comments of Councillor Shiner, without the help of the other governments. And those governments aren't just going to say, sure, we'll write you a check because we think you're nice people. They will address the needs. There's been great improvement in all of that on the part of both of the governments, provincial and federal, in recent times. But there are going to be discussions with them about how all these things are going to have to work. But I think that Councillor Perks is right when he says that we have to be very careful in examining what those different trade-offs or those different options that are open to us are, and that we should try to preserve the things that have allowed us to build a successful transit system. And so we want to be able to have control over, if that's the right word, being able to offer transit within walking distance and fare policies and overnight bus services and so on. But the fact of the matter is that it is not going to be any of those things. It's not going to be overnight bus service or fare policies and so on that are going to allow us to address something that has, for a variety of reasons, as we all know, built up over decades, which is our failure to implement a transit policy and our kind of constant ad hocery that we did, our constant revisiting of decisions, restudying of old things that were decided before, and so forth and so on. I can tell you, for one that'll be involved in some of these discussions, along with a number of you, I have no intention of wanting to give anything away to anybody in terms of whether it's Metrolinx, the province, the federal government, or anybody in between. But I do recognize the fact that I hope, and I'm counting on the fact, they're going to give us billions of dollars over the next numbers of years, and that we're going to have to discuss the terms on which that comes. The objective is, yes, to keep doing the things that Councillor Perks referred to, which have got us to a level of success in terms of ridership and use of public transit, but we all know that's not going to be enough. We have to expand, we have to build out, we have to have a bold plan, as Councillor Cole was saying, that has a number of elements, and sure, that puts a burden on us in terms of the amount of information we have to deal with, but that's our job. And maybe we are making up for lost time, and we shouldn't do it carelessly, which is why I support Councillor Perks' motion and a number of these other motions, but we sure have to do it. And that really is the main point that I wanted to make. I mean, I'm proud, and I feel I'm there on your behalf today. I was there with Councillor Grimes and Councillor DiCiano and with TTC Chair Josh Cole. And as we do the small things that we're doing out of the $100 million plus that we invested in the first year of this administration, these things are making a difference. We were talking to people on the express bus going to Humber College this morning, and they were talking about how much of a difference it was going to make. And the bus going back to Humber after we came to the Kipling station was full of people using it. And it made a difference. I was talking to a teacher this morning who said, well, it only makes a difference of a few minutes in her life, but she was grateful for that. And she, by the way, for the benefit of our friend Mr. Byford, said that she thought the subway was running better too, because she'd been off on mat leave for 9 months, and she just thought she noticed it was running better. But the bottom line is we allowed, this council did, development after development after development after development after development to happen without transit happening concurrently with it. So we dug ourselves into a hole, and we're digging ourselves out of it. And that's hard work, and that's complicated business. It involves courage, it involves being bold, it involves a lot of money, And we haven't answered some of those questions yet. That's yet to come. But the bottom line is, whether you're talking Humber Bay Shores, whether you're talking Liberty Village, whether you're talking Scarborough, which has been inadequately served for years, whether you're talking the waterfront or Young Relief, we've got to act on this. And I will finish because I noticed there were all these gasps when I said I was supporting Councillor Perks' motion. I'm going to finish by quoting Councillor Mihevc. It's just my afternoon. It's just my afternoon. But he got up and made what I thought was a wonderful, commendable speech earlier on, and if I can summarize it in a couple of words, I think you were saying, get on with it. None of this, what we're doing, is going to be perfect. We have to be careful, and that's why I support what Councillor Perks is doing, but we've got to get on with it. The fault people find with us isn't so much we've made mistakes on building transit in the wrong places. There may be a couple of instances. It's that we haven't built transit. We've spent too much time down here redebating and reorganizing and achieving, trying to achieve perfection at the cost of the good. And so I support this plan in its phase 1 and all the work that's going to follow between now and June, because it's going to allow us to get on with a plan. And I think it's going to make a huge difference. Councillor Fletcher's right, for my grandchildren, not so much for me, but that's our job here. And I think that this is going to take us forward, and I urge members of council to vote for this and for some of the motions that Councillor Cole recommended to you earlier. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank
Davis is going to ask you a question. You can say yes.
Okay.
Councillor Davis, you have a question?
Are you going to support my motion?
Come on.
You know, John, it will be a first. It will be a first. You just need to say you support my motion.
Can I ask the clerk if there's any provision for me to take that under consideration for 10 minutes? If it's the one that has to do with the request for an executive committee meeting, the answer is yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, that's one.
Well, Councillor Davis, you have 2 motions.
That's enough.
Okay. No, Councillor Davis, that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Point of order, Councillor Davis.
In light of the mayor's response and the chair of the TTC's and staff concerns about my other motion, and in consultation with the deputy city manager, who confirmed that there would be some public consultation on fares at an appropriate time and coming out of the June 28 report, I will withdraw my recommendation on the fares.
So Councillor Davis is withdrawing 5A. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. All right, now, what about the Councillor Cole's amendment? It's ready? Okay. All right, so what's the order of the motions? In order, numerical? Okay. So we're voting in numerical order, okay? Except for Councillor Coles. Okay, number 1 by Councillor Perks.
Oh, I gotta get this recorded.
Recorded vote.
I want a record of it.
Recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Motion 2B carries 31 to 10.
Okay, motion number 3. All in favor? Recorded. This is motion number 3 by Councillor Holyday.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Fragadakis, please. Thank you.
Motion number 3 carries 39 to 2.
Okay. Motion number 4 by Councillor Matlow. All in favor? Oh. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Palacio, please.
Councillor Shiner.
Motion 4 carries 37 to 4.
Motion 5A was withdrawn. 5B by Councillor Davis. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Motion 6A by Councillor Ainsley. Recorded vote.
Motion 6A carries 38 to 3.
Motion 6B. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Davis, and Councillor Perks, please.
Motion 6B carries 33 to 8.
Motion 7 by Councillor Crisanti. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Carroll. Councillor McMahon, please.
Councillor Holland, Councillor Fragedakis, please.
Councillor Lee, please.
Councillor Fragedakis, thank you.
Councillor Lee, your vote, please. Councillor Lee.
Motion number 7 carries 31 to 10.
Okay, our next one is motion 11, which is Councillor Cole amending motion 8 for Councillor Perruzza. So on the amendment by Councillor Cole, motion number 11. All in favor? Recorded vote. This is amending Councillor Perruzza's motion.
Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Pasternak, please. And Councillor Doucette.
Councillor Crawford, please.
The amendment carries 37 to 4.
Okay, motion number 8 as amended. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Motion number 9 by Councillor Cho. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Motion number 10 by Councillor Palacio. Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Wong Tam.
The motion carries 33 to 8.
Okay, so on the item, Councillor Holliday, you've asked earlier today that you wanted 1A voted separately, correct? Okay. So, we'll do 1A first, and then the rest as amended? Okay. And you want 3B voted on separately as well? Okay, on 1A, did you want a recorded vote, Councillor Holliday? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor DiCiano, Councillor McConnell, thank you.
Councillor Karygiannis, please, and Councillor Ajamari.
Part 1A of the item carries 37 to 4.
Okay, on 3B, vote on it separately. Recorded vote. 3B.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Robinson, thank you.
Councillor Wong Tam, thank you. Councillor Carmichael Greb. Councillor Cho.
Part 3B carries 38 to 3.
Okay, item as amended. Recorded vote. Did you want to record a vote? Okay.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Davis. Councillor Pasternak.
Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Carmichael Greb, please.
The remainder of the item as amended carries 40 to 1.
Okay. All right, now we'll proceed to the second item. The second item on the agenda, which is the mayor's key item on page 7, PW 11.1. Councillor Kelly, did you have a point of order?
Speaker, very quickly, I want to amend the remarks that I made earlier today. The Toronto sign will be lit blue and yellow, on behalf of the Cancer Society tomorrow, not today and tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
And Daffodil Month, to be very precise, is April.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on page 7, PW 11.1, do we have questions to staff? This is the Gardner Expressway. Are there any, well, I don't see any names. Do we just want to move it, the item? Councillor Davis, questions?
I just didn't want you to drop it like the hot potato it is. I wanted to ask about the money. I can't find my notes.
Can we wait a minute?
I think that we have a minute break. Okay?
Sure.
All right. Well, nobody seemed to be paying attention. Everybody was talking.
You're still having a 6:30 break, right?
Yeah. Is it 6 or 6:30?
I've got to eat. Something to look forward to.
Okay, members of council, can we have everyone take their seats so we can start?
Yes, that's right. She might schedule you in or out.
Members of council, please. Can I have everyone please take their... Okay, Councillor Davis has questions. Yes. Okay, Councillor Davis, questions.
Yes, I think it is worthy of some questions. It's billions of dollars, and that's the subject of my question. So I'm really trying to understand the costs. So if I understand it, tell me if I'm correct. There's $2.259 million already in the budget, Mr. CFO.
Yes, in the 10-year, of the 10-year forecast, that's correct. I got it right there.
In addition, the base hybrid model that we estimated last June, or whenever it was going to add another $524 million. So we are, but that is included in the total estimated $2.6 billion.
Is it in there?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. That's correct, both.
Okay. So, however, this new hybrid is going to add $718 million more onto the base hybrid, additional costs of $524 million.
No, it adds through you $192 million more.
Okay.
$194 million more.
So the total incremental cost for the new hybrid is $718.
That's correct.
So that brings the total cost to 2.6, no,
About 2.8 billion.
2.8 billion. Okay.
Well, 2.794.
2.794, but we only have 2.259 budgeted.
No, no, no. The $2.6 billion cost, there's some that are beyond the 10 years because it's, we've got, after, the way we've structured the payments is 85% at completion, and then we make the next 15% over the concession period of 30 years. So that's how you get to the 2.6 billion. So it's up.
So how are we going to deal with the additional
Again,
1.84 billion?
through you again, let's just say if the total project now ends up coming at 2.8 billion, then we would make 85% of that during the construction period, and then the further 15% goes
So how
as
much
part
gets added to our 10-year capital budget?
It would be 85% of the 200 million, say, or 194 million.
So how much is that?
I don't I don't do mental math, just standing up. What is that? 170.
170 million more we have to put into the 10-year capital plan.
Yes.
Okay. And how much more is this than the remove option?
So the remove option, Madam Speaker, was in capital 326, and in capital for hybrid 3, 569 in 2013 dollars.
$569 million.
So it's roughly $243 million in 2013, not inflated to your construction, in
I want to
capital costs.
compare the remove to this final version we're going to land on that we're estimating. What is the difference?
So the remove total was 326. The hybrid 3 that we're recommending is 569 in 2013 dollars, which is a difference of $243 million in 2013 uninflated dollars.
That's about 40% more?
Roughly.
Right, over 40% more.
At least.
Okay. And that takes into, does that take into consideration the additional development revenue possibilities? It's net. These are all net?
No, these are
Okay.
the gross numbers.
Construction numbers. Okay. So we are now going to have to do a whole bunch of design work and move this all forward through the next step of the process. And still the Gardner Rehabilitation Project is waiting to have this all integrated. Are we going to be able to integrate it in a way that doesn't require us to do interim repairs on the Gardner, or are we going to have to do interim repairs on the Gardner?
So, Madam Speaker, yes, we're continuing to do, on an ongoing basis, interim repairs.
And how much?
We had expected to do that in any case. I think it's $14 million that we've allocated for next year's budget. So that's an ongoing cost of maintaining that structure.
So there are no additional costs
Councillor Davis, that
of
was your last
maintaining the
question.
existing structure in order to move forward with the hybrid?
Councillor Davis, that was your last question.
Councillor, as I think I've indicated on many occasions, this structure is coming to the end of its useful life. So we budgeted next year $14 million. It's likely that those costs are going to escalate as time goes on, and we see any structural defects, any laminations or anything that might occur based on its age.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell.
Sorry. Yes. I think to the Deputy City Manager, there are a few questions that I have with regards to the Hybrid 3, which I acknowledge is more expensive than the Hybrid 1. But there are also the Hybrid 3. Sorry? Sorry?
Ask your question.
Well, I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
Please, members of council.
Yeah. Can I have a little more time? Anyway, it's fine. As part of this, the Hybrid 3 also has an unlocking of the lands. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I think that that's also a real plus for 3/1.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that's true. The Hybrid 3 is the most northerly of the alignments. It frees up the most land for additional development. 7.5 acres are freed up, valued at approximately $72 to $83 million. In addition, I think the more important thing is the freedom it gives to the Keating Channel planning exercise, and
Yes.
it moves the structure significantly away from the Keating Channel itself.
Right. So the issues that, notwithstanding my particular issue, which is, frankly, you should just take the damn thing down, but having said that and lost that by only 2 votes, but lost it, we're now talking about 3 different options for hybrids. And as I understand it, this one is the one that is the beautification as well as unlocking lands that we can use. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Speaker.
All right. It's a bit of a sow's ear, but anyway. Could I ask you, in terms of underneath the lake shore and the work that will be done in the western section, would it be your intention as part of this process and this plan to do a similar treatment so that the ground also is revitalized and beautified for sort of that neighborhood of the waterfront?
Madam Speaker, I can't say strongly enough how much I support doing work underneath the existing structure to the west of Cherry Street and beautifying the portion to the east as well. The landscaping plan was the principal reason why we felt it was sensible to recommend Hybrid 3, and it would be part of our ongoing work to look at safety issues as well as beautification as an objective here.
And finally, there has been a lot of concern, and others will probably talk to it, my colleagues, around the safety of the neighborhoods when the cars come down off, and in particular, in light of the fact that those are not being resolved prior to the new design. And so the neighborhoods are not, in a sense, being their safety is not being prioritized in the transportation, either on one side of the river or the other. Can you comment on that, please?
Well, Madam Speaker, in the report we dealt with the importance of resolving safety concerns in the stretch, and we believe that Hybrid 3 and the strategic rehab of the Gardiner will provide opportunities to improve what are some very serious safety problems.
Right.
And incorporate it with the beautification. So you'll see in the report a specific comment on Jarvis Street, for example.
Yes.
And the problems, that's probably the most serious, but there's serious problems in others as well. And we will address those safety concerns.
But I'm assuming that that the transportation safety concerns, humps and speeds and stop signs and all of those sorts of things are not in this budget, but absolutely would be prioritized in the transportation budget so that we get those things in place so that when cars come down, they're not infiltrating the neighborhoods that are surrounding it.
Madam Speaker, I would say that I would go even further than what you're suggesting. I think because of the lack of a decision on this, I think there has been some reticence to make improvements. Now that we know what the decision is, now that we know what the structural issues are going to be with the rebuild of the Gardiner and the new hybrid structure, we can now move forward with things that are long overdue in improvement.
Yes, all right. So we could expect those long overdue things to materialize fairly quickly.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Fragedakis.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Excuse me. So on page 11 of the report, it says that these cost estimates have not taken into consideration conflicts and constraints with respect to environmental and utility issues. Staff are in the process of obtaining more refined cost estimates, Class C, which may identify additional requirements. And then on page 3, it mentions from an environmental perspective, Hybrid 3 would have the least physical and visual impact on the planned revitalization of the Don River. Implementation of this design would have the least impact on future sediment management activities, as well as the least amount of physical infrastructure, including structural piers to be located within the river itself, with details to be confirmed at the detailed design stage. So I'm just wondering, does that mean that the uncalculated costs might be lower for Hybrid 3?
So, Madam Speaker, what that is a signal that as we cross the Don River with the new structure, we're going to be mindful of the sediment control basin that's been approved in the EA for the Lower Don naturalization. And we know that we're going to be into soils and more testing around that, so it's a signal that we're going to be looking at that. Hybrid 3 offers some advantages, we believe, in that regard, and it has the best environmental footprint of all the options. And then certainly the utilities and the actual locates will tell us more or less whether there's more or less costs. It's just a signal that there's, as you go more detailed design and more detailed investigations, you're going to find some variation in those costs. And that's why we say plus or minus 20% for all the figures.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you, Speaker. Wanted to just go over, this at EA, what year was that started in again?
It was started in 2008.
2008, and then it was put to sleep for a little while. From when to when?
Roughly, I'm going to say 2010 to 2012.
2010 to 2012 after the 2010 election. Then it was brought back by council, and then in 2014, am I right that it was referred to off in order to have a look at a hybrid?
That's a quick summary of that decision, yes, Madam Speaker.
And that remove has been a number of times. Remove was always kind of front and center, but we also looked at these notions of a hybrid, which would maintain the elevated connection, but also remove the expressway.
So, Madam Speaker, in the 2014 report, we recommended remove, and that recommendation at committee got referred back to committee for us to look at hybrid as another additional option.
So is this hybrid that we referred, is that hybrid 1, or is that ground zero hybrid, and now this is now the 4th hybrid?
Well, the hybrid that was referred in 2014 was the proposal that had come forward from some of the submissions.
So this is number 4.
And this is arguably number 4.
Arguably it's number 4. So we're trying to land on something that will work, and we all agree, you'd agree that it was a narrow victory for this hybrid, to maintain a hybrid. I've had a concern raised that by my staff when they found that certain things that were in the budget to be done in this year, 2016, transportation-wise, have been pushed off into 2017. And I am worried that the public thinks that we're spending, just remind me again, the difference between remove and this hybrid.
So the difference between remove in capital costs in 2013 dollars is estimated at $326 million.
Yes.
This hybrid 3 in 2013 uninflated dollars is 569. So there's a difference of $243 million, 2013 dollars.
And then if we add the maintenance costs on there.
So the life cycle costs over 100 years.
Yes.
Let me just find it if I can get my quickly answer here. So the remove maintenance operations was 135 additional 2013 dollars over the 100 years, and today's hybrid 3 over 200 years is 484.
So I now have a difference of just capital dollars of about 250 million, but of the 100 years of close to 600 million. That's my math. If it's wrong, you can
so
let
it's
me know.
135 to 484, which is basically a $350 million additional.
Oh, I see. But I'm adding it to the 569. So when I do my totals, I've got 461 and $1 billion.
Yeah, so if you do the totals of the remove at 461.
Yeah, it's $1 billion.
And the hybrid 3, $1 billion and 53.
Right. So does it surprise you that number of us are upset that the small, and this is to maintain people driving at a fast pace from the Don Valley onto the Gardner or vice versa?
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, hold on. I'm going to put your time on hold. There's far too much noise. Yeah, there's way too much noise. Members of council, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Davis, please.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, point of order. Deputy Mayor.
Yes,
Minnan-Wong.
is it not correct that we've already decided on a hybrid model? That was a previous decision of council, and whether we decide on tearing it down and comparing costs is really quite irrelevant because this council has already decided on a hybrid model. It's just a question of which one we choose.
Yes.
I think I have the right to ask those numbers, Speaker.
And everything else is out of order.
Or are you calling that out of order, Speaker?
Just
No, I'm waiting to hear the ruling.
Well, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
So it's not out of
Yeah.
order?
Go ahead.
Are you ruling? I'd like
No,
a
no,
ruling.
go ahead, go.
I'd like a ruling.
Yes, you can continue
It's
asking
in
your
order.
question, yes.
Thank you.
Any
So-
motions would be out of order. Okay.
So there we go, that's the difference, a very large difference. And we are looking at, the reason why we're maintaining that link is so people can maintain a speed and not have to go to ground. Does it surprise you that a number of us are concerned about the fact that we don't appear to be able to afford traffic calming in any robust way in our neighborhoods, and things have been moved from 2016 to 2017, and yet we're being encouraged to spend these types of dollars?
So, Madam Speaker, in no way do I think those two issues have been linked in our budget preparation for the
sure they're not, yes.
2016 budget. So I can only be respectful of your opinion on it. I can't.
Well, you think the public might link that?
Okay, Councillor Fletcher,
Sorry,
that
that
was your
was a
last.
rhetorical.
That's your last question. Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do all of these costs include the tear down and haulage away of the existing? They do.
Yes, they do, Madam Speaker.
In terms of the land that is now open for redevelopment, which is a very good thing, is it contaminated land?
Yes, Madam Speaker, many of the lands down in the Portlands area are contaminated, and you have to do specific soil testing to determine the level of contamination. It varies quite widely, parcel to parcel.
So these valuations of land under Hybrid 1, Hybrid 2, and Hybrid 3, which, you know, there's a considerable variance, although I don't see why Hybrid 2 and Hybrid 3 are fairly close. Those would be estimates of cleaned up land, would they?
No, Madam Speaker, no. These are values of land as they would trade down there. The people would have to assume that certain levels of risk would be buried in the contract, but this is what we're seeing basically on traded pieces of land and understanding that there's going to be some cleanup costs are going to be the risk of the purchaser.
So we don't assume that, so we sell the land on an as-is basis? In other words, we don't clean the land and then sell it, we sell it to them, to the owners, to the new owners on an as-is basis?
I would say this, that most of the development that we would, through probably Build Toronto, and/or with a JV with a company that might develop the lands, most of the land would be hauled away. So most of it is going to be required for underground parking, et cetera. So it is not quite as much of a remediation issue as you might think.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. That's it, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Mihevik.
Yes, thank you. My question is, over the last, even since we've debated this last time, there's been a lot of work, a lot of futurists talking about automobile transportation and that. I'm just wondering, and I don't want to fall outside the scope of what the report actually is about, but do we need to rethink some strategies, even around design, related to some of the futurists and their views on how private automobile mobility will be happening over the next. Some people are saying it's going to happen, the revolution's happening even within the next 5 to 10 years, before we even get the shovel in the ground. Should we be putting in place some kind of caveat that allows us to interject at a later point if the changed reality that people are predicting changes faster than we think?
So, Madam Speaker, I would say this. Currently, you know that there's Google cars on the road between San Jose and San Francisco, and we do know that that is coming. They're using the existing pavement and markers that are on the existing system, and we know that there's likely going to be some upgrades required for better navigation of those systems. The current structure was built in 1959, 1964, and didn't have any of the current modern safety using the conventional. So as we go forward in design, we'll pay attention to the possibility of giving additional information to the sensors that might be required. The possibility of having more people actually use the the surface, because they're better aligned in peak periods, is a benefit of all these things, as it would be even if it was at Lakeshore at grade.
So some futurists that I've read said that
Councillor Mihevig, can we just stick to what we have before us, please?
it is before us because it impacts, frankly, it impacts design, are saying that even intersections will be monumentally more efficient with Google cars, called Google cars.
So, Madam Speaker, yes, that I think that will be the case. We can confidently say that there's going to be capacity improvements through the autonomous vehicles. What I'm trying to say is we've got a growing region, growing traffic. We want to be competitive economically, and so that capacity will be put to good use.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. To speak, Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to say I'm actually a bit frustrated today because I think we're going back to a debate that, frankly, my community had to suck up. And that is the bad decision that my community feels of leaving the Gardiner up, because it really affected my community. But my community is a pretty resilient and smart and sophisticated community. And so right after that vote, what did they do? They went down as stakeholders and they decided on a better hybrid. The former chief planner, Paul Bedford, who was really opposed to this, and David Crombie, they went down and tried to find the better one of the hybrids. So today we're not talking about whether or not we're going to take down the Gardiner, or whether or not we should vote against the hybrid 3 because somehow we'll get a Gardiner that is down. What we're talking about today is whether or not we go to a hybrid that is less impactful on the neighborhood that I represent and on a neighborhood that is growing, which is the waterfront and the Portlands. And if for any reason we don't get that hybrid 3, then we will destroy and go back to all of the pieces and will not have fixed one thing that the original hybrid did to us. It shoved lands out, we lost affordable housing, we did all of those things. And in order to manage that, we looked at a new option, option 3. Is it more expensive? Of course. Is it more expensive to keep it up than to take it down? Of course. We lost that one by 2 votes. 2 votes. And it still stings, and it still stings in my community. But my community, neighborhood associations rolled up their sleeves and went into these discussions and helped design hybrid 3. And so I would like people, even people who still believe, as I do, that this is the best of a worst option, that we think of it that way. It is the best of the worst option. And what I have said to my grandchildren over and over again is, Jackson, promise Nana you will take down the Gardiner. I believe that we have lost this for another generation, and I'm very, very sad about that. Probably more sad than most of you, because it has continued to intersect and destroy my community. But what I would say to you is you mitigate some of that damage, not all of that damage, but some of that damage by going for 3 instead of 1. Now, what is the outcome if, in fact, we end up defeating option 3? The outcome is that option 1 will be built, and it will be built with no further discussion at this council table. So I think we need to be really honest about what we're deciding today, because we are not standing up against the silly discussion about a hybrid. What we are discussing is which one of the 2 hybrids least impacts our waterfront, my neighborhoods, and this city. That's what we're deciding today. And I would ask people to really think their conscience as to whether or not you are going to have my community go into this discussion, roll up their sleeves in all honesty, and then come out with a worse option because we were all couldn't face it. So I've got to choke it down, and I would ask a few others who supported the takedown and were, in my view, correct in supporting the takedown, to suck it up and to feel it through, and to remember that this is a vote for either Hybrid 1, Hybrid 2, or Hybrid 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell, for your comments. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to support the staff recommendation, and I think it's instructive for councillors to know that when the hybrid option was originally presented to us, this was an undoable option. And I recall in that first debate, some people were in favor of the complete teardown, some people were in favor of the so-called hybrid that really just took the ramps down past the Logan ramps, which wasn't really a hybrid. It was just tearing down part of the Gardner east. And I remember being one of the very few councillors that was undecided because I didn't like any of the options. And so I made my views known to the mayor, and to his credit, at that debate, which I believe was 24-21, he came forward with an option, sending this back to staff to come up with a hybrid that took the route farther to the north. So unlike Councillor McConnell, I think that this is a very good solution for all concerned. I remember discussing this with Councillor Fletcher, the idea of a more northerly route for the eastern part of the Gardner Expressway, and she said, and I don't mean to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that she said, well, if I'd known that that was the option, I would have supported it, because the whole intent is to free up the lands for development, to free up lands that have heretofore been sort of constrained by this big monstrosity. Now what we're doing is we're moving the monstrosity. The lakefront lands can be developed, and we continue the ring road, which was so important to many of us who wanted to see the transportation was not inhibited. The transportation to and out of the city was not inhibited by going with just the boulevard route. So I would like to commend staff for coming back and being very patient and presenting us with the solution. And in closing, I would like to say that it is instructive to us that sometimes when staff says it can't be done, it can be done.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I do have a motion,
address,
Speaker.
brother.
I just don't know if it's prepared or not yet.
Is Councillor Fletcher's motion prepared? Yes,
there
it's
it
on-
is. Request the General
it's on the
Manager.
screen.
My motion. Request the General Manager of Transportation Services report to Toronto East York Community Council on traffic management plans to mitigate issues related to construction on the Gardner Expressway. Essentially, should say related to the takedown and rebuilding of the Gardner Expressway. That's assuming that this hybrid changes. Before I discuss the motion, I want to say that I think the numbers speak for themselves. And in reality, our communities in our neighborhoods wanted to have the Gardner removed. It was cheaper, and they believed it would be better for the waterfront. This council said that, and I forget what you just used there, Councillor Campbell, that we wanted to make sure people could drive where they needed to. I'll paraphrase that. And that we needed to maintain a hybrid by a very, very small number, breaking the hearts of many people that have worked for years and years on the waterfront. So if we're going to choose a hybrid, if we're not going to go for the goal, the wishes of these surrounding neighborhoods, these surrounding wards, the old city that bears this large structure, then hybrid 3 is definitely the one we have to pick, because it is the one that does free up enough land, that does have the public realm, that does continue this new part of the highway with the previous part that had been taken down. And that part was taken down many years ago based on the fact that the life cycle costs were greater than the reduction costs. I think we've had that conversation before. But I think that horse, that's out of the barn, it's locked. And what we need to do is make the best decision for the future of the waterfront. We're not going to make the decision. We decided we're not taking it down. So the best decision for the future of the waterfront, and those people that have worked for years on waterfront redevelopment, their community that has worked for years on waterfront redevelopment, have said to us, please support hybrid number 3. It comes the closest to our dream. It's not our dream, but it's not our nightmare, which is keeping it up or having it still loom over the Keating Channel in the waterfront. So please, today we seem to be closing quite a few things. The mayor has given us great leadership, looking at transit, all the different threads that are being pulled together. This was started in 2008. It's 2016. It got put on the shelf. It got hidden. It got buried for a number of years. It had to get dragged out. It got referred. This is really the end of quite a process on this highway. And let's make the best of the situation that isn't what all of us wanted, which is a better road at grade and something that gives us access to the waterfront and a chance to rebuild. Now, just quickly with that motion, I want to say 2 things. One, in the takedown of the original Gardner, nobody thought that Carlaw would become a main entry onto the lakeshore. It's just a little road with people living on it. It is crammed with cars. On the Leslie Barnes, nobody thought that Carlaw and other streets would be affected by that construction. And so I have learned that a very comprehensive traffic mitigation plan is very important from the get-go to understand what's going to happen when that traffic is not down on that Gardner. And that's what I'm requesting of council. I'm also saying that my disappointment is in this extra $600 million over 100 years, albeit, or $250 million over immediate dollars, that there seems to be, and I don't know, it probably isn't intentional, but what's happened is that transportation projects in my ward that were to be put in and speed humps, which slow people down, were moved to 2017. There's no money for it. And other councillors are nodding. No money for that, but money to make people go as fast as they want, we appear to be willing to spend that. It's about priorities. I'm asking that we are very careful in looking at what our priorities are. If you'd like to move traffic fast with Hybrid 3, that's what you're going to get. But please, don't punish all of our neighborhoods that want traffic moving very slowly through them for the protection of their children and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Mendenwall.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is actually one of the times when I reflect on a councillor that's not here today, because he'd have something to say about this debate. And one of the things that I would like to say that hasn't been said is what we are doing here today is protecting the Gardner Expressway. And and no one's talked about that. We're protecting an important road that moves traffic around this city. And congestion is horrible, and traffic gridlock is horrible, and tearing down the Gardner was the worst thing to do. Creating that 8-lane road with all that traffic and all that gridlock, and asking families to spend hours and hours more in gridlock when they're coming home or going to work. This solves that problem. And so we're finally bringing this to a conclusion. Hopefully we can finally start designing this and finally start building it. I can tell you from my point of view, I would have been happy with the original hybrid option. But there are certain councillors who would like to make some modifications that, quite frankly, what I would agree with them is, yes, those modifications are very, very expensive. I would rather not do it, but to have peace in the kingdom, to get something that the majority of councillors are happy with, I'm prepared to accept that. But this is a good day because we are saving an important piece of city infrastructure, and we're keeping the city moving.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start off by recognizing the hard work of Deputy Mayor McConnell and her local community. I know this has not been easy. I think, and I don't often do this, but I will quote our other Deputy Mayor, that I agree with Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. This is about protecting the Gardiner Expressway, and that's exactly why this is the wrong decision. The Gardiner Expressway and the debate we had was about a vision and what type of vision we had for our city. It's not just about a vision, it's a symbol of the type of city we want to build. Do we want to build a city for the future or maintain a city that is stuck in the past? The hybrid option, the third hybrid option, well, it maintains a city of the past. It's a decision that in my mind lacks courage and lacks foresight. We are a growing city. 1 million more people will move into the City of Toronto in the next 25 years. 5 million more people will move into the Greater Toronto Horseshoe region in the next 25 years. Our roads are already at capacity. You can't build any new ones. You can't widen the ones you've got. And moving people in and out of the core of the city is the only way to build a strong economy for our city. 1/3 of all jobs in the City of Toronto are downtown. 1/4 of the city's tax base is generated downtown. 51% of the city's GDP is generated downtown. That's a good thing. That's what major metropolises look like. But if you can't move people in and out quickly, well, it's a losing economic proposition. Maintaining expressways is a losing economic position. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong is exactly right. This is about protecting the Gardiner Expressway, and that is why this is wrong. The Hybrid 3 option, the local community and Deputy Mayor McConnell have taken huge efforts to make the best of a bad situation. And I want to commend them. I recognize that. But the attempt to make a terrible decision less terrible is still terrible. It can't be done. The Hybrid 3 option still, when compared to the Boulevard remove option, it's still worse for waterfront revitalization. It's still bad in the long term for traffic and congestion. It's still bad for the public realm when compared to the remove. And it costs $1 billion. $1 billion to maintain a 2.4-kilometer stretch of the least used portion of the Gardiner Expressway. We just went through a budget process talking about pencils, talking about conference fees, talking about minimal little pennies, looking for pennies as we debate a $1 billion decision here, and a decision, I'd point out, that costs $196 million more than the one we voted on a few months ago. So I will close by saying I know we're debating 3 different hybrid options. I understand that's the term of this debate, but I will not, cannot, and will never support the maintain option of this stretch. The decision, 100-year decision, should be based on the future needs of our city, not yesterday's. It's a bad decision. I'm afraid I can't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
I have to say this is a very, very difficult decision before us and before me, and I listened to my colleagues' speeches and their description of picking the worst or the best of the worst choices before them, and I understand why they're going to be supporting the recommendations that are before us. Hybrid 3 is definitely the best of the 3 options. There's no doubt about that. It's very clear. It has, from an environmental development possibility, access to the Keating Channel, urban design perspective, it is the best option. And I want to acknowledge the contributions that the waterfront community has made to pushing, and I want to acknowledge both Councillor McConnell and Councillor Fletcher for pushing, and I would say Councillor Campbell too, who said we need to look at a further northerly alignment on that hybrid. And I give him credit because I went and asked our consultant and staff at the time, is that alignment possible? And heard no, that wasn't possible. So clearly, there have been some changes made. We're going to have a very tight turn at a very slow speed to accommodate that continuity on the Gardiner. But I differ with my colleague, Councillor Min Wong. And I find it very surprising that the fiscal conservatives around this table are quite prepared to spend almost $3 billion on this hybrid. The last time I spoke on what does $1 billion buy you, it was astounding because I spent a Sunday afternoon going through our city budget to find out what $1 billion could buy us. We could get childcare centres, 2 childcare centres and libraries in every ward. We could get community centres in every ward. But we've decided that this is a priority. And if you go back and look at who and why we're doing it, it is to provide 3,000 drivers at a peak period to be able to get downtown 3 minutes sooner. And there are those who even suggest that the 3-minute delay is not even there either. So I just don't believe this is this is the priority that I want to push a green button on to say I support. Because at the end of the day, I suspect that the cost will be even higher. I suspect that we will come upon other contingencies that will have to be dealt with, and even at, I think the contingency in here is 50%, which is astounding to me, that we will find the costs even greater. So I do with regret, I do with regret say that I will be voting in opposition to the recommendations that are before us.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Here we go.
Madam Speaker, what made me push the button that added my name to the speakers list were the comments from one of my colleagues, and really is not the only one. On both sides of this issue, we have people really trying to return to the debate we had the last time what to do with the Gardiner was before us. But what I cannot abide is continuing to misinform. It's incredibly irresponsible to misinform. We made a decision, and one that to this day I'm not crazy about. My community knows that. My community, after 2 well-attended town halls, asked me to support the boulevard option. That's a fact. They asked me to do that. They asked, how can I get in touch with the mayor? They were fine with the boulevard option despite the fact that they live at the nexus of the 401 and the 404. They live on the Don Valley Parkway. They said, where my problem is not down there in the Gardiner. Where my problem is at the nexus of the 401 and the 404. That's where I'm wasting 20 minutes I shouldn't be. That's where perhaps you should spend $1 billion. But be that as it may, we made a decision. And so councillors have, at that point, as we revisit the item to continue the planning, to refine what has been council's decision, there are 2 ways to go. It's not unusual for councillors to say, I'm in the minority, obviously, but on principle, I will continue to vote against the decision council made. And you can stand on that principle. But if the new proposal comes forward, if the refinement comes forward, how I decide how I'm going to vote on the next step really is colored by how we got to that refinement. I often take the I'm standing on principle, so your item will be fine, but don't count on my vote, until I learned that the refinement was not made upstairs in the ivory tower without any more involvement from community. Council's made our decision, now run along residents. That's not how this refinement got here. It actually did include another step of refinement and design and consultation with the community most impacted, those around it. That changes my usual MO. That radically changes my MO, and now I have to support the local councillor because she brought her community to the table to make the hybrid 3 refinements that are before you. I have to honor that. But it's awfully hard to stomach when, in order to do so, I'm now supporting councillors making speeches that continue to misinform people about the east section of the Gardiner. It is not the reason there is gridlock in this city. There is gridlock in this city, heaven knows. The Board of Trade has been telling us for eons about the $10 billion of lost productivity. But that lost productivity is not happening on this tiny little section of the Gardiner. So while I'm along for the ride now, and I'm going with wherever you're going, I'm prepared to support the local councillor, I'm going to get on my feet whenever we lie about why we're doing it. You're not doing it because people are at a standstill in this stretch of the road, because they're not. So if we're going to continue to make those speeches that rub our noses in the fact that we're going down this road, you're going to continue to have these long waste of time debates where people thump their chests in this room. And I think we're all sick of that. So let's not rub each other's noses in it, but we do have work to do, and we do have to honor the further input from the community, and we do have to get on with mitigating the extra expense by not layering more and more on it, by being difficult in this room. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As someone who supported removal, wholeheartedly supported removal, even had my David Letterman top 10 reasons to remove the Gardiner, I would love to be able to take it down. But reality check, that ship has sailed. That sailed months ago. The hybrid option won. And that's where we are. And you have had endless work done by the local councillor, Councillor McConnell. Kudos to her. To Waterfront Toronto. Code Blue. Our former chief planner and visionary, Paul Bedford. Many other groups, many other local councillors who are on the waterfront. Councillor Fletcher. You've had endless and tireless work for them and community consultations, and they poured their heart and souls into trying to attain the best possible hybrid. And that's where we're at today. Hybrid 1, Hybrid 2, Hybrid 3. Here we are, Hybrid 3. We are not at removal, tear down, or keep up. That ship has sailed. That is long gone. So I'm really dismayed and shocked that some councillors are digging their heels in, thumbing their noses, and just saying, no, go back to remove. That's not the option here. So let's work together, support the local council, support all the hard work of so many Torontonians, so many visionaries, and work on the best possible hybrid option we have. Hybrid 3.
Thank you. Councillor Bailao?
Madam Speaker, I think I'm going to be very short because Councillor Carroll and Councillor McMahon actually said most of the things that I had to say. I also voted for the Boulevard, and I continue to support that option. I think that it was the best option, and it fulfilled the city-building principles and what we were trying to achieve here. But like Councillor McMahon said, that is not in front of us, and we have to be honest with our constituents. It is not an option that is here today. And we have to have the courage, and some of my colleagues spoke about courage, we have to have the courage of dealing with what is in front of us. And that's what we hear today. And the ones that are saying, well, given the three options, what is the one that is the best for our city? In terms of development, in terms of the environment, in terms of urban design, what is the best option? Yes, it's going to cost more money, but in terms of city building, given the three options, what is the best option? That is the decision that we're being asked to be here today. So when you talk about courage, I think courage is making a decision to make this the best possible project. Some of us will be criticized. Yes, it's a lot of money. But the option that I wanted, that I thought that fulfilled those goals, and it was the cheap option, is not in front of us. Council voted. This body that is elected, democratically elected by the residents of Toronto, made the decision. And we have to build this project. And what is in front of us right now, and like other councillors said, with a lot of work from our staff and from other councillors in here, what is in front of us right now, it's three options. So let's have the courage to make a decision on what is in front of us and have the best project for the City of Toronto.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. The proposal in front of us proposes that this will be a 100-year piece of infrastructure. If Toronto and other world municipalities are still driving automobiles at the rate they're driving them to make infrastructure like this necessary 100 years from now, this city and most in the world will be uninhabitable. That's honest. That's courageous. This is plain wrong, and I will never vote to waste this kind of money on unnecessary infrastructure like this.
Councillor Matlow.
I've actually always seen the Gardiner as sort of a tale of two expressways. The western leg of the expressway. The western leg of the expressway is actually really busy, really well used, sometimes frustratingly so. There's many days where commuters find themselves stuck in gridlock on that stretch of the expressway. And actually, you know, as opposed to sort of the debate over, like, do we hate expressways or not, I personally love that stretch. I've got to admit this. Like, every time that I come in I go down to Niagara once in a while, and I drive into Toronto from Niagara, and I come onto the Gardiner at night, and you see this sort of, I've written about this before, this sort of Gotham-like skyline and the life around you and the lights and the big city, and I almost imagine what somebody visiting Toronto for the first time would experience when they come in, and the fact that it's elevated actually creates this kind of really neat image for everyone coming in. Anyway, I find it really exciting. You see the big buildings, the Sky Dome, etc. That being said, I'm not convinced that the eastern stretch is going to be that kind of placemaking exercise as some have boasted. At least not for many years until the area is developed around it. I do think it's a waste of money to do what we're doing, to be candid. The amount of money that we could have saved probably could have built the waterfront LRT and served a lot more people. I also, there was an argument made against the boulevard option that because of those traffic signals that people would have to slow down. And now with the new hybrid option, people are still going to have to slow down because of the turn radius. So it's not like, both of them would have been contiguous between the DVP and the Gardiner, and now both of them would have been slowing down automobiles. So, it's kind of neither here nor there. I think we're just spending more money on this. That being said, though, I agree with some of my colleagues' comments that I would have liked a different outcome a few months ago. We are at a different place now. I just had a conversation with a constituent who was confused, actually, by what she read in the media. She called me to say vote against the Gardiner, simple put. And I did explain that today, pragmatically, we are voting on a number of options. And I'm prepared to vote for what I believe is the best option, to remove it as far away from the water as possible so that we can develop the Portlands as best as possible. That being said, though, how we got here, I disagree with, and I wish that we had done things differently. But I also must say that, placemaking has a big part in this. And anyone who's pretending that this is like the best urban placemaking exercise we've ever done, I've heard that in the media recently. I find that absurd. I find that hard to digest. Let's just be honest. And I also agree with Councillor Carroll that the rhetoric that I heard about, if we hadn't done this, that somehow it would end up being like like the Allen leading up to Eglinton, like no evidence ever suggested that would happen either. So let's just deal with the facts and, do what I guess we have to do today, sadly.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to point to sort of the terrific irony that's underlying this debate from our budget discussion just this past winter. Before us during that budget discussion, my apologies, before us during that budget discussion was a proposal coming from that was my telephone. I don't have a small mallard under here.
Was that a quack that I heard?
It was a quacking sound.
Quack?
Yes. So back to the irony behind the decision we're making here to needlessly spend $250 million on essentially this maintain option that tries to address some of the concerns. $250 million, right? When compared to the TTC asks for maintenance of buses and subways, which would have shaved 45,000 hours annually of travel time to 1.6 million riders, and that if you were paying attention during that debate, I'm not assuming you are now, but if you were paying attention in that debate, you would have heard from the TTC that in 5 years' time, that $20 million, if we started spending it, we would start to recoup. So that would have been an investment made in saving 45,000 hours of time for 1.6 million TTC riders on a daily basis. That would have been a cost-neutral exercise. But sorry, folks, you guys rejected that proposal when we tried to put it forward. And yet you're rationalizing spending $250 million needlessly to shave a couple minutes off some turning time. Seriously. $20 million invested to speed up 1.5 million transit rides a day you weren't willing to spend. That was going to be cost neutral in a couple years, but $250 million for a couple minutes for a couple thousand people is reasonable? Honestly. Think about that.
Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't support any of the options that were presented to us in the last go-around. I didn't believe that the fix option was the way to go. I didn't believe that the rebuild where the existing highway was the thing to do, and I didn't believe that we were serving the best interests of the city by just simply taking down this portion of the highway. I must confess, I haven't been or haven't driven over this portion of the Gardiner Expressway. In fact, the last time I was on it on my bike, doing the Heart and Stroke ride. It's a sort of 50-kilometer ride. You get to ride this portion of the Gardiner and the DVP up and back, and it's quite nice. It's a really nice ride from that perspective. But I never believed that what we should do is just simply take it down. There's no question that a highway has in part an environmental impact, but I suspect that as we move forward, some of that may change as well. But we also have to move people around. I drive. I have a car. I have a motorcycle. I have a bicycle, and I suspect that on any occasion I've gone through this part of the highway on all three modes. And should we simply lose that? No, I don't. Is it a lot of money? Absolutely, it's a lot of money. But it's a lot of money in a project that's going to have a relatively long life. And I think that to some degree we have chatted up this one quite long enough And I believe that we need to move forward, and we need to do something. And while this may not be, the perfect solution, I think it's a supportable solution. And as such, I supported it at committee, and I'm quite prepared to support it here as well. Thank you.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to start by thanking our staff, our city staff, as well as Waterfront Toronto staff for their extensive and hard work on this file. It's been a long time coming, and I'm very happy to see the Hybrid 3 as the preferred option. In meetings, at council, at committee, I repeatedly pushed for the EA team to shift the expressway north against the rail corridor. It just simply makes sense. And so now we've been able to maintain that critical link between the two highways, as well as maximizing the revitalization potential of the Keating Channel, which is going to be a very exciting new neighborhood for our city. And as well, we have opportunity to look at public realm features like a promenade along the channel, streetscape, and landscape improvements. So as Paul Bedford said at committee, where we had a unanimous vote, he said this will be the gateway to the Portlands. And yes, Hybrid 3 does have a steeper price tag, but again, I will quote Paul Bedford, our former planner, who said this is our best bang for our buck. So I think it's very important we look at this very seriously, that we build the best possible hybrid. There's trade-offs, additional improvements offered by the third alternative that are greater and will be longer lasting. And the local neighborhoods, as we heard from the local councillors, were out in droves. They attended the Public Works Committee and are very happy that this has been shifted to the north. Code Blue, St. Lawrence, Distillery, West Donlands spoke very eloquently at our committee meeting. And they definitely support this and support the public realm that's being proposed to improve the intersections and the access to the water and the cycling connections and the pedestrian connections, which will also increase safety. So the Hybrid 3 really frees up very valuable land, 7.5 acres of continued blocks at the water's edge, and we really need to get traction on this issue. The elevated structure is at the end of its service life, as we all know, and interim repairs will extend life, will be basically 2020. So this construction is scheduled for 2019. We're cutting it very close, very, very close. And I think councillors and residents have lost a lot of sleep over this issue, and basically they're tired of hearing about it. So it's time to move forward. As Councillor Fletcher mentioned, this debate has gone on for literally years, and we have a very viable option before us today that creates real opportunities for innovation and revitalization. So I hope you will support the recommendations from the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, and I encourage you very much to join my fellow councillors to support what's before us and the hard work that's been invested by not just staff but the local communities. And I also just want to mention that I will be supporting Councillor Fletcher's motion that she's put forward. It's the only motion that's in addition to the report. I will be supporting that because that's a great addition to this endeavour. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to deal sort of more with process just for a minute than with the substance of the issue. I think a lot has been said about the substance, and my conscience is clear on this in the sense that if you go back to the beginning, and I respect the fact, as I do on every issue in this chamber, that there are going to be differences of opinion and differences in votes and so on. But in my own case, I ran for election to office across the city and received 400,000 votes, expressly stating that this was my policy. And by the way, at least one other candidate, in fact, I think all of the candidates for mayor that got most of the votes all said that. I don't think there was anybody who said it would be taken down. And so that's not to say that there is an easy or absolutely 100% right answer about this, but my conscience is clear in that I ran said this was the policy that I would adopt. Then we went through having an extensive debate here, of course, and I don't propose to revisit that. There was sort of shades of that in the last few minutes, but that's fine. And we made a decision. And if the decision had gone the other way, I would have accepted that as being the decision. And when the decision went the way that I supported, narrowly, I guess what I was trying to signal, and I just want to highlight today because the thanks don't belong maybe a tiny bit to me, but more to the people that then made it happen. I didn't sort of go away and say, well, we won that one, let's just move ahead with it and do whatever was authorized to be done. I recognized it was a source of division. I recognized the fact that there were people that had opinions that I was listening carefully to as we had that very energetic debate. And I asked from day one, maybe even the same day as the decision, I think I spoke to Deputy Mayor McConnell the same day and said, we can find a way to make this better. And so all I did was, I guess, facilitate that by just saying I wanted that to happen, and the thanks then belonged to everybody else except me after that. And that includes, and I just want to say thank you to Deputy Mayor McConnell, to Councillor Fletcher, to some of the other councillors who've taken part in this, to the city staff, to the people at Waterfront Toronto, and to a lot of other people, whether they be sort of expert people or just people who had thoughts on this, because the just people are the people we represent and who have the keenest interest in all of this, and they helped us to make it much better. And again, I'm going to fall into my pattern that's become very predictable today of now quoting Councillor Fletcher. I've quoted, so far today it's been what? We've endorsed Councillor Perks' motion, we've quoted Councillor Mihevc, and now we're going to quote Councillor Fletcher. When people say things that make sense, I'm going to quote them and support what they said. And she said what I think we have to end up saying about a lot of things we end up doing down here. Because if we're looking for solutions that are going to be perfect for everybody, we're going to be a long time getting anything done. And I think that's been part of the problem here. But I wrote down what she said. It's this particular Hybrid 3 is the closest to our dream, and it's not our nightmare. And why is that the case? Well, because I think, to sort of oversimplify and summarize, it moved this thing, it kept the link, which was important to somebody like me in the context of that divided vote that we had here, because I happen to believe that that is something that if we do it right, will not be as bad a thing as was portrayed. It will move that link as far north from the waterfront as you possibly can in practical terms, and that's important because it's nothing that I believe should be any closer to the waterfront than absolutely necessary if you're going to have it. It moves the link in such a way as to free up much more land to be put to good purposes, and if we do that carefully, that will be a good thing both in terms of that precinct and also a good thing financially for the city. And it makes, and I can tell you something that I'm going to be extremely determined to do as the mayor of the city, working with our officials and with people from outside who are experts in this kind of thing, is to make sure the area around and underneath and anywhere close to this link is going to be excellent. Just as we're going to have with the soon-to-be-named Undergardner Park, thanks to the Matthews family. We are going to have something on the east side as well that is going to be excellent, and that people around the world are going to say, well, maybe they will start it by saying, as Councillor Cressy would predict, well, you shouldn't have that expressway there to begin with, but they'll say, but you sure have done a fine job developing the waterfront to the south and developing something truly spectacular around it and underneath it, so it becomes itself a gateway to the waterfront, an attraction people go to visit for whatever series of reasons. But I just want to thank the people, the staff, the so-called experts, the councillors, and thank them for the fact that I think this can be for us a better way. I don't want to call it new, but it's just a better way to make decisions around here. That we take one of those votes that's close and one of those debates that can be a bit acrimonious and say, fine, we're not going to leave that as the final chapter. We will work, and we've got lots more work yet to do on this to make sure that it's something we can say is the closest to our dream and is not a nightmare. And I think that's not the standard for everything, but sometimes on these tough matters, it's a standard that we should be satisfied and proud of as being better than just taking the first vote and the result of that vote and being satisfied with it. So I urge people obviously to support this, and I think we're moving this file forward and doing what Councillor Fletcher also said, which is getting a file off our desk that's been on it for long before I was here, for years and decades and so on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so we have one motion by Councillor Fletcher. All in favor? We're in the middle of a vote, Councillor Davis. On Councillor Fletcher's motion, record it? Okay. Recorded vote.
Councillor Mihevik and Councillor Palacio, please.
Councillor Rajamari, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Wong Tam, please.
The amendment carries 40-1.
Clause is amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Matlow.
The item is amended carries 36-5.
Okay. Now, we do have a few motions that we need to introduce. We do have the 30 members in the council chamber, so if we can have them introduced at this time. Marilyn? Councillor DiCiano.
I'm not even ready for that.
You're just introducing it, that's all.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. Introducing a motion you see up on the screen. It is a final report for a zoning bylaw amendment application.
Okay.
And its reason for E.
On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. This is just to introduce. The motion would be circulated later. Pardon? Councillor Crawford, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to introduce a motion to add one more additional member to the Civic Theatres Board.
Okay. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor de Bearmaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm moving a motion to do an eco-roof incentive program for the French Catholic School at 2850 Eglinton Avenue East, and it's urgent because they were supposed to sign the contract next week.
On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Okay. Councillor Robinson.
Speaker, so I've got to reopen an item. There was a bit of a technical issue with this development, and it's urgent because it's affecting the opening of the development. So it's important.
Okay, on favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Campbell.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to add this to the agenda. I was going to have this go through the Etobicoke York Community Council, but was advised that this would be the best vehicle for it to be transported. Thank you.
Okay, on favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Is that it? Who? Councillor Campbell, there's another one for you?
Yes. On behalf of Councillor DiGiorgio, to introduce this motion in regard to the liquor license application at Gucci's Bar and Grill.
Okay, on favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, that's it for the introductions. Now, two more. Councillor Cressy, you have two.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two. This is the first of two. Both of them are AGCO liquor license objections. They're urgent because of the timeline and the need to ensure community input.
Okay, on favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, your next one.
And this is the second AGCO objection, which is before you. Urgent for the same reasons as the one I just mentioned. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried.
Okay, quick items, Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, on page 3, EX 13.8, a program for 100 new affordable rental and ownership homes at 36 Tippett Road. I had held it simply to talk about how great the city's done in getting more affordable housing in here through the Affordable Housing Office and through Build Toronto. But I'm more than happy to release it. I think members have had a chance to read it anyways.
Okay.
Thank my fellow members of council for the help on it.
Thank you. Okay, on page 3, EX 13.8, Councillor Shiner's releasing. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, on page 6, GM 10.11, extending authority for preparation of goods and/or service contracts by the Chief Corporate Officer Organization. I can release that, and I just want to note it was terribly, terribly wrong of me to have any doubts of our Chief Corporate Officer and any reports she might put in front of us.
Okay. On page 6, GM 10.11, Councillor Perks is releasing. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Robinson.
Yep. On page 6, PG 10.1, residential infill construction. I just simply want to thank Will Johnson for his excellent work on this report and my residents who basically helped me write the motions that inspired this report. So thank you for that.
Okay, on page 6, PG 10.1, Councillor Robinson is releasing. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. Page number 5, ED 10.8, supporting the next stage for North by Northeast. I can release that item, and Councillor Fletcher does not need to speak on it. Am I right? Good. And thank Councillor Fletcher for her work in this, and staff.
Okay, thank you. On page 5, Councillor Thompson is releasing ED 10.8, recorded vote. We just have a few more minutes, so I want to get this done before we recess.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Ajamari, Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Cressy, Councillor Mihevc,
Councillor Perks, please.
Councillor Cole, Councillor Burnside, please, Councillor Crisanti,
The item carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can release EX 13.11 on page 3.
Okay, page 3, EX 13.11, Councillor Campbell's releasing. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Pardon?
Speaker, I just would appreciate that when an item is being released quickly, that we read the title of it as well as the number.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is on page 3, EX 13.11, George Street Revitalization.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, on page 7, item CC 17.3, advance vote bylaw for the 2016 by-election to fill the vacancy on the Toronto District School Board, Ward 14. I admittedly had an awkward but I think obvious and relevant question that I asked, and it was answered. I believe some others might have had a similar question. I can tell you that it was answered, and nothing more can be done, or more things can't be done than maybe one at once. So I feel like everything is the way it should be, and that we should move on.
Thank you. So on page 7, CC 17.3, advance vote bylaw to the 2016 by-election to fill the vacancy on the Toronto District School Board. Councillor Matlow is releasing. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. Page 6, GM 10.20, 2015 final report on property sales and acquisitions, and staff have been very helpful in letting me know what they're buying and selling. Thank you.
Okay, on page 6, Councillor Fletcher is releasing GM 10.20, 2015 final report on property sales and acquisitions. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 5, Economic Development Committee, meeting number 10, ED 10.10, Economic Dashboard, Annual Summary 2015. I'd like to release.
Okay, on page 5, ED 10.10, Economic Dashboard, Councillor Ainsley is releasing. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. That's it. Okay, for recess for our dinner break, back at 7:15. Said that. Oh, did you have something to say? Oh, you're welcome. I thought you had another item. Okay. Councillor, members of council, we need you to come up to the council chambers. Well, Anthony Perusa just came in, so it's 4? Members of council, please, could you come up to the council chambers?
Okay, so we should stop the bells. You should say Councillor Thompson and Chin and Lees.
Okay, tell them to come in.
We already have a chance.
Okay, Councillor Burnside was downstairs. He came up on the elevator.
Otherwise, we lose jurisdiction.
Okay, members of council, please take your seats. We're going to have to do a roll call. Okay. Okay, we're doing a roll call. Please, members of council, take your seats.
Members of council, this is roll call. Please indicate your presence when I call your name.
Thank you. I think we have a quorum. Councillor Grimes, I told you to run. Yes. This meeting is now resumed. Members, our next timed item is EX 13.1 on the local appeal body. Before we start that item, I would take the release of member holds. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On page 7, Public Works, PW 11.2, New Provincial Waste Management Framework Legislation Bill 151. I just wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to welcome our new GM, Jim McKay, to our floor of council and make him stay all day with us. Huh?
Okay.
And I'll move the item.
Okay, thank you. So on page 7, PW 11.2, New Provincial Waste Management Framework Legislation, Councillor Layton is releasing. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to try and release once again CD on page 5, CD 10.4.
CD 10.4? That wasn't held.
There was, I tried to move an amendment earlier. If the staff could put it on, it's a technical amendment.
Well, hold on. Do you have it held? Oh, okay, so, all right, okay. Sorry, I didn't write it down. So, okay, Councillor Pasternak. So what is your motion?
There it is.
And then Councillor Ajamari, I'll let you speak. Oh. Okay, thank you. So Councillor Pasternak is amending on CD 10.4. It's on the screen.
Yes, a recorded vote, please.
Okay, recorded vote.
I gotta tell you, I don't even know what this is.
Microphone, James.
You don't know what this is? Should we vote for it then, James?
I would just like the copy of the amendment because it affects my ward. Yeah, I'm the one that held it at committee, So if I can have the copy of the amendment, I'd really appreciate that.
Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote.
Counselor Fillion, please.
Thank you.
The amendment carries 30-1.
Okay, clause is amended. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker, on page 7, CC 17.2, that's the item, Madam Speaker, you asked that someone hold because it's actually a report that asks us to choose an option, so that it's sort of without recommendation. I'm moving the following motion, which is one of the options in the report. I can read it aloud if we want. It's a matter of
okay. Just move it.
Adhere to the policy
Just move it.
or
Just move
not
it.
adhere
Just
to
move
the
it.
policy. I'm
Just move
moving
it.
that we adhere to the policy.
Okay,
In the interest of getting done before the end of Friday, I thought I'd table that.
So Councillor de Bearmaker still wants
I'll
to
continue to
Yes.
maintain my hold then, Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Point of order, Councillor Perruzza.
So on that last vote, I was somewhat confused as to what the thing says. So I voted green, I voted red, then I voted green, but it was the red that registered. I'd like to give you unanimous support if you want it. I'm happy to do that on that motion.
Well, it wasn't, I think you weren't the only one that voted no.
I was the only person that voted no. I was the only person who voted no.
Well, it's okay.
Or got registered as a no.
It's okay, I'll tell my constituents that you
No,
really
no,
made
I
a
just-
mistake. Do we want to reopen it and allow Councillor Perruzza?
Speaker, I would like to be recorded in the affirmative because I'd like to give you a unanimous
Okay.
support on that.
Motion by Councillor Doucette to reopen. All in favor, opposed, if any, carried. So on the amendment by Councillor Pasternak, recorded vote.
Counselor Grimes.
I know.
Councillor McMahon, you're seated, please. Thank you.
in Japan.
The amendment carries unanimously 33 in favor.
Okay, clause is amended. All in favor, opposed, if any, carried. So we'll go to our next item, which is on page 3, EX 13.1, follow-up report on local appeal body. And Councillor Robinson, you held the item down. So do we have questions to staff? Councillor Coe, did you have a point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker. There is an item that I will be required to go into camera on, and I'm just wondering when that will happen.
Which item is that?
Didn't you notice?
Which item, Councillor Coe?
It is item CC 17.8, and there's a confidential attachment.
What page?
Page 8.
So we'll work something out after we complete this item, because there are actually a couple of confidential reports,
Sure,
so we'll
whenever
have
it
to
is.
ask members if we want to go on camera, okay?
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Davis, questions?
Ask about
I'm fine with that.
Okay, Councillor Robinson. Yeah. Councillor Robinson, questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I just have a few. So I'd like to ask staff, there's some councillors I think have been misled to think that this lab, if implemented, and this is what we're discussing is implementation, it would actually cause duplication. Can you clarify that thought process?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the local appeal body would replace the jurisdiction of the OMB for minor variance and consent applications and wouldn't be duplicating that jurisdiction.
So there's indeed no duplication here. In fact, it's streamlining the process and allowing minor variances to be heard by a local body versus a provincial body?
That's correct.
And has this process been delayed at all? Because that's my impression, is that this has been a long time coming and there's been delays.
So Council made the decision to establish a local appeal body in July of 2014 and directed the City Manager to come forward with the implementation details. The City Manager came forward with the implementation details in June of 2015, and at that point, Executive Committee referred it back and asked for some further work.
So by the time this is implemented, it'll be a full year after the original proposed date of implementation?
At least.
At least a year and a month, it sounds like 13 months. So we're already well delayed. What kind of reaction have you had from residents? I know Council voted to support and implement a lab process. What kind of response have you had from residents and residents groups about this initiative?
So I wonder if City Planning could answer that question. They actually led the consultation on the original local appeal body with the ratepayer associations.
Through the chair, there's been a mixed response from the residents associations. In some instances, they have been supportive. There were 2 focus group meetings held with 2 key residents associations, CORA and FONTRA. There was tentative support. There were some concerns that were raised at that time. There were also consultations held with the building industry. Concern was raised in that context about potential delays that might in fact take place. There was also concern raised by some residents groups about the fee associated with the process, but it's important to note that that fee is nowhere near the cost recovery.
Okay, and just to be crystal clear, when you talk about some hesitation, are you speaking about the mediation, which is part and parcel of this report, the mediation process, or are you speaking about labs generally?
Through the chair, the biggest concerns from the Residents Association did not pertain to the mediation. There's support for the mediation and a belief that the mediation might in fact create a much less adversarial process. One of the concerns that was raised by the residents associations is that they would like to see improvements to the actual functioning of the C of A itself as a priority as well.
Okay, thank you. And back to the City Manager's office team. If indeed we delayed this again, what are the potential repercussions of doing that?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think the biggest implication is that our space that we've secured for the lab at the library facility on Orchard Boulevard, they've already held that space for us for a year, and they've indicated if there's any further delays, they need to release it and rent it to somebody else.
So we'll lose our venue?
That's correct.
If we delay any further. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. Maybe I'll just ask the first question. The appointments process, I went to one of the hearings or the consultation meetings, and there was a great deal of concern about having this arm's length independent body, independent of city councillors, frankly. So we have, I believe, some other bodies that we appoint through staff recommendation. The Sinking Fund Committee, I think the elections committee, what's it called? The compliance audit. So there are precedents for asking or delegating authority to staff to make recommendations to us on appointments. Is that not the case? Maybe I'll ask the clerk, since everyone over there looks puzzled.
Madam Speaker, there are a handful of instances where Council has delegated to staff the recommendation of people for appointment by Council.
In other words, it's something that you do in certain circumstances and could do in this situation as well?
If council desires that, yes.
Right, okay. There were, maybe to the city, the chief planner, the $500 application was also something that I heard some concern about, in that it would be a disincentive to appeal, the fee. What is the fee at the OMB? And I understand we're financing this ourselves, but is there any other way that we could make this a more accessible process?
Through the chair, the fee at the OMB is currently $125. In looking at what an appropriate fee would be, we identified what a cost recovery fee would be, and that's approximately $6,000. So our objective was to look towards a model that would in fact have some recovery of the fee while at the same time not being onerous. And as a result, we originally recommended an $1,000 fee. In consultations, that was seen to be onerous and too significant of a change from the $125 fee, and that's why we have a compromise fee of $500.
Because these are C of A applications, many of them small infill development neighbors who will want to, be appealing these, and I'm wondering.
Through the chair, that's correct. At the same time, we don't believe that the current benchmark of $125 is a reasonable fee. Even though these are small infill projects, it's so far away from the actual cost of going through the process that we believe it also doesn't serve in any way as a disincentive to frivolous appeals.
Well, is there a way that we can monitor this? I don't know how, but maybe you could turn your mind to this and think about whether or not, through this process, we could identify whether the application fee is a barrier. Have you given any thought to that?
Through the chair, absolutely, that would be something that in administering this appeal body, the city manager's office would be able to monitor and to look at. We recommended in our report that we brought forward in 2015 that the responsibility for implementing the lab be transitioned to the city manager's office because it's an appeal of a service that we provide in city planning, so it would be a bit bizarre for us to.
Thank you, of course. So city manager, of course, you're the one who is going to be the third-party independent administrator of this. How are you going to look at whether, or can you look at whether or not this is a barrier, the $500?
The one thing that I would add...
I have one more question.
Yeah, the one thing that I would add is, similar to the OMB, the local appeal body, through its own rules of procedures, can actually waive the fee or reduce the fee because of affordability issues.
Okay. One of the things that worries me a bit, and I've read the critique from some of the organizations, you are asking for us to approve it based on what's here, and that I unfortunately have given my page to, I think, the clerk with the actual recommendations. But the procedural bylaws, the policies, how it's going to function, all of that, we're approving in advance of seeing those things. And I'm wondering, it says go ahead and do this, and once you've developed all of those policies, so is there a way that we can see this thing with all of its policies, its operating procedures, before we approve it, and ask for you to bring back a draft bylaw, not the bylaw, but a proposed bylaw, a draft bylaw, along with all of the things you are going to put in place?
That was your last question. You're way over time.
So with respect to the procedural bylaw, city staff, to help move the local appeal body along, given some of the delays, have started to draft that largely based on the procedure bylaw of the Ontario Municipal Board. But really it's up to the local appeal body to finalize their rules of procedure, and I would argue it would be inappropriate for council to involve themselves in that, given the arm's length and independent nature of this quasi-judicial.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the questions residents are asking, I'm not sure who's going to answer this, is about mediation. Could you explain the mediation process? And second part to that is, does it cost anything?
Through the chair, the objective of the mediation process, and we're suggesting that it's implemented as a pilot so that we can evaluate its success. The objective is to take the decision-making out of an adversarial process. There is no fee associated with the mediation because the assumption is that it would in fact reduce a whole series of costs later on down the line. The intent is that the mediation could be instigated at any point in the process. So it could be that an applicant becomes before the Committee of Adjustment, there's many variances, it's contentious, and at that time the committee can propose mediation and the applicant can then proceed to mediation before actually having a decision from the committee. It could be that as a result of the process that happens around mediation, that the applicant then comes back to the committee. Maybe the variances they're requesting have been reduced from 10 variances to 2 variances as a result of the mediation, or maybe it's something that's very straightforward to approve at that point in time. Or it could be that there is a decision, which I think is how the appeal is essentially structured at this point in time. There's a decision, and instead of going to the appeal body, the applicant could choose to go into a mediation process to seek to resolve the disagreement over the file through the mediation as opposed to at the appeal body.
So we had a question about the $500 fee versus what the OMB charges, $125. If you go through the mediation, would residents need to hire a planner or a lawyer to help represent them, which they really do if they go to the OMB?
Through the chair, no. In fact, the mediation would be administered through court services, and this is what is recommended in the report that's before you today. And the assumption would be that there would be planning staff that would in fact facilitate the mediation so that you have planning expertise at the table that can assist in negotiating what is in fact being proposed.
So in fact, we would be helping resident groups and local neighbors to go through a process, even though it may be $500 to start off, they wouldn't be having to hire a planner or a lawyer, as I say, if they do have to go to OMB, which can add up a lot more than $500.
Through the chair, that's correct. In some instances, the applicant will already have a planner or an architect who will participate in that mediation. But in other instances, the resources will be provided for the mediation. And just as a point of clarity, it won't be city planning staff. There will be outside planners that are hired by court services in order to facilitate the mediation and interpret the planning policy.
And if I could just clarify, the mediation doesn't have a cost attached to it, so the $500 would only be if they chose to proceed through the appeal process.
So if they went mediation directly through C of A, there would be no cost to them?
That's correct.
I like that. This is an independent body, which would be the committee. So the members on the committee are not approved by civic appointments. They're not approved. It is an independent body. Am I correct with that?
So this is an independent quasi-judicial body, and the independence for the local appeal body is particularly important given that council appoints both the Committee of Adjustment members, the local appeal body members, and also directs the solicitor to defend an appeal at that board. So we've made some suggestions around an appointment process that we feel is robust, that will ensure its independence, with a 3 citizen member selection panel that would make a recommendation directly to council on the lab membership for appointment.
And one other question, which was in one of the correspondence we received today on our desk, what is going to be the term of these members of the lab? Do we have a term limit for them, or can they be on there indefinitely?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the term would be dictated through the City of Toronto Act, and my recollection would be that they would be eligible for a 4-year term renewable once.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
That's right.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. My question's for the Integrity Commissioner. Welcome.
Thank you.
Get settled. So we just heard from the city manager's staff that there are some concerns about overlapping roles for city councillors here. We direct the city solicitor to issue appeals. We appoint the C of A members. Additionally, we're going to be appointing this 3-member panel. We provide funding to the lab. There is, would in your view there be some concern about overlapping roles for councillors in this whole process?
So certainly if council has authority to appoint, in any way to appoint the members, it will impact the manner in which councillors can interact with the board when it's performing its duties. And that's similar to the obligations that are in place for the number of adjudicative boards that are already in place.
And we've had advice previously from your office, your predecessor, warning us about some of the concerns about how we govern our behavior relative to some of these adjudicative bodies. Is that correct?
Yes. Through you, Madam Speaker, my predecessor, Integrity Commissioner Janet Leeper, provided council with a comprehensive report in 2010, which was building on some advice that was provided by her predecessor, Commissioner Sawson. And yes, the focus of that advice was about how councillors should conduct themselves when, in the rare circumstances, they would appear before adjudicative boards.
Okay. Would you be able, given that we still have a considerable amount of time before this is actually operational, to turn your mind to the questions of how councillors could remain within the code of conduct, be aware of their multiple roles, and best govern their conduct with respect to the LAB? Would that be something you could provide?
Yes, I would be glad to do that. I think that it's a good opportunity to do that with the introduction of this new body.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Commissioner, would you be surprised if I said that, we do have a challenge of public perception in confidence in government and integrity? And it's an uphill battle.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would agree with you completely, and I share a concern with you about that.
Okay. Would it be a correct assertion to say that bringing another adjudicative layer in-house increases that risk or that profile? And I would put to you that in the community, I hear things and feedback, and I don't necessarily share in the view and happily defend it, of at one end apathy for the planning and process used to adjudicate Committee of Adjustment hearings, all the way to the other end of corruption, which is a strong thing and something that must be defended against. Would the introduction of an in-house adjudicative body work against that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to comment on Council's choice to introduce this body. I think, though, that the things that you're raising are going to be ever present in any government structures. This is a problem that any order of government has. Somebody has to appoint the people to serve on the adjudicative boards, and the solution is to recognize that they're different. And in Toronto, we've done that through the introduction of strong codes of conduct, and in fact, there's also a specific code of conduct for the members of adjudicative boards, which enhances and underlines the need for those board members to carry out their work in an independent manner. Okay. And councillors have a duty to respect that.
And so we do have some safeguards. Would it be safe to say, though, that the introduction of a further adjudicative layer would at least probably increase business for you? Or frame it correctly, increase complaints or concerns that come in?
I couldn't answer that question, Councillor.
Fair enough. If I may ask the City Manager's Office a couple of questions. I wonder if someone could help me understand what the lab offers that the OMB does not. And what I'm getting at is, what is the rationale? We're being asked for $3.5 million in the first year to set up another layer. What is it that we're getting? And what are we paying today to the Ontario government, I guess, for that same service?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Council made the decision to establish the lab in July 2014, and it wasn't actually staff's recommendation to do so. So I think what Council is getting is essentially, you can't even say more control because it's an independent quasi-judicial body, but you know, within their governance structure, they have an appeal body for minor variance and consent applications that would no longer be within the jurisdiction of the OMB.
But would the service be different?
The service should not be different.
What do we pay to the province right now for the service?
We don't pay anything.
In this report, it talks a lot about mediation. Is there anything that holds us back from increasing the amount of mediation in the current process that we have that we don't pay anything for?
No, I don't believe so.
So those two concepts are detached?
That's
mediation, okay. $1.5 million to renovate a facility. Why do we need a dedicated facility? I know the Committee of Adjustment meets in the council chamber in Etobicoke, and it seems pretty adequate to me. Why would the lab need its own place?
So one of the key considerations that we thought about for the facility space for the local appeal body was the need for it to be independent and isolated from government and from councillors. So we didn't want any interference or any perception of interference, and we felt that a separate location was critical. In terms of the facility capital cost for the renovation, it's an estimate based on a ballpark average per square foot, and our hope is that it might come in lower than that.
So if the perception of independence and removal from the business of the city is paramount, are we not selecting an option which is inferior to actually having an outsourced, out-appointed, out-managed appeal body?
I don't think that's something I can answer, Councillor. Council made the decision to establish the body in 2014.
Fair enough. If the solicitor has a quick moment. Would this, the introduction of a local appeal body, be neutral or increase with respect to your workload, given that we have a Committee of Adjustment that you attend, possibly now a lab to attend, and I understand that if we're not happy with the lab decision in a way, it is something that we would bring to the courts, and we would then be paying legal bills on that.
That was your last question.
Thank you, Speaker.
We actually don't attend Committee of Adjustment appeals. We will provide advice to the committee and deal with some procedural matters if requested. We will do some training for them, but we do not attend, nor do we provide. We will provide sort of very specific legal advice if requested. The intention here is that the lab would function similar to the OMB, and we would have to be directed by City Council to go and make representations either for or against a position at the lab. And once the lab makes a decision, yes, that decision is subject to an appeal on a point of law.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question to staff. In how many instances, well, so first of all, let me preface the question in that I understand there is going to be roughly 343 cases that will go before the LAB. Is that the estimated number?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
So in how many instances annually now does the OMB overturn a Committee of Adjustment ruling?
I'm going to ask legal to respond to that question.
We would not have those statistics. We do have statistics based on our attendance at the OMB.
So I just want to be clear. We are about to bring forward a body that is to address an issue, the extent of which we don't know what the problem is. Is that correct?
There's a report.
I have the report, Councillor Fletcher, but it doesn't say in the report in how many instances does the Ontario Municipal Board overturn a Committee of Adjustment decision. That's the reason why we're doing this now, the LAB. Staff doesn't have the answer. Okay, I'll move on. Why would the Ontario Municipal Board overturn a Committee of Adjustment decision? Simple question.
The Ontario Municipal Board would make its decision based on the evidence in front of them. It's a hearing de novo. You have to present planning evidence, and they weigh the merits of the evidence.
Okay, and will the local appeal body be operating under the same book of rules?
They have to, yes.
They have to, yes. Okay, that's what I thought. So I'm going to return, I would like to ask the Integrity Commissioner, do you foresee any difficulty with council directing staff, planning or legal, to go represent our interests at the LAB, which is the body that we've appointed?
In what sense, Councillor?
Well, so we appoint these people, we fund these people, and then we're going to go before them with all the resources of city staff to uphold a Committee of Adjustment decision. Is there, we were talking about this earlier, I believe.
Yeah. So I think that this is, I think that these kind of quasi-judicial, arm's-length, independent decision-making bodies are not uncommon, and what's required is to have in place sufficient safeguards to protect the neutrality and independence of the board. So I am happy to and prepared to give some more thought to the issues that could arise and any safeguards that need to be in place for councillor interaction, but I can't give you an opinion about that on the floor today.
That's good, thank you. So I would like to return to the use of the facilities and Councillor Holliday's questioning, where the committees of adjustment operate out of the North York Civic Center, out of the Etobicoke Civic Center, and the reason I think you stated that we should not be using those facilities is because the LAB is to be independent. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, one of the key considerations we had for the facility space was to ensure the neutrality and independence of the body.
So is the Committee of Adjustment, are they not to be a neutral body?
So the Committee of Adjustment is hearing applications related to minor variance. They're not actually hearing appeals.
All right, the Committee of Adjustment is to be a neutral body. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
And the LAB is to be a neutral body, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Through the Chair, if I may, I do actually have the information that Councillor Campbell was asking for earlier.
Okay.
For C of A approved applications, 42% of the time, the OMB upheld the C of A decision. For applications that were refused at the C of A, 63% of the time, the OMB upheld the C of A decision.
That's an answer to the question that I had.
Okay,
the question that I had was, in how many instances annually does the OMB overturn a Committee of Adjustment decision?
So that's just the opposite of this question. I gave you when it's upheld.
You said when it's upheld.
Right.
No, but the number.
So you want to know how many they've
refused? The
refused?
opposite number.
I want to know how many Committee of Adjustment decisions were overturned. Maybe.
62%.
No, I was looking for the number, actually.
62% of the time, when there was an approved application from the C of A, it was in fact overturned by the C of A. And for C of A refused applications, it is 37% of the time the OMB.
Okay.
Yes, we have the detailed numbers here.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to touch on some of the, I guess, same questions that some of my colleagues have been asking, because I'm kind of confused on this course of action myself. So we are essentially not happy with the way Committee of Adjustment operates, and tentatively, consequently, we're not happy with the way the OMB operates, or their decision. So we are going to create a body that has the exact same responsibility as the OMB. Is that correct?
The local appeal body would only have jurisdiction over certain matters from the OMB, which would include minor variance and consent applications. So
Right.
the Ontario Municipal Board would still be responsible for official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, and other large-scale files.
Right. So for minor variances and consent applications, we're asking this new body, which we are now going to have to pay, to adjudicate on matters of policy that are exactly the same policies that the OMB is looking at. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So Why are we doing that?
As I said earlier, Council made a determination in July 2014 to establish a local appeal body and directed the City Manager to come forward with the implementation details. The report before you responds to that direction.
Okay. There's been a lot of discussion about Committee of Adjustment reform, that perhaps members of our Committees of Adjustment aren't proficient in adjudication, land use planning, architecture, that kind of stuff. What requirements are now going to be in place to make sure that this new body has those proficiencies in place?
Through the chair, to be very clear, there are a series of expertise that are required for the committee members, but the decision-making and the training as it relates to the existing C of A is completely separate from the recommendations that you have before you today. There are a series of C of A process improvements that have been underway for quite some time as a result of a motion that Councillor Robinson brought forward probably over a year ago, that we continue to implement in order to improve the training of the C of A members, with the hope that we will get more consistent and better outcomes at the C of A.
So if we are undertaking efforts to bring better outcomes, or, for lack of a better term, higher IQ level in terms of architecture, land use planning, all that kind of stuff at Committee of Adjustment, if we're already undertaking that effort, why are we trying to create a separate body to mimic that when the OMB is apparently already doing that?
Through the chair, it's important to separate the two separate bodies. The C of A, as it exists today, will continue to function and on a district-by-district basis, and will continue to receive Committee of Adjustment applications. This recommendation is only with respect to the appeals, when there is disagreement about the decision that was made at the C of A. The training for the C of A members is an ongoing issue, as well as process improvements with respect to the C of A. We, of course, have a significant volume, which has been challenging. The report that you have before you is, in fact, about taking a process of appeal that is currently administered at the provincial level and having that administered at the city level instead.
Okay, with respect to the mediation component of the lab, my understanding is it's not mandatory?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So, my understanding, maybe this is a question for legal, but in a civil or a libel suit, isn't there mandatory mediation?
Those are set out in the rules of procedure by the courts, and it's a totally different system. So there are various motions, pre-hearings, all sorts of things that have to be done in order to expedite the trial process, but those are not the same in an administrative tribunal.
So when we're creating rules, we can't enforce a mandatory mediation?
Well, it takes two parties to mediate, and I can tell you that in the litigation context, mediation's very expensive when you have to get an outside third party to mediate. And it's, frankly, it's not always successful either. It tends to be more successful at the Ontario Municipal Board than from what I've seen at a court level.
That was your last question? No, you already had your last question. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Can I just, one of the reasons why there's an uncomfortableness with the OMB is that members can be sent to hear the cases from anywhere. I don't know who wants to answer that. It's the chief planner, so you could have somebody from North Bay, you could have somebody from Ajax. You don't have local people from the City of Toronto with the complexities of a large city. Is that the case?
The Ontario Municipal Board members come from all over the province. They do come from all over the province. There are members who do come from Toronto.
I understand.
And frankly do sit on Toronto hearings.
I understand, but there's no guarantee that you get a member adjudicating who is from the City of Toronto. I believe I'm correct, am
Well,
I?
there's no guarantee, no, but there are
So
quite a
there,
number
with
of
a
members.
local appeal board, the guarantee would be that somebody who knew the city would be sitting as an adjudicator. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's right.
I will just point out that there are 11 members on the Ontario Municipal Board from Toronto.
I'm sure there are, but there's no guarantee that one of them would be on any of the adjudications.
That's absolutely correct.
They are appointed by the, who appoints the OMB members? Is it through the premiers, or who wants to answer that?
We believe it's an order in.
It's an order in council?
Yeah, I think it's through an order in council from the Lieutenant Governor.
And that's just how, and is there there can be a political overtone to many of these order in council appointments. Would you agree or disagree?
I would have no comment on that. I've never taken part. I really can't say.
Okay, I could tell you there would be. Are there any lobbying requirements or people that have been lobbied or are lobbying for positions when they're going to the OMB? Does anyone know that? If that's allowed or not allowed? Probably don't know that. So, do you actually know that? If you're allowed to lobby or be lobbied as a member of the OMB?
Through the chair, absolutely not.
You are not allowed.
You are not allowed to speak to a chair of a hearing in any manner whatsoever. That's deemed completely inappropriate.
Not at the hearing, but outside of the hearing.
Completely inappropriate.
Since we know there's very few lobbying rules at the province, you're aware of that. They have none. Thank you. We're talking about fixing the C of A, and Councillor Robinson, is there any idea that we kind of need to have, I think what we'd say, a more consistent planning application as well at the C of A?
Through the chair, the challenge isn't the planning application.
I meant the application of planning rules by your
Right.
staff, not just the members of the C of A.
The challenge, in fact, is the 4 tests that determine whether or not an application is minor. And through the work that we've been doing with the province, there is an initiative underway to become more clear on those 4 tests. One of the challenges that we see in the City of Toronto is that whereas you would expect something to be minor when it has 1 or 2 amendments, we frequently see people coming forward with 7 or 10 or 12 amendments that mean the application is no longer minor.
Did I hear you right, Madam Solicitor, that after the lab makes a decision that you can still go to court?
Yes, on an error of law.
And can
or
you
a
still do
judicial
that?
review.
Sorry. But you still have that opportunity with the OMB, do you not?
Yes.
So it's not really fair to say that you can, very few people go off on an error of law or a judicial review of an OMB. Is that correct?
It's very difficult to get the leave to appeal, yes.
Thank you. So
extremely
you have to have leave to appeal. Thank you. Could we put on our members, could we have it very clearly stated about lobbying, about their financial donations? You know, somebody who's made a lot of donations to Councillor Crisanti and then turns up on the local appeal board, something of that nature, that we're making sure that people are not, nobody can pick up the phone in an easy way to any member of the local appeal board. I understand that. Are there thoughts about kind of hermetically sealing that local appeal board from, they're not a lobbyist, they haven't been lobbied, they don't make a lot of donations politically, they're pretty well Joe Average that has a great skill set that could sit on the local appeal board?
Through the chair, in the context of the report that we brought forward in 2014, we identified a series of guiding principles for the successful implementation of the lab if council chose to do so. And we identified that oversight and accountability of lab members was critical and that they should be subject to the city's code of conduct for members of adjudicative boards, as well as the Statutory Powers and Procedures Act and the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, as well as the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. So there are a series of legislative frameworks within which the lab would be embedded.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Matlow.
So
City Council's had the allowance to create this lab and replace the OMB for Committee of Adjustment Appeals since the 2006 City of Toronto Act was enacted. Is that all right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And what was staff's, I understand that there were motions back during that term of council. What were staff's reservations, apprehensions about moving forward at the time?
Through the chair, the concerns at that time were similar to the concerns today, which is taking over a function that is currently provided by the province and taking it on as a city, and the fact that it would in fact be a form of downloading, but also a concern that in order for the lab to function effectively, it needs to be properly resourced and supported by a variety of different ways, including having the right staffing levels and having the appropriate space.
May I ask you a candid question?
Of course.
If council hadn't directed you to bring this to us, would you have recommended it?
Through the chair, in the 2014 report, we did not recommend this.
Do you believe that you're properly resourced?
Through the chair, my concern is that I think we could improve decision-making at the City of A, at the C of A, and have significantly less conflict if we were better resourced in delivering the C of A, that we had better training at the C of A and more staffing at the C of A. That's my concern.
Like the OMB, I mean, we call this an appeals body, but like the OMB, would this, under the legislation, would this still have to be, in reality, a quasi-judicial hearing de novo?
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct. It needs to function in exactly the same way. It must be a quasi-judicial body. That's the whole point of it.
Are we allowed to, as a council, prescribe that they, with respect to transparency, have written decisions?
Through the chair, yes.
We are allowed to do that.
Yes.
Do you see any benefits?
Through the chair, I think there is potentially significant benefit to implement mediation in a significant way as part of this proposal. However, it begs the question as to whether we could implement mediation without moving forward and implementing a full new body. But I think the implementation of the mediation is a very positive potential outcome of moving forward with this proposal.
Has the province, whether it be the Premier or ministers, past and present, expressed to your knowledge that, when those of us, and it's Council's position to free Toronto from the OMB entirely, that almost in a parent-like way, they've said, you show us that you can take the powers we've given you and, have your local appeals body, and we'll see how you do, and if you show us you can tie your laces and do it well, then maybe we'll consider the rest of the deal. Have you heard that message?
Through the chair, the Speaker, I've heard that many times from many councillors.
What about the province, though?
I've not heard that from a colleague at the province.
You've never heard anyone from the province say that?
I have not heard that from a colleague at the province other than Peter Milchin, who was a city councillor, and I'm not sure that if that's his position today or not, but I've primarily heard that message from city councillors.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question relates to the $500 fee. So, my few different questions. First question is the primary motivation cost recovery, or towards cost recovery, or is it to avoid frivolous appeals?
Through the chair, with respect to the fee, setting it at $500.
Correct.
The primary motivation of setting the fee at $500 is to keep the appeal process as accessible as possible, while at the same time not putting the fee so low that there will be, in fact, frivolous appeals. But the fee comes nowhere near cost recovery.
Correct, but a lot of neighborhood, or my specific neighborhood group thinks that $500 is a little too high. I read somewhere in the report that the OMB fee, which is $125, came into effect about 25 years ago, and if you put assign inflation at about 2%, that would put it at about $200. So, was any thought given to a $250 fee?
Good idea.
Through you, Madam Speaker, one of the considerations we had for the fee for the local appeal body is at the OMB, the fee is $125, but it's per application, and if there are related applications, it's an extra $25. As the Chief Planner was saying earlier, sometimes there are as many as 6 or 7 applications related to a file. So for Toronto's appeal fee, we're recommending $500 for the entire file, not per application.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, question? He's not here? Oh. You weren't at your desk. Councillor Perruzza, question. Try to make it new questions. Something we haven't heard.
You're absolutely correct. You know what? I'll pass on the opportunity to ask questions. I'll just speak to it because this conversation is more important to me.
Okay. Councillor Carmichael Greb, keep him occupied. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff. City Solicitor, if I may, or Manager's Office. When, as it stands right now, if something from the Committee of Adjustment goes negative and we want to have this go to the OMB, we are giving you direct instructions in this council to and informing you that this is our wish. Am I correct in that?
Sometimes matters are appealed by residents, I mean, the party making the application, and sometimes council directs us to appeal a decision of the Committee of Adjustment.
So that's directing you to intervene?
Yes.
Okay. I guess in that point, you can say that we're encouraging you to have compliance with the decision of the Committee of Adjustment.
Not always, no. It depends on the circumstances.
If the case is negative and we're asking you to intervene, isn't that, you know...
So that's a very specific circumstance. If the Committee of Adjustment refuses an application,
right,
the property owner appeals it, and council directs us to attend to support the Committee of Adjustment.
And that is pretty well to have an enforcement activity that the individual doesn't want to adhere to.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily put it that way. I mean, there's all kinds of different applications. Some are somebody wants to build an addition and they have a house that just doesn't comply with the bylaws. There's very different situations. I don't know that I would categorize all of them as enforcement issues.
Okay, some of them?
There may be some, certainly.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Integrity Commissioner. Having heard what the City Solicitor have to say, is there any comments that you would like to make?
Through you, Madam Speaker, my apologies. I didn't hear what the City Solicitor just said. I'm so sorry.
Okay. The City Solicitor says that we are directing staff to intervene in a specific case and encourage compliance and have enforcement activities. That's what City Council pretty well directs. Should we...
I do need to clarify. I mean, there may be situations of enforcement where a property owner has built something without a permit, right, and then has to go to the Committee of Adjustment. That's not, in our experience, that's not the usual case. So there may be instances of enforcement, okay, and compliance, but I wouldn't say that the majority are those
but
cases.
You said there could be cases.
I'm being told less than 5%.
Okay, thank you. Any comments that you would have to make? I mean, we hear that city councillors instruct staff to do all this work. Any comments? I mean, are we bound by anything that you have to say? I mean, are we contravening the code here?
So through you, Madam Speaker, what I can say is what I said before, is that the appointees to any adjudicative board in Toronto, and it's going to include the new LAB, are bound by a code of conduct for adjudicative boards, which imposes on those members significant obligations to protect and enhance the independence of the board, and councillors have a reciprocal obligation to respect that code and their own code, not to exercise any undue influence. And there is guidance out there available for how councillors interact with these kinds of boards, because there are other similar ones already in place.
Through you, Madam Chair, let me be a little bit more specific. We're directing staff on specific cases. We're encouraging staff to act in compliance and also bring enforcement in some cases. Does that contravene the code of a city council?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure that I understand all the nuances of your question, but as I already indicated, I'm prepared, and I think it's a good opportunity with this new board coming, if council decides to proceed, that I'll be able to look at all of these issues and report back to council about all of these issues, if they relate to the code of conduct.
But are we breaking the code of conduct when we're intervening on a specific case?
So through you, Madam Chair, I'm not going to comment on any hypothetical scenario.
That question has been answered,
Okay.
Councillor.
Thank
Please,
you.
can you ask a new question?
No, thank you, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few questions, rhetorical, because I know the answers, but I think it's important issues that should be raised on this floor, Council. So firstly, the local appeal body will be governed by and will have to make decisions based on the same acts and regulations that the Ontario Municipal Board makes, yes?
Well, yes, it's going to have to look at the city's official plan, the city's zoning bylaws. It has to look at the planning evidence.
So it has to
Yes.
look at the planning. So it will do exactly the same thing as the OMB does.
Yes, it has to look at each application on its merits.
And
Yes.
then they are also bound by the same the decisions or jurisprudence decisions of the OMB as well. Is that correct?
Well, they would look at precedent. They would also have to consider any applicable law, any decisions, court decisions that deal with, for example, how to describe a minor variance, or what is or isn't a minor variance, or procedural issues. They would be bound by court decisions.
Which one?
I'm sorry?
Well, which one would have to do that? The OMB or the local appeal body?
Both.
Both. So they're basically both bodies are doing exactly the same thing.
They have to look at the same considerations. The one is dealing only with minor variances and severances, and the other is dealing with all the other applications.
So we're just actually recreating something that has to be governed by the same set of laws and the same set of precedents, and one would assume that in many cases the outcomes therefore would be similar.
One would assume so, yes.
The only difference is the cost the city would have to pay all of this.
Well, that's a factor, that this is something the city would be taking on, and I would remind council that once you establish a local appeal body, you can't then give it back. You can't say we don't want it anymore.
Right. And and you know, I guess the only difference someone would say is they're going to be different members, but they're still going to be governed. They're still going to have to, no matter who they are, there are these laws and there are these precedents that whether you're from Toronto or whether you're from Thunder Bay, these laws still exist, these precedents still exist, and you're going to have to make decisions based on those things, or you will be subject to appeal.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Fragedakis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, folks. So through you to staff. So some have suggested that the $500 appeal fee is too high and that if necessary, we raise the initial Committee of Adjustment fee to offset some of that. And I'm wondering if that would be allowed under provincial rules.
Through you, Madam Speaker, currently the city is not able to cost recover the cost of the lab through the planning application fees, but we've actually asked for that authority as part of the City of Toronto 5-year review.
So it is possible to change it?
We've asked for that change.
Okay. And to the city planner, you're being questioned earlier by one of my colleagues about the fee and the amount. And you mentioned the word frivolous. I was wondering if you could define frivolous for us.
Through the chair, the objective is to ensure that there aren't appeals happening on every single application, that there is a sober second thought with respect to an appeal.
It was to suggest that just if there was an appeal on every single decision, that it was frivolous and that in fact it wasn't based in planning evidence and there was a reason for it.
Through the chair, that could in fact be the case, but the objective is to ensure that there is a sober second thought with respect to making an appeal, and the cost does in fact have an implication on that.
Right. Can someone from staff tell me what's the cost of an OMB hearing?
Through the chair, there's no way to come up with a singular number, since every hearing is different. It involves a different number of people and a different length of time for the hearing. So it varies widely, but for a C of A, typically it's approximately 10 grand.
Okay. Through you, Madam Speaker, to staff, in regards to recommendation number 9, I'm just wondering, this recommendation that says that we establish a local appeal body nominating panel composed of 3 citizen members appointed by City Council on recommendation of the Civic Appointment Committee to shortlist, interview, and recommend candidates directly to City Council for appointment to the local appeal body. I'm just wondering how you've come up with, or who has come up with and why the Civic Appointments Committee should do all of that and then direct to Council, when in fact that's something that we do for the Committee of Adjustment. So it seems a bit odd that the same body would be shortlisting those same folks at the local appeal body. Perhaps you could explain the rationale.
The City of Toronto Act requires council to appoint the local appeal body members, and in designing an appointment process with the City Clerk's office, we considered a variety of options, and we felt that a citizen nominating panel that was at arm's length from council, that was doing the short list and directly recommending the appointment to council, would be the right option.
On recommendation of the Civic Appointments Committee.
Right.
So I'm wondering how you got to that. If you could explain that and what other options were considered.
So our recommendation for the nominating panel to be appointed through recommendation of Civic Appointments Committee was really largely because that's Council's appointment committee. So that was the process that we recommended based on our governance structure.
Okay, those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank Councillor Joe, new questions, please.
Councillor who? Councillor Joe? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I just feel that we've been hearing the same questions.
Yeah, I get that same
Yeah.
impression. So, part of the, I understand, part of the impending legislation will, Madam Commissioner, will look at introducing a new definition for minor variance. Is that an impending piece of legislation, I understand?
Through the chair, no, the definition of minor variance will not change, but the work that's being undertaken is looking at the criteria around the definition of minor variance.
Okay.
In part,
All right,
to provide more
So
clarity.
the criteria can either be tightened or loosened. Can we agree on that?
Of course.
Okay. And if it's in keeping with the changes we made to our official plan with respect to how we identify a neighborhood, and we actually broadened the definition under our official plan and looked at a broader area to define neighborhoods, did we not?
Through the chair, the objective of the criteria will be to provide more clarity with respect to what constitutes a minor variance.
I understand that, but when one looks at impact, for example, one could look to a broader geographic area, or we can tighten the geographic area in terms of defining the impact, which is one of the tests under the minor variance. Would you agree with that?
Through the chair, that's not one of the tests. No, I would not agree.
You don't agree that impact is not one of the tests under C of A? Of the 4 tests?
It's not defined as impact.
The first test is
No.
whether the variance is minor or not. The second is to look at the appropriate or desirability of the development, and that speaks to impact in the surrounding area. The third test is compliance with the zoning bylaw. And the
Councilor
fourth,
DeGiorgio, are you asking the question?
I asked the question, and the answer was, in my view, was not adequate. So I asked it again.
Through the chair, we can establish local criteria through a bylaw to provide more specificity and direction.
So if I understand you correctly, we will establish the criteria. It won't be the legislation that we're going to have the flexibility to, in fact, establish our own criteria.
Through the chair, we will have the powers to, in fact, provide that criteria through a local bylaw.
And so my next question then is this. If we have the power to change the criteria, go back to the fact that you didn't recommend the local appeal body originally in 2014, what's the likelihood that if we keep the existing situation, that is to say allow appeals to go to the OMB, and we've got different criteria, what's the likelihood that in fact the outcomes of appeals to the OMB will change?
Through the chair, that's something that's not possible to know, but it's important to recognize that whether the appeals are administered by the OMB or they are administered through a local appeal body, the same policy frameworks are used by the local appeal body members to evaluate an application. So if we change criteria through a new bylaw, once we have the powers to do that, whether it's the OMB or whether it's a lab, they would be using that same evaluative policy framework to make a recommendation.
And the point I'm trying to make is that if we change the criteria and we, let's say, adopt a local appeal body at the same time, and it's the criteria that leads to different outcomes,
Councilor
one might be
DeGiorgio?
misled. Would you agree that one might be misled that it's the local appeal body that's generating the different
Councilor
outcomes?
DeGiorgio, your question.
My question was simply this, Madam Chair. If we adopt, let's say, tighter controls, and the application of the tighter controls leads to better outcomes, it's independent of which body hears the appeal, because it's the controls that generate the different outcome. Would you agree?
Through the chair, that's correct. And I think the point you're making, which is that if these two things happen in the same time frame, we won't be able to evaluate cause and effect. And I think that's absolutely correct. We won't be able to link back the implications.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I don't even know where to begin with this. It's very much like the Gardner debate. We're not, we weren't debating the boulevard versus hybrid. We were debating the type of hybrid. Today, we're not debating whether we're proceeding with a lab or not. That we voted on in 2014. Today, if you read the report, we're talking about the implementation process. So I'm very pleased to see this report before us. It represents real and significant. And during the first term, I worked with the former chair of Planning Growth Management, Peter Milchin, to get this established, the local appeal board, off the ground, very in close, hand in hand and closely with FONTRA. I'm very grateful to Councillor Shiner, who's the new chair of Planning Growth Management, as he continues to support this. As I said during questions, this has been delayed now, and delayed for 13 months. And every month we lose, my neighborhoods get decimated. Decimated. Because all of my applications end up at the OMB. And so for those of you who say this is duplication, it is truly not duplication. We've heard from staff at executive when we debated this, and today, this is not duplication. In 2006, the city was given the tools through the City of Toronto Act to put this in place. And here we are in 2016. And every public meeting I go to, if the local MPP is there, and it happens to be the Premier of Ontario, she'll say, when this issue comes up about the OMB, that in 2006, we gave the city the tools through the City of Toronto Act to deal with this over and over again. So this is an opportunity to give residents more input over the shape of our city and its neighborhoods. And it's a chance for us to show the province that we're serious about shifting power over planning decisions to the local level where they belong. We all know, and I certainly know, the current system does not work, and what we're trying to do today is build something better. And we need to demonstrate that we're capable of dealing with this category of appeals. It's the very first step to a bigger and better planning system in our city. I, in Ward 25, had the third highest Committee of Adjustment applications. And then the earlier report that we passed this afternoon, residential infill construction activity, if you read that report, it's more than doubled in the last 5 years. And 33% of that is happening in my ward along with my 2 neighboring councillors. So this is really about, as David Miller said, we are a city of neighbourhoods, and this is about neighbourhoods. And if you care about neighbourhoods and preserving and protecting them, if you care about size, scale, scope, streetscape, context, the culture of a street, trees, footprint, the things that make a street amazing and beautiful and part of a community, you need to support this today. This is the last step in a long process of implementation. And Councillor Fillion has a great motion he's going to be putting forward, I believe, next, that really takes the politics out of the appointment process. So I hope you'll also support this. But please, we heard from city staff, delaying this will cost us. The venue that they've secured, and they've worked very hard to secure, and it will delay the entire process. Right now we're looking at implementation, and this would be up and running in October of 2016. It was supposed to be implemented last September. So if you believe in neighbourhoods, and if you want to preserve and protect neighbourhoods, this is the way forward. I hope you'll support this.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. Thanks to Councillor Robinson for the lead-up. And my motion is that City Council amend Executive Committee Recommendation 9 by deleting the words Civic Appointments Committee and inserting the words City Clerk, so that the recommendation now reads as follows. Recommendation 9, City Council establish a local appeals body nominating panel composed of 3 citizen members appointed by the City Council on recommendation of the City Clerk to shortlist, interview, and recommend candidates directly to City Council for appointment to the local appeal body. So just to explain that briefly, what it does is takes the politicians, takes politics out of the appointment process. And in this case, we have to get people who are completely objectively selected based on their skills and based on the criteria. And sometimes we do that with our appointments, sometimes we don't. This is one we cannot take a chance on. To echo what Councillor Robinson says, this is really vital to our neighborhoods. What we need is objective decision-making based on what constitutes good planning in accordance with the 4 tests under the Planning Act. And a number of councillors have said to me, well, don't we get that now? And the answer is, unfortunately, no, we don't in most cases. How important is it that we fix this, as Councillor Robinson said it? Yeah. If you care about, if you care about neighborhoods, then you care about what's happening through our committees of adjustment. And unfortunately, I speak from experience, I have more committee of adjustment applications than the eastern part of the city in total, or the western part of the city in total. It is completely out of control. And the value of a variance, it used to be that people came in because of they wanted some, they had a 48-foot lot in an R4 zone, and you're required to have a 50-foot lot. Just, Madam Chair, it's just hard for me to think. I don't mind if people don't pay attention, but the conversations.
Members of council, please.
Yeah, so variances, in my ward where a tear down goes for up to 1.8 and the new house that's built on the lot goes for up to 3.2, a single variance can be worth $100,000. A severance can be worth up to $500,000, and people invest, applicants invest a lot of money in builders and in lawyers and planners to make their case before the Committee of Adjustment, and they often sweet-talk their way into decisions that shouldn't be happening if the 4 tests were followed. Sometimes those decisions need to be appealed, and then often, very often, when the committee makes the right decision, it's worth it for the applicant to appeal, even though they might be delayed, because the variances are worth so much and the severance is worth so much. So we really need to take back the planning process. This should allow us to do it. The decisions that are made don't just affect one property because they set a precedent. They erode the bylaws, and if somebody gets a 3-foot side yard where you're supposed to have 5 or 6, then within a month or so, everybody's applying for a 3-foot side yard, and when they appeal those to the OMB, they'll point out the other ones that recently got approved. So our new harmonized bylaw that hasn't even come into full force and effect yet has already been greatly eroded through Committee of Adjustment decisions and, more to the point, by OMB decisions. So we really have a chance to protect our neighborhoods, take local planning back, and I trust that we will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you by Councillor Fletcher. Clarification of the motion?
Yes, I just wondered how you think that the clerks would be getting advice on applicants, what method? I support your motion, but I'm interested in their expertise, how you would frame that, or what your expectation would be for the clerks.
Well, I would sort of leave that to I have total faith in the clerk's department to consult with whoever they have to consult with. I don't think that members of council...
You'd expect them to consult with, not just sit down with you'd expect some consultation.
Not with members of council.
I understand. No, not with members of council, but with staff in some way.
Well, it's really a question you need to ask the clerk staff. I expect them to do a very professional job in making some very good selections.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Councillor Kelly, do you have a question for clarification of the motion?
Obviously, you discussed this with the clerk. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, in your discussion, suggest ways by which her department would contact people, or the type of people that the department would be looking for?
No, I didn't. I'm just looking for good people.
So you haven't gone beyond seeking the cooperation of the clerk to have her department's name in the motion, but you don't know how that system would work. Is that correct?
Well, I know that the clerk's department will reach out and do a good job at it. It's not for me to ask them exactly how they'd go about it or to advise them on how they should go about it. I'm trying to stay out of the process, as I think we all should.
I appreciate that, but this is a remarkable leap of faith, Speaker.
Well, there's no department I'd rather have a remarkable leap of faith in than the clerk's department.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I hate the OMB. I despise it.
The Ontario Municipal Board is an anti-democratic, unelected, unaccountable, quasi-judicial body that hurts our neighborhoods, hurts our communities, ignores the decisions of our democratically elected council, ignores the advice of our professional, mature planning department, and sets precedents across the city that then really takes our official plan off course every single week, every single month. And the point was raised earlier that that members are from, whether it be North Bay, Sault Ste. Marie, wonderful places, Ontario, but they don't understand the context of Toronto's neighborhoods. They don't walk our streets. They don't know the fabric and character and the quality of life that we have within our neighborhoods, and the impact that many of these decisions have on the quality of life of our residents. And therefore, I strongly believe that the more local the decisions are, ultimately the more accountable we are as the elected representatives of the residents of Toronto. I don't want us to continue to have to blame the OMB. I'd rather actually there not be an OMB. And then therefore we can take accountability for the decisions that are made. Now, I've listened to staff very attentively, and I hear them. If I'm actively listening, I think that their heart isn't in these recommendations, that they wouldn't have recommended this course of action in the first place. But there is another element to the decision of whether or not we are simply going to be financially downloading jurisdiction down to us or not. It's a fact that minister after minister after MPP have said in various public forums, and I've got a number of articles here. Councillor Robinson mentioned that the Premier says this at her local meetings, that they want to see us be successful with the local appeals body before they take off the training wheels. Now, I wish we didn't have to go through this in the first place, but I am convinced that until we can demonstrate that we can do this, they're not going to move on freeing Toronto from the OMB, and frankly, I'd like to take an excuse away from them for not doing so. So I'm equally convinced that these recommendations are not fully baked. I don't think it's fully flushed out. I don't think we've got it right about the fees. I think the focus on the cost recovery, although I understand the necessity, also impacts residents adversely. It is too much for most people. I think that this is still fluid. I don't think we've figured it out yet. I think that Councillor Fillion's motion is incredibly important. I don't always trust the integrity of this body. I don't mean everyone. I think most of the people here have a lot of integrity. But a few try to get their friends and family in sometimes. And I think that we need to safeguard ourselves from that. So, it's happened before. So, I think that it's incredibly important that we move forward with this. That being said, though, I think that we need to keep the training wheels on this too. And we need to monitor it very closely. And we need to make sure that the appointees are done are appointed with the utmost integrity, that the process is as fair as possible, and finally demonstrate to the province that there are no more reasons that anyone can come up with to finally remove Toronto from the Railway and Municipal Board, or whatever it was once called, this archaic body that ignores the will of our neighborhoods, our professional planning staff, and ultimately the democratically elected body here at Council.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion that City Council requests the Integrity Commissioner to report to City Council prior to the appointment of the members of the local appeal body on how City Council members should conduct themselves in relation to the local appeal body. I think from my questions to the Integrity Commissioner, it's clear what my intention is there, so I won't dwell on it. I do want to address some of the comments and concerns that have come out during the question and answer period. Many members of council are asking why. What's the benefit? Why would we spend money? How is it going to be any different? And these are fundamental and important questions, and that's what I think we need to turn our minds to going forward. The most precious commodity, the most necessary commodity any government has is legitimacy. If people do not believe that in the legitimacy of the decision-making bodies their government creates, people's faith in government starts to diminish, people's participation in government starts to diminish, they become alienated, they become angry, the decisions we make here have less legitimacy and less claim, people are less willing to pay for the services they receive, the whole thing starts to fall apart. I can think of no body in governing the City of Toronto that has less legitimacy in our community than the Ontario Municipal Board. To paraphrase something Councillor Campbell said during the budget debate, when was the last time one of your constituents phoned you and said how much they like the OMB? It's never happened. People simply don't trust the Ontario Municipal Board, largely because it says Ontario in front of it, to fairly adjudicate planning matters within the City of Toronto. And they do themselves no favor. The very first hearing I attended to observe after being elected into this office was one about an issue at Bloor and Dundas. And the panel member began the hearing saying, "Can somebody orient me? Where is Bloor and Dundas in relation to the Island Airport?" Right there, in that moment, every member of the public who had come to that hearing expecting to have their very legitimate concerns fairly and carefully arbitrated lost faith instantly. While there are 11 members of the Ontario Municipal Board who are from Toronto, it is frequently the case that matters that are very important and central to the future of neighbourhoods in the City of Toronto are heard by people who couldn't find the subway with a map. And that says to me they are not sufficiently qualified to make these decisions. Now, I understand very well that in law, supposedly, whoever's arbitrating these things is supposed to arbitrate them just on the facts, and that any neutral arbitrator would come to the same decision. That's the theory. But nevertheless, it is commonplace for these quasi-judicial bodies to require particular expertise. The Human Rights Commission requires that if you're going to hear Human Rights Commission issues, you must have a background in human rights. That doesn't bias you, but what it does is inform you. Similarly, people who are hearing cases about whether or not it's appropriate for there to be a back deck or a window to be too close to the property line or a certain amount of the lot to be filled are better informed in making that decision if they know Toronto. What we are doing is taking a process that must exist. In law, there must be somewhere you can appeal a C of A decision, and replacing a body that has no specific obligation to the residents of the City of Toronto, but rather an obligation to the province of Ontario, with one where people actually know the city, understand its fabric in a deep way, and better adjudicate. And we're further replacing a body which has got no legitimacy or credibility among Torontonians, which is a demon in most Torontonians' minds, with one which we can say your elected government established it, set up the rules, and made it go. And what's the price? $1.5 million a year. Cheap at twice the price.
Thank you. We do have a question for you by Councillor Fillion.
I'm just wondering if you could put the motion up on the screen again. I don't have a hard copy.
I don't think he moved a motion.
Yes, I did, Speaker.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Okay. What was it? Can you put the motion on the screen, please?
Okay.
Okay, it was just circulated, actually. Yeah, I got a copy of it. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to see the wording. So as long as, have you asked the Integrity Commissioner, my concern is that we not delay. So have you asked him?
So to be clear, I have had conversations, 3 actually, with the Integrity Commissioner developing the language for this motion. I've had a conversation with the City Solicitor and staff from the City Manager's office, making sure that all of them assured me it was helpful. You heard the Integrity Commissioner answer.
So it won't
There's
delay.
no delay here.
Okay.
It runs in parallel, not in series with the other decision-making.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. I will support the recommendations that are before us, and I will support Councillor Perks' amendment. And I believe Councillor Fillion is going to make a motion if he hasn't moved it already.
He has. He was the first speaker.
Okay. Because we do have to do everything we can to create not just a perception, but an actual arm's length body that will be unencumbered by political intervention. Now, it's not that the OMB has been so pure. I mean, they're political appointees, and there's no arm's length when it comes to the OMB. So, and we complain constantly that that's not right. So, but we ought to set this up in a way that is completely defendable. I am worried that we're going to try and do it with few resources. So I think it's going to have about 5 staff. I'm not convinced that we're going to be able to set up an independent appeal body and have it funded properly and function with only a handful of staff. But I will support it, absolutely. We have called on the provincial government to give us greater autonomy, to allow us to, we've been calling for changes to the OMB for many, many years. They've given us this delegated authority, and I think we should move ahead with it. Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, what? I just want to say one other thing. I know that Councillor Burnside is going to move a motion, if he hasn't already, on the application fees, and I will support a lower fee. I do think that $500 will be a barrier for many people.
Okay, Councillor Mihevik.
Yes, thank you. Just because I really wasn't thinking of speaking to it, but I think there's enough of the questions concern me that I think it's important to tell the story. We around this council chambers have for years been regularly decrying the OMB and the authority that the OMB has over decisions that are properly, directly or indirectly ours. We write a motion every year saying, take power away from the OMB, it is our power. So that was heard by, I think actually not the last administration, but 2 administrations ago, that the province gave us the authority to establish a local appeal body, but only for Committee of Adjustment decisions. Not for the big decisions, but just for the, call it the smaller C of A decisions. And we said, thank you very much. It has taken us really about 6-7 years to get to this point. So we're not looking at reforming Committee of Adjustment as much as that needs to be reformed. We're looking to do what we've always wanted to do, and that is where the decisions that our Committee of Adjustment makes. So what difference will it make? Whereas now it might be someone from North Bay or Thunder Bay or London or Ottawa adjudicating on a decision within the City of Toronto. Now we are, through a very strict process, going to be choosing City of Toronto residents, and we will put our faith in them. And so when we're knocking on doors during the election time and something goes afoul, we will be responsible. It will be our responsibility because we chose those people to sit on the local adjudicating body. If we do this well, then I think maybe in 5 years, maybe in 10 years, maybe next month when the province decides on its reform of the OMB, we will take the next step and say, look, we're already adjudicating the Committee of Adjustment things. Now we want authority the way the City of Winnipeg has the authority,
not Winnipeg, sorry, Vancouver, the way Vancouver has the authority to basically make final decisions on the larger development and planning issues, unappealable to a third party outside the city of Vancouver. We want that authority. If we don't have that authority, then how can we call ourselves a mature order of government? So this is a very important step for us to take. The province has said you can take it. Let's grab it. And then the next step, frankly, maybe in the next decade, we will take the next step and say yes to doing, frankly, all the decisions through some other process, appeal process for the larger decisions. So this is the right way to go. I think Councillor Fillion's motions are right as well. We've been wanting this for a long time, and I hope some of the new councillors who are wondering about all this can trust that, believe us, who've been here for a long time, we want that authority in Toronto rather than have it go outside our city. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion, if the clerk should be kind enough to put that up. And my motion really asks to refer this back to the city manager and wait until we have that opportunity to dissolve a local appeal body. We have no right to do that right now. So I'll speak to this briefly. I am boggled as to why we're discussing this right now. I'm beside myself. We're actually contemplating setting up the boogeyman. The same group, the Ontario Municipal Board, that were vilified by two of my colleagues just a moment ago. And I will stand up and say I don't agree with them all the time. But they will now be our boogeyman, owned by this council. They will be somebody hired by taxpayers at $100,000 a year for the chair and $42,000 a year for each of the panel members to fight the delegated group called the Committee of Adjustment, the delegated group of this council, to overturn the decisions of that delegated group. Why we would want to own another body and not think that that integrity of that body would be challenged, given the fact that we're paying them, given the fact that we're appointing them, and given the fact they're dealing with municipal planning matters that have already gone through our delegated body once already. But if you remember anything from what I have to say, it is this. One key point in this report that could potentially sink us. Think of yourself standing at a craps table right now with a stack of chips, and that stack of chips is $3.5 million, and we're going to bet it on one square, this local appeal body. But there's no takebacks after the bet, whether we win or lose. So if anything, as it says in the report, once we create this local appeal body, there's no going back. We are stuck with it, and we will have to work with it. So please, this is the time to actually refer it back and wait until the legislation is complete, until we can iron out the wrinkles in this, and make sure, if we choose to go forward at that time, it could be set up and it will have the threat of being removed if it doesn't work properly. Thank you.
Council, a deferral, so if you could take your seats, we're going to be voting on the deferral. Come on, members of council, please take your seats. Councillor Robinson, Councillor Davis, we're voting on a deferral.
It's a referral, not a deferral.
Referral.
It's a referral.
Yeah. A referral. Okay, recorded vote. No, we're just going to vote on it. Nobody was here to speak. Holyday.
Councillor Bailão, thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Mayor Tory, may we have your vote? Mayor Tory? Councillor DiCiano? Not there.
The referral does not carry. The vote is 5 to 30.
Okay, Councillor Shiner to speak.
So, Madam Speaker, I think I came back down to this room here from behind the chambers where I'm working with one of my colleagues on another matter at just the right time, because I am understanding of the motion from my colleague, Councillor Holliday, and those members of council that look at not moving forward with a local appeal body because we could be stuck with it. And I think that is a flaw in the process here. And the province wants it that way. If we take the problem off them, they don't ever want it back. That's exactly what this is all about. And they want to save the funding and the cost of it. Now will be borne by the city. And I voted before for a local appeals body because many of my residents had asked for it, but I didn't like the terms that we were given on it. But today I voted against deferring this and referring it back because what's in front of us is actually better for the residents of the City of Toronto than what's in place now. The local appeal body is going to act the same as the Ontario Municipal Board. It has to follow all the provincial rules, it has to make decisions, and we're going to have some independent people put onto the panel. We hope those people that are there will actually represent Toronto, and we'll be able to get people on that understand the nature of what the issues are in front of them better. But when this came the last time to Executive Committee, I was very fortunate that the committee supported me in sending it back to try and add in mediation. Because I believe that mediation is the solution to many of the problems that we have. On minor variances, when one person, whether the applicant or a neighbor, doesn't agree, having an opportunity to understand that, discuss those differences, and try to settle them is much better than the current process. It doesn't happen now. And it can happen without fees. Because you don't have to pay the fee unless you appeal it. So if you are the neighbor to the site and don't like what's happening because a local builder's come in and he's trying to push too much development on the site and you think it's all wrong, and you see there's 10 variances, you can ask for mediation if the committee doesn't go your way. You may find out that 10 variances are only 3 under the new bylaw. And those 3 may be partially internal to the site. And it's the one that's there that really affects you, which could be the height of the back, the windows on the side, a deck somewhere. And you then have a chance to deal with that issue with the applicant and a professional mediator to try and find a solution to the problem. I don't know what's needed more in development approvals than mediation, because I think it's something we need on every application, whether it is a minor variance application at the Committee of Adjustment or a major application that goes off to the board, where we again lose full control to an appointed chair who looks at planning arguments. And that's what happens at the Committee of Adjustment applications when they're appealed to the board. The poor neighbor that may just want to understand this doesn't have the financial strength to hire the same professionals that the applicant does. So they're facing the lawyers, the planners, the transportation experts, who, based on their standards, say everything here is perfect. But the poor neighbor that is facing it next door and doesn't like the decision because even if the Committee of Adjustment thought it was reasonable, they didn't take into account his problems or her problems, doesn't have a place to go to. There's no one there. They're left without any way to deal with this problem, which is really concerning them. And that's why, with the aspect of having mediation here, where if the decision doesn't come out the right way, you can actually go back and try and resolve those outstanding issues. I think it goes a heck of a long way to taking away those disputes that are in place before we'll actually have hearings. And I think that's what we need, is that ability to do it. It's done in almost every other type of legal proceeding. You don't go to court without discoveries. You don't go to court without mediation. The judges often force people to go there. They want you to talk about what those problems are. They want you to try and work it out without them and come to a settlement. And let me tell you, a lot of times, I would rather have a settlement that I participated in, which may not be everything I want, than a decision that's made by somebody else and I had no chance to participate in, and I felt completely unable to be able to hold my own in that situation. So I'm encouraging you to take what we have as the best way to go forward now on Committee of Adjustment hearings and appeals now to the local appeals body, and let's see and try and make this work, because I think it's much better than what we have, and it will be very helpful in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment that City Council amend Executive Committee Recommendation 3 by deleting the amount $500 and inserting the amount $300 so that it now reads as follows. City Council approve a $300 appeal fee per appellant per hearing to appeal a minor variance and or consent decision of the Committee of Adjustment to the local appeal body, and the city solicitor be authorized to amend Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 441, fees and charges concurrently with bylaw implementing the local appeal body. Madam Speaker, my concern is that is accessibility for local residents and local residents groups. Looking at the current fee of $125 for the OMB, which came into effect about 25 years ago, adjusting for inflation. It should be about $200. I think $300 is more than fair. I also saw in the report that there were about 343 appeals, or they expect 343 appeals. The cost to the city at $200 reduction per appeal would be about $68,000 per year, which I think is a small price to pay so that residents and local community groups have the opportunity to fight at the LAB. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a couple questions for you. Councillor Shiner, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
So, Councillor Burnside, I appreciate you've given some thought. You know that the $500 fee wasn't anywhere near what the full cost is of the appeal?
Yes, correct. I believe the $500 fee is about 8% cost recovery. 92% is still covered by the city. I understand that.
So if it's not recovered by the fee of the person that's asking for it, then we have to put it onto the general tax bill and tax other people for that?
Correct, but by that argument, that 92% is still covered by the, to your point, by the taxpayer. So when you're covering 92%, which is about $3,500 per appeal, I'm saying for the extra $200, let's make it accessible. If you're going to make it accessible, make it accessible.
I appreciate that. It also makes it much easier for builder that doesn't like the decision to just keep going back and appealing it to the lab because it's cheaper for him too. But the issue of mediation was put into it to try and allow that opportunity to resolve the issues at no cost. So we're not charging anything for the mediation process. We have to hire professional mediators. In your mind, that's not good enough to allow the process to go forward and try and allow some type of settlement on the issues that are there?
Oh no, I think that's an excellent idea, but in my limited time at council and with my limited experience, I've seen that quite often mediation doesn't necessarily work. So at the end of the day, for a developer to, whether the developer saves $200 or not is pretty much inconsequential, but $200 to a resident, that nearby resident that's going to be affected, that $200 does make quite a bit of difference, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Holliday, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Burnside, I wondered if you could elaborate on why you chose $200, or why not, well, $200 discount down to a $300 fee as the final amount. Would you agree that by the time everyone is lawyered up and consulted up, that this is a drop in the bucket?
Well, yes and no. I have had, as I say, a couple of residents and residents groups have actually fought Committee of Adjustment decisions at the OMB without lawyers, without professional planners, and have won. So there is that opportunity for them to go to the local appeal body without those high-priced resources and win. And to your original question, why I picked that amount, as I mentioned, the original OMB fee when it was implemented was about 25 years ago. It was $125. I added 2% per year for inflation. That brought it to about $205.
Very good. So just to round out what you stated there, in dealing with a residents group, would you advise them to proceed to the OMB without some degree of funding to pay for the significance of the case?
Yeah, Councillor Holliday, clarification of the motion, please.
I'm just trying to attach the
No,
value.
it's just, we're talking about the fee. That's all we have.
Fair enough.
Fee.
Thank you.
Okay.
So will you not be supporting it?
You know, and members of council, I want to remind you, we have a number of items on the agenda. We really like to have that completed. And as you know, we have an early day tomorrow. So please keep that in mind. Deputy Mayor Menon Wong, questions, 3 minutes?
Yes,
Clarification
thanks.
of the motion.
So you reduced the application fee to $300. So you're doing that so that more people will have access to this, yes?
Yes.
And so in the report, there is the number of cases that they expect they can put through in a year, yeah? So if you actually lower the price and you get more business, that means you're going to get more business than maybe you can put through.
So that makes sense on its surface.
Okay, hold on.
But the problem is...
Point of order. Councillor Campbell, what is your point of order?
My point of order is that I can't believe his motion requires any clarification whatsoever. This is now a debate about the merits of the motion. This is not a debate to try to clarify and better understand the
Councillor
motion.
Campbell, if there are questions to the mover of the motion, they have that right. Thank you.
So,
okay, Councillor.
Just on that, I can do that. That's fine. So the question is, what will the impact of your motion have, and will it create a backlog of cases due to the reduction of the fee? How's that? Does that work better for you? Best I can do.
Well, I don't have a predictive model in that regard, but I believe the appeal, the number of appeals were based on the past as well as the future, right? And the past was $125.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Pasternak, do you have a question on the motion?
I do. The battles I've seen when it comes to Committee of Adjustment and a potential threat of appeal are the battle of the McMansions, the $1 million, $1.5 million household owners. Do you think
Madam Speaker, I think
we have to subsidize people who are in that property ownership range?
So my understanding is that for the Committee of Adjustment, that there is full cost recovery. So the people that are building, to quote you, the McMansions, are actually paying the fee that's commensurate with cost recovery. This is about appealing Committee of Adjustment decisions, and in my, once again, Councillor, in my limited experience, a lot of residents that are upset with Committee of Adjustment decisions or have to defend a decision they like are older people, retired. They don't necessarily have the means to go to the LAB.
Okay, thank you. Do you have another question?
Yeah, I just have one more. Do you think the lower we go with the fee, the more will trigger nuisance appeals?
Well, and that's a good question that I actually did think about as well. The fee at the OMB is $125. It's been that way for 25 years. So one could presume that if that low fee of $125 triggered nuisance appeals, that the government would move to increase that, which they haven't done in 25 years. So I'm confident that the answer is no.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher. Okay, let's go to the next speaker. Councillor Kelly.
All right, thank you, Speaker. I'm going to support the creation of an independent panel to independent appeal panel, something that I didn't do several years ago when I chaired the city's Planning Growth Management Committee, because at that time I thought it was foolish to spend more money for a service that you were already getting free of charge. But, Speaker, if you're going to hold out this city to be a mature order of government, then you have to assume the responsibilities, frankly, of maturity. And so, Speaker, I will be casting my vote on behalf of a City of Toronto appeal body. But, Speaker, I frankly don't think that its proponents are going to get the type of decisions that they're anticipating by having local judges review the appeals. You know, if these are quasi-judicial tribunals, then they will observe the same rules or principles that the present appeal body in the OMB does. So I don't see any advantage of a local body compared to the OMB. And as well, Speaker, I suspect that there will be more complications with a local body than there is with a more distant Ontario Municipal Board. For example, if we have something before us that involves us personally in one way or the other, we live in a neighborhood, or our family lives in a certain neighborhood, we absent ourselves from the room and the debate and the vote. Well, what are you going to do with judges that will be possibly adjudicating issues in the area in which they live, or their parents live, or some other family member lives, or where perhaps they've got investments? I think that this is going to be a more complicated exercise than its admirers are anticipating. But for all those complications, Speaker, I think that if you are a mature order of government, you make your choice, you decide for more independence, and if there are complications, you have to work through them so that over time you've got something that is better, or at least is not worse than what you already have. So I wish the clerk well.
Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be relatively brief. I have not been a huge proponent of a local appeal body right from the get-go. And let me give you an indication of what's going to happen. We are going to have criteria established locally because it's a power under the City of Toronto Act. We will define the criteria. Staff will be put in a position that because the criteria has been established by staff, they will be defending the criteria at the C of A. If there is an appeal to a local appeal body, then staff will be subpoenaed. They will appear before the local appeal body by subpoena. Councillors have a habit of asking for outside planners to appear on behalf of the community when they appeal. So we're going to be hiring outside planners to appear before a local appeal body in opposition to the planners that submit a report to C of A. And if you don't believe that that's going to cost a lot of money, over and above what the projection is of about however how many millions, you're going to find out very quickly the kind of predicament we've put staff in. And there's no way back. So I would say, at the very least, I would echo the comments of Councillor Holyday. Let's see what the local criteria is. Let's see how that functions. Let's see how the local criteria being defined results in better decisions at the C of A level. We're talking about bringing better and better people and appointing them to the Committee of Adjustment. Why not wait and see what kind of decisions are generated? Whether, in fact, we're going to have the same number of appeals going to the OMB, or whether we're going to get much better decisions at C of A. Why would you jump into this pool that you're going to drown in and you've got no way out? To me, it's mind-boggling, it's ridiculous, and you have to be far-sighted enough to understand what the hell you're playing with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that I'd like to bring. Can I? This is a different. This is. That's it. So even though my parameters are a little different. Okay, I can live with that. All right. So this to me seems like a solution in search of a problem. We talk about being a mature order of government.
Sorry, the point of order is, I thought that you were moving a motion.
No, he's not going to,
I was
because-
going to move
Yes.
a motion, but I've been superseded by council. So can you start my time again, Madam Speaker?
Yeah, I will.
I mean, I never go to 5 minutes
No,
anyway.
you've
so
had
don't worry.
you've had a lot of interruptions.
So this to me seems like a solution in search of a problem, as I said. Mature orders of government don't make decisions without understanding the solution to the problem that they're trying to find. They don't understand the problem. We don't understand the problem. Staff does not have numbers that tell us how many times the Ontario Municipal Board overturns a Committee of Adjustment. The Committee of Adjustment says to Mr. Mega Home Builder, no, you can't build a mega home. The neighbors are happy. Then it goes to the OMB. 3% of the times does the OMB rule in favor of the homeowner. This is the problem we're trying to address. And how are we addressing this? We are going to address this by incurring additional costs. It is beyond me why we are spending $1.5 million in capital costs to go to a library so that this body can be independent when the Committee of Adjustment already operates independently out of our civic centers. I find that not responsible government. I don't understand it. This is a matter that I think we should be taking more careful consideration. This is a problem. We're looking at a problem in certain areas where people are building large homes and neighbors are impacted and are unhappy with the results. And somehow we think that people that are appointed because they live within the boundaries of the City of Toronto, who will be operating under the same basis of rules as the Ontario Municipal Board, will somehow arrive at different conclusions. So on a wing and a prayer, we're going to create a local appeal body. We're going to upload responsibility from the government of Ontario without any compensatory agreement with them to pay for our costs. I would like to support this. I get the notion that we don't like the OMB. But this is not the way to go about dealing with our problems with the Ontario Municipal Board, in my view.
Deputy Mayor Menon Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a motion that City Council requests the City Solicitor to report to the Planning and Growth Committee on criteria for the giving of instructions by City Council to the City Solicitor to attend appeals before the local appeal board. So firstly, I'll speak to this motion second, but firstly, I agree with everything that Councillor Campbell said. He said it right. What I will say, just very briefly, just to add to that, is I can't support this because I don't believe it will change outcomes. And so you support this because you think you're going to get a different outcome for these appeals. I don't think it's going to be any different, and I can't stand up to my constituents and say that it would. Secondly, what does this motion do? So if this local appeal board is going to be so great, we're going to get better decisions. And so the thing that I am very frustrated by, and I see happen a lot on this council, is a lot of these notices of motion come forward asking for outside planning consultants and lawyers spend a lot of money on frivolous Committee of Adjustment appeals. Well, apparently, you think that that's going to stop with this local appeal board because it's going to be so great. So I would like a structure set up, and I'd like staff to report on a way that we can try and not put so many, so that we won't have, that we won't be wasting all this money on consultants and all of these lawyers, because we never win. So this is a step forward in trying to save the city money and not send people on missions that have no chance of success.
Councillor Carroll.
Well, Madam Speaker, I said earlier that I was going to avoid speaking until someone made me really, really angry. And once again, we have folks standing up to misrepresent the amount of work that has gone into this. With respect, through you, Madam Speaker, to say that this is here before us without a wing and a prayer? There you go, you're off the hook. I'm quoting, so now you know I'm not talking about you this time. To say that this is before us without a wing and a prayer is just, my mind boggles. This is something that we asked for prior to the ask that we have a City of Toronto Act, which takes us to prior to 2007. And we were in dire straits at that time. One of the most massive developments ever in North York, before the OMB for a 3-week hearing, before an adjudicator from Orangeville, 3,500 units, and $54 million worth of community benefit at stake. And 2 weeks and 2 days into that 3-week hearing, the adjudicator finally looked up from her note-taking stupor and said, I just figured out where this is. Is this near IKEA? That's why the word local is something we asked for. A local appeal for those things that are digestible on a local level, for those things that merit a different sort of effort from a solicitor. We do indeed have to figure out how the advice will be gathered from us at council. Those are all things that have to be worked out. But to say that we can't get on with the appointment process and get on with the formation of this, and that we shouldn't invest in it, and that we're proceeding without a wing and a prayer, insults all of the work that has gone on those many years since 2007, and insults the passion of every councillor that's here now, all the way back to Howard Moscow when we were first asking for this, who knew that we needed it. It offends me, and so I have to say that I will be supporting proceeding. That is why I voted against referring at this point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I guess I'm going to support it, but I'm going to support it with great caution. I think that what we really are saying is that when we say we dislike the Ontario Municipal Board, is because the Ontario Municipal Board often takes our planning decisions, takes what we would like to do, and turns it on its head. And we often find ourselves in a position having to negotiate a compromise settlement of sorts, because we always have this Ontario Municipal Board basically standing over us with a big stick that we all know can ultimately make the decision. That's what we hate. That's what everybody wants to get rid of. They want to get rid of the Ontario Municipal Board as the big stick hanging over our heads that changes our planning decision, usurps our planning authority, makes us subservient to them. That's what we hate. That's really what we want to change when we say we want to get rid of the Ontario Municipal Board. We would like our planning decisions to stand as final planning decisions. I would imagine our city solicitor would add a caveat that on questions of law, somebody would be able to appeal to the courts. If we get it wrong on a question of law, whatever that means, right? That's a complicated one. So we are going to take this step. We're going to try to replicate an institution that already exists, only we're going to do it at our cost. Because we believe that somehow we can do it better. I would caution you on that one. Really, really tough to do something better than someone who's been in the business of doing it for a long time. Really, really tough to do that. I think we have the potential to create a great many problems for ourselves individually, as well as for ourselves as a city council with the new body. At, I might add, considerable expense. So now, when your Committee of Adjustment makes a decision and the local community or yourself do not like it, there's the opportunity, yes, to go to the Ontario Municipal Board and fight it. You can fight it on a number of levels. You can actually appear before them, and nobody will come to you and say, hey, geez, that's really inappropriate for you to appear before somebody you've appointed on a matter. But irrespective of all of that, once the Ontario Municipal Board makes a decision, then, yeah, you're in a position to say, well, you know what? I did what I could in defense of neighborhood desires. I did what I could in defense of what I believed was right. But big old bad OMB province, they made the decision. Not my fault. Because you've done what you could. You're about to appoint a body or create an institution where, at the end of the day, you wear the decision. You wear it because you made those appointments. And if you think for 1 minute that without direct intervention on behalf of yourself and this council, that anything will different than how the Ontario Municipal Board does now, I think you got it wrong. So yeah, you're about to take a step into planning jurisdictions in a very, very significant way. But that doesn't mean that you're going to do what you really want to do at the end of the day.
Councillor Perruzza, your time's way up. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I really feel like we're standing at the edge of history, and this city has made a lot of history. We have a City of Toronto Act. There's no other city in Ontario that has a City of Toronto Act. We had 4. We have officers, accountability officers, the very first to have those as a mature order of government. We're considered a mature order of government. We are a city of 2.5 million people. I know you can go through the list, whatever number we are, third largest, larger than most provinces. So it really shouldn't surprise us that we want to take a step to get out from under the Ontario Municipal Board. And I wish today we'd been given the right under the City of Toronto Act, get out of the Ontario Municipal Board. People hate the Ontario Municipal Board. They realize that it's really set up, actually they feel it's set up for developers, not for a truly equal participation by all parties. I'm not sure, we should take this step. We are on the edge of history in creating something, again, that says we are a mature order of government, we're a large city, and we have powers that we need to use and should use. By the way, we have some taxing powers that we can and should use. But this is what we're talking about today. I believe that all of the things that we've been given under the City of Toronto Act and our accountability officers have really meant that we are really and truly a very squeaky clean government. The Ontario Municipal Board, and I made a little joke, but I believe it's highly politicized. I believe those are political appointments. We don't have those types of political appointments in that way here. Our mayor isn't out having you don't have to spend $5,000 to have FaceTime with the mayor of the city. We don't have corporate and union and lobbyist fundraisers. We don't have meals up at the legislature that lobbyists put on. We are a pretty clean ship. So having our very own local appeal board on issues that matter significantly to the community, and I'll note that those who have a lot of committee of adjustment, those who have million-dollar homes, those that have million-dollar lots, they really want to feel that everyone's getting a fair hearing, that this is about fairness, it's about understanding the fabric of the city, it's about taking the next step as a mature order of government, and I think we should do it tonight.
Thank you. Okay, the orders of the motion numerically? In order? Okay. Our first motion, motion number 1 by Councillor Fillion. All in favor? Recorded.
Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robinson.
Councillor Lee, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The motion carries 37-3.
Motion number 2 by Councillor Perks. Recorded vote. Okay, all in favor? Who asked for it? Okay. If you want a recorded vote, if you can please ask in advance. No, but when the motion is on the screen, not when we're ready to vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fletcher, please, your vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 40 in favor.
Motion number 4 by Councillor Burnside. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor Davis and Councillor Cho, please.
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Crisanti. No. Councillor Cole, please.
The motion carries 23 to 18.
Motion number 5, Deputy Mayor Min Wong. All in favor? Okay, do you want a recorded vote? Okay.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 19 to 22.
Okay, there's been a request. No, hold on. There's been a request that recommendation 7 be voted on separately, which is the capital cost. Okay, Councillor Campbell has asked that, made that request. Okay, hold on. Let me just look at it for a sec, okay? Because Councillor Campbell just came to me right now. No, it's just that Councillor Campbell just came up to me just a second, so I haven't had a chance to look at it. So Councillor Campbell can't. He can't separate that. You cannot separate it.
Go build this thing, but you can't have any money.
Okay, on the item as amended, recorded.
Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Crisanti.
The item is amended, carries 37 to 5.
Page 3, EX 13.2. Councillor Davis, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
I did. I held it down.
Follow-up report amendments to the Toronto Municipal Code.
Okay.
If you don't, we can just pass it. Oh, that's tomorrow?
No,
Oh, sorry, that's for tomorrow. That's when the lobbyists will be in for a presentation. Okay. Okay, page 4, EX 13.18. Councillor Davis, you held the item down. It's the City School Board Advisory Committee Staff Work Plan.
I had held it because I was trying to find where the minutes were that I thought may have been erroneously overlooked. We found them. They were in a report that didn't come to council, so I'm quite prepared to release this item.
Okay. So on page 4, EX 13.18, Councillor Davis is releasing. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Next item is page 4, EX 13.20. Councillor Matlow, you held the item down. This is the Toronto response to proposed revisions to Ontario regulation on the disposition of real property. Councillor Matlow, do you have questions?
I do.
Okay.
So first of all, I'd like to ask Mr. Brillinger, through you, Madam Speaker, why are there changes that you'll see within the supplementary report to our concerns expressed to the City School Board's Advisory Committee through Executive? And if you could just articulate our concerns with the changes that have been announced by the province.
Through the Speaker, there are two significant changes. The first is that Toronto District School Board has identified 23 properties that may come forward for disposition over the next 2 or 3 years. And we now know what those properties are and are undertaking the analysis of potential impact for the city. The second significant change is that last week, the ministry announced its intention to change Reg 444/98 to require coterminous boards to pay fair market value for schools. This is a shift in policy in the opposite direction to which Council had been requesting the province to consider. So rather than extending the replacement value purchase price to municipalities, they're taking it away from other school boards. So the recommendations in my supplementary report to Council include a request to the province that they not make that change and in fact provide the City of Toronto with the replacement value purchase price as opposed to fair market value.
So in other words, we would prefer to rather than the city or even the coterminous school boards pay market rate, that really all of us get the so-called friends and family rate so that it's easier to retain public land in public hands. Is that a fair assessment?
That is a fair and accurate assessment. This shift, the first best outcome for a surplus school is for another board to buy it and the school to remain a school. So from a city perspective, that is always the first best outcome. This change in federal regulation will make that more difficult and in fact may make surplus TDSB schools less attractive and financially viable as a new TCDSB or French board school, where it actually makes more sense to buy a vacant piece of land and build from scratch.
Thank you. And by the way, fatigue may have just twisted your tongue. I think you said federal regulation. You mean provincial?
Federal, thank
Indeed.
you.
Okay,
Or,
thank
sorry,
you.
provincial, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir Davis, questions?
So I'm sorry I missed this supplementary report, so I've just had a chance to read it quickly. So what you're recommending essentially is that you expect there'll be 23 surplus schools. The school board has been asking us to assess the potential interest on a case-by-case basis, and so what we're doing is asking to review all 23 schools at once and report in June on our interest in those schools?
That's correct. Our advice to council is to direct staff to look at the potential 23 schools, develop a citywide perspective on the potential impact to the City of Toronto, report through executive committee on that potential impact in June. The other recommendation is to advise both the province and the school board that we are undertaking that process and will provide them with feedback after council has had an opportunity to consider that analysis.
Okay. Now, Karen Petrie released a report on hubs. And could you tell us where that work has gone? Her report, she made recommendations to the minister and to the premier, and have they responded to that report?
They have responded to the report by appointing Ms. Petrie as special advisor on implementation of the report. She has a small secretariat, I believe, working out of Cabinet Office.
I saw her sitting at a Metrolinx table the other night.
How
many jobs does this woman have?
We are actively working with Ms. Petrie on the Bloor-Dufferin site. She is leading a process involving the city, Toronto Lands Corporation, and the school board, as well as the province, actively at the table, looking at that as a pilot project under the hub development.
This is the Dufferin one.
Correct, Dufferin-Bloor.
So she is actively involved in what role in the Dufferin?
She is leading
whose part? Who's she leading?
the province of Ontario.
So she is negotiating on behalf of the province of Ontario with the city and the school board?
This was a process initiated with the involvement of all three political representatives, so the trustee, the ward councillor.
No, I remember it came here.
Correct, it's been to council.
So when is it coming back?
As the process proceeds, we will report back. I'm hopeful that we will have some movement to report back by June.
Okay, so we have $4 million left in our fund. Is that right?
I think we're closer to $6 million left in the LARF dedicated to school purchases.
So if Dufferin is one of the sites that we're going to have to use that fund for, how much are we anticipating?
That determination hasn't been made. We're in the process now working collaboratively with the school board, with Toronto Lands Corporation and the province to determine the best outcome for that site.
And the $6 million, how far will that go if we're looking at 23 potential
It will not
schools?
get us very far at all.
Right.
It is minuscule
Right.
in relation to the combined market value of those properties. That is why staff are recommending that we undertake a holistic view analysis and report back to council.
So we already have a set of criteria in that policy that we approved.
That's correct. Council
So
has
you'll be-
identified its four interests being childcare, green space,
Okay.
community use, and future growth.
One of the other things we're doing, and the report is coming soon, is a facilities plan for recreation. And I'm wondering, how are we going to match is it possible to take the facilities plan and integrate, to be looking at the facilities plan in schools?
Parks, Forestry, and Recreation is right at the table with us, a partner in this analysis, and they are managing those tracks together.
Just finally, about 2 years ago, this is to planning? To planning?
To planning.
We requested to have the heritage potential of many of the schools that were on the list of 23 schools, and it was 123 at some point. I think it was 23 we asked. Has any of the work been done to look at the heritage value of those schools?
Through the chair, some of that work has been undertaken. It's underway, but it has not been completed.
Thank you.
Simply because of resourcing issues.
Councillor Carroll.
Just a couple of quick questions, Madam Speaker, about the supplementary report itself. Admittedly, I'm just looking at the supplementary report online just now. Recommendation 2 in the supplementary report, you're also asking that in the immediate we have the issue of the 23 schools that they're declaring surplus, either already have or at the next meeting. So you're asking for some indulgence by the board that the city needs the time to deliver this report to us on whether or not to disposition. That's specific to the 23 schools coming up. Am I right?
That is, and we are simply advising that the city will provide formal comment on those 23 schools at that time. I should clarify, none of these schools are in circulation now.
Right, right. It's imminent, but the board has not adopted this.
We don't expect any of the first tranche of schools to go into the Reg 44/98 circulation until the fall.
So that leads to my next question. We have historically, for as long as the regulation has been hanging over both the city governments and boards, there is always this issue of the timing, particularly with the larger cities in the GTA. You really have to wait to flag anything in particular to council until the board has adopted that process under Reg 44, bringing it forward. So my question is, as we are asking for a reconsideration of the amendments they're about to bring, those that you outlined to Councillor Matlow, can we ask them to address this timing piece, such that, you know, if something is going to be considered, we generally need more than the 90 days to take it through a meeting cycle, then refer it to wherever we need to refer it to come up with the cash, then bring it back to adopt, yes, we will purchase this property. Whether at replacement value or other, timing is always an issue. Could we make that request at the same time we're asking them to amend the value issue?
In fact, Councillor, they have in two ways. They are also indicated that they will be revising the regulation to extend the 90-day notice to 180 days. It hasn't been enacted yet, but they've made the clear statement that of intention to revise the regulation in that manner. The other way in which it's changed is the fact that this report is before you now.
Yes.
Historically, we would not have had notification from either Toronto Lands Corporation or the board of the potential of 23 schools being up for consideration. So this has allowed the city and the various divisions with an interest the time to do the due diligence, to look at the schools individually and understand the potential impacts for the city.
And that will become regularized in the amended regulation.
Correct.
We get this advance notice.
I should advise council that the level of information sharing between the board, Toronto District School Board, and the city has improved immensely. So our respective staff in planning, city planning, as well as school board planning, and all of the operating divisions impacted are sharing information at a much earlier stage in the review process.
That is excellent to hear. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, do you have any indication on how many of the 23 schools are currently operating with students?
Very few are currently operating. Most are sitting with Toronto Lands Corporation. There are several.
So they're vacant. They've been declared surplus by the...
They may not be vacant, but very few of them are operating schools. Rough count would be 3 or 4 may still be operating schools. The rest are, for the most part, leased out for other uses.
Right. So Toronto Lands Corporation is, I guess, part of their mission is highest and best use. So a tenant, a current tenant in any of these 23 schools could actually be a desirable outcome for Toronto Lands Corporation. Disposition may not be the final goal.
It's still, any disposition has to comply with the Reg 444/98 process. So they will go through the pecking order, and then if no one expresses an interest, they go to market. That's required for both sale and long-term lease.
Now, when it comes to extending the circulation time from 90 to 100 days...
180, sorry, it's 180.
90 to 100.
180.
180. Isn't it in government's advantage to have the shorter period because we can capitalize faster, rather the private sector would need actually more time to bring in the investors, or is that not the logic we're looking at?
For municipalities and certainly the City of Toronto, 90 days is not doable because it doesn't give us time to do the required due diligence, address financing, and go through the committee and council process to get the required authorities. All municipalities experience this challenge. It was a universal request to extend that period.
Now, when I was sitting on the board of the Toronto Lands Corporation, when I was wearing a different hat than today, our goal was highest and best use, the best value. So what has changed over the last 7 or 8 years? That has always been their goal. What are staff trying to roll back?
From a City of Toronto perspective, nothing has changed, and that's the problem, that TLC is still required to secure at a market value for surplus schools.
So what we're dealing with is not new, it's a historical goal of the,
that's correct.
Encouraged by the province, actually.
Directed by the province, required by the province,
Required
not
by the
encouraged. Toronto City Council has been consistent over the last decade expressing concerns about this policy because of the affordability issue it generates for these public spaces.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Councillor Crescenti?
How many of these schools are being operated in a similar fashion as the Thistletown Multi-Service Center on Albion Road?
None. Thistletown is unique.
So given its very unique features, and I would agree with you, Thistletown operates as a miniature hub and serves and has served the community very well at very little or no expense to the school, and the schools are, in fact, have a revenue from this particular property. Are you discussing this particular center, given its uniqueness, and trying to arrive at a different form of agreement?
There has been no signal that there is an opportunity for the kind of discussion or negotiation that you're suggesting. Both the ministry and the school board and TLC, or all three, have been clear that they need to generate market value from their surplus properties. This is exactly what the recommendation before council is to again urge the province to reconsider that policy.
But given that the province also supports the type of services coming out of this particular hub, would you and staff and your staff have that discussion regardless, given the importance of this particular property to that community?
If there is any opportunity, we will engage in that conversation. What I would advise council is that recommendation 4 in the supplementary report is suggesting that the Government of Ontario undertake its own cross-ministry review of its interests, because in some of these schools, there are provincially mandated and funded programs located, and the province is not taking that into consideration in these schools being deemed surplus and pushed for sale. So my point is that the province isn't addressing that within its own purview, I don't know that they're going to be interested in addressing it in our purview.
Is there any directive that you would suggest that should come from this council or request to the province or to assist you in the work you're doing?
Recommendation 4 in the supplementary report is suggesting that council urge the Government of Ontario to undertake that kind of review.
So it's all covered in that recommendation, and you're
Yes.
comfortable with that?
Yes.
And you would encourage this council to support that?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Matlow to speak.
Move the supplementary report and just give my colleagues a very brief outline of really, like, in a nutshell, what we're discussing and why it's important to you and why it's important to your communities. Regulation 44498 is the regulation that outlines a bit of a pecking order as to who gets the so-called friends and family rate and who has to pay market rate for property. So up until today, it's been policy that if you're from the coterminous school boards, you get the friends and family rate, meaning that you actually get an incredibly decreased rate than the private sector or anyone else, and the City of Toronto. So it's the other school boards, universities and colleges, et cetera, and then we really are kind of down on the pecking order before it goes out to the wider market. We have been really, as a city, asking for a change so that we get the friends and family rate too, so that when your community turns to you, the next time the school board is feeling pressure to declare surplus lands on a school property in your community and then sell it, that when your community comes and says, my trustee or somebody else said the city should go today and turn that into a city park and you pay for it right now, rather than pay $12 million, we should be able to pay $2 million if we should do it at all. And that's a different question. But at least have a reasonable rate so that the public doesn't have to pay market rate for public land that they already own. It's kind of an absurd notion when you think about it. So now the changes have been made so that not only are we burdened by being outside of the friends and family rate, but now under these changes so are the coterminous school boards, which means that it's more difficult for whether it be the French boards or the Catholic boards to be able to purchase TDSB land in some cases. And a wise person asked me the other day a very good question. He asked me, so who wins out of this? Who gains out of this? And I didn't know. I didn't know the answer to that. And I thought about it for a while, and I realized, wait a sec, it's not the TDSB, certainly not the city, and it's certainly not the coterminous boards. It seems to be the province, because if one of those boards decides, rather than, there will be no necessity for the province to put capital funding into any new project. They simply can go work with a developer and build a vertical school or work at a deal on the side because there's no savings to purchase TDSB land. Bottom line is, the TDSBs face enormous pressure. They've got a $2 to $3 billion capital backlog. They are feeling pressure, and they've been told by the province that they need to declare surplus properties and in many cases sell them. I don't believe that the City of Toronto should in all cases be the catch-all savior because the school board has been put in this position. We don't exactly have money growing on trees either. So we need to deal, before we start talking about putting together new funds or even putting more money into the funds we have to start purchasing properties every time we face a Bannockburn or any other example where the school board decides to declare land surplus and to sell it, and then we automatically be the default order of government to purchase it. We need both a strategic plan that we've worked on with our Parks, Forestry and Recreation Department and others to put together a comprehensive, thoughtful plan as to exactly what we need to buy, where we need to acquire park space, where do we have areas that are deficient in green space, etc., and actually see a plan through to fruition, not always knee-jerk reacting to when we need to start spending money because another order of government has decided to sell it off, but at the same time deal with Regulation 44498 so that when we do want to be able to play that savior role, that it's not so incredibly expensive for one taxpayer really to pay market rate to really him or herself
to purchase that property, which I think is wrong. And I know that the mayor has stated that time and time again. And I believe that we need to make it very clear to the province that we want them to make thoughtful changes that make it easier to keep public lands in public hands rather than more difficult, which we believe these changes will make.
Councillor Davis.
I want to thank staff for this report and for clarifying the changes that were just announced by the provincial government. It is quite astounding, really, that after having a great debate about community use of schools and moving to more hubs and community use, that they moved in exactly the opposite direction, and they made market value now requirement of coterminous boards. It's astounding. So I don't know whether they're not talking to each other internally, but those signals are quite mixed signals, and they're quite worrisome. We have $6 million in a fund that we put aside 2 years ago for the potential purchase, or 3 years ago, for the potential purchase. It actually was 12 when we started out, I believe. And we're now down to 6. And we have 23 schools that we're assessing for potential acquisition for community use. So we are not going to solve this problem by using City of Toronto tax dollars to purchase school programs, school properties, because of a provincial policy. So one of the things that I find reassuring about this committee is that there's absolutely agreement, I think, across the table with the TDSB representatives that we need to solve this problem also at its root, which is, what is surplus property? What is the rating, what are those rating formulas that result in millions of square feet of so-called surplus space? So we are going to be looking at coming up with a common position between the school board and the city to take forward to the province on a number of matters. And I think it is important, if we speak with one voice, that we may be able to make some progress on these things. We should also not forget that we are currently paying the school board over $6 million, $6.2 million, for childcare space that used to be provided for free. We are providing $6.5 million for childcare, $6.2 million for swimming pools. So we're spending over $13 million now on an ongoing basis because the provincial government changed a formula that said all that space cannot be funded, and taking away financing and any kind of control from the school boards to continue to support community use in schools. So we have a lot of vested interest in making sure that we tackle the problem of community use in schools together, and I'm hopeful that we will be able to make some progress there. But the expectations are really high that we're going to start creating hubs, buying schools, and solving the school board's problem. And I hope that we don't just set ourselves up for another level of disappointment, which is exactly what happened with pools. Exactly what happened with pools. They all came to us and said, please pay for our pools. And the school board turned all those parents, I was part of it, turned all those parents onto the city. Go after them. They're the ones that have taxation powers. So we have to avoid that happening again, of side-loading onto the city the inadequacies of provincial funding and the inadequacies of the formulas that determine that funding. So I'm hopeful that the pupil accommodation formula, which has never been fixed since 1998, that we can highlight the problems and really tackle it and solve it.
Thank
Doing
you.
it together.
On the item, all in favor? Pardon? No, he just moved the supplementary report. Oh, okay. Recorded vote.
Counts. Counselor Shiner, please. Counselor Minnan-Wong, we close the vote. How do you vote, sir? No, we don't.
The amendment carries.
Counselor Perruzza, how do you vote?
Okay. The amendment carries unanimously, 39 in favor.
Clause is amended. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Matlow, you held the other item, Audit Committee 5.8, response for the Toronto Police Services Board. Councillor Matlow, questions to staff?
No. I'll say something quickly about it.
Hold on. Oh, a 13 point, sorry, Councillor Matlow. It was actually released, and then Councillor Fletcher held it down. No, I know, but Councillor Fletcher had an issue with this. Okay, Councillor Doucette, did you speak to Councillor Fletcher? She's okay now? She's okay with your motion?
She's fine with my motion, yes.
Okay, because she had concerns when you introduced it earlier.
She had concerns with the original, but I believe she might have spoken to Councillor Ainsley. If not, I will hold it, but as I say, I tried to do a quick release earlier.
Yes, I know.
Whichever you'd like to do, I'm fine. I'll wait till tomorrow, or I'll put my motion forward,
Okay,
whichever.
no, put your motion through now.
Okay, so this is, basically my motion is just asking, the whole report is about advanced voting coming up in the 2018 election, and I'm looking for some advanced polls during Thanksgiving to allow the students who come home to vote, because getting a proxy vote is not the easiest of things, and therefore it really discourages the youth who we want to encourage to vote to come and vote. Thank you.
Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Doucette, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Clause is amended, all in favor? Opposed, carried. Councillor Matlow, AU 5.8. Response from the Toronto Police Services Board.
Speaker.
Okay, members of council, please, there's far too much noise. Councillor Davis, Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor Shiner. Okay, Councillor Matlow, do you have questions?
No.
Okay, Councillor Matlow to speak.
I simply didn't want this to go by without, I think it merits a brief comment. We at the Audit Committee, I've moved 2 motions now. And I believe this was unanimous at Audit, and it was supported by Council, to allow for the Auditor General to be able to audit, whether it be the Toronto Police Services Board in this context, but also the Toronto Public Library, Board of Health, etc. We seem to have a culture in the City of Toronto where some of our ABCs, our boards, commissions, they seem to feel like they're not accountable to council, even though we virtually fund them entirely with tax dollars. And when we've asked the Toronto Police Services Board, well, actually, when the Auditor General was asked the Toronto Police Services Board to allow her to review their books, they'll get back, and to paraphrase, they'll say, well, we'll get back to you, maybe later. We'll check in at some point. Maybe, okay, you can look at this, but not that. I don't think that's adequate. I don't think that's enough. We remember that big debate we just had during budget about the police? Some people think that everything's fine, and some people think that
things are really not fine, and some people say a lot of money is being wasted and they could do things better, and some people think the status quo is perfect. How do we really know? I mean, how do we actually know exactly how the dollars that we provide them are spent if our own Auditor General can't actually let us know that and then provide us with information to make informed decisions? So I just wanted to make note of that their response is not, I believe, adequate, it's not accountable, and I'm hopeful, and I asked for this when there was discussion about the Transformation Task Force, its advent, that we don't only look at money, although money is a critical thing to look at, but we also look at accountability. And when Council makes requests of the Toronto Police Services Board, that there be a new culture of accountability to the elected body, rather than simply, well, we'll get back to you if we want to, maybe at some point, and really our requests often just fizzle off into thin air. Thank you.
Matlow, on the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Members of council, what I'll do now is to see if there's any quick releases.
What was it you just did?
I just spoke to the...
I'm waiting to see names on the screen.
I spoke to...
Quick releases?
The Services Board of not being as accountable as they should be.
Mike is on.
Councillor Robinson, quick release?
Yes, it'll just take a minute.
Like a slow, quick release. Okay, it's page 8, and it's CC 17.6. So we had an item that came forward to council without recommendation, but I'm just going to turn it over to Councillor Fillion, who's going to put forward a motion, so we can deal with this quickly.
Okay, what this is on page 8, CC 17.6, appointment of additional members to the Civic Theatre's Toronto boards. There was an advanced circulation of the motion earlier today, and it's a confidential. Different matter. Oh, different matter? Okay.
Yeah, separate.
Okay, Councillor Fillion.
That City Council appoint the following candidates to the boards of directors of Civic Theatres Toronto, the St. Lawrence Centre for the Arts, the Hummingbird Sony Centre for the Performing Arts, and the Toronto Centre for the Arts at the pleasure of council for a term of office ending on November 30th, 2018, and until successors are appointed, Sandra Laronde and Charles Smith. And 2, that City Council direct that the confidential information contained in confidential attachments 1 to 7 to the report, February 29, 2016, from the City Clerk remain confidential in their entirety as they relate to personal matters about identifiable individuals being considered for appointments to the City of Toronto's 4 theatre boards.
Is that the Charles Smith that used to work in the city?
Okay, so we have the amendment on the screen. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Okay. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you. On page 5, CD 10.6, City of Toronto Refugee Resettlement Program Progress Report. Happy to report that our staff are working very diligently and very hard, and they've done great work. I want to give them more kudos, but I think in light of time, I'll release the item. But I think certainly expressing for all of us the great work that they are doing, because they are doing lots of overtime or lots of extra work to help us settle Syrian refugees and other refugees in the city.
Okay, thank you. So on page 5, CD 10.6, Councillor Mihevc is releasing. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Bailao. Councillor Shiner and Councillor Carmichael Greb, please.
The item carries unanimously, 38 in favor.
Okay. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Speaker. Page 8. CC 17.10.
Okay.
This represents a negotiated settlement between a proponent who submitted a 30-story tower development at Shepherd and Pharmacy Avenue. It was unacceptable to myself and to the abutting neighborhood. Over the past few months, city staff have negotiated with the proponent, and in the end, in anticipation of the OMB hearing on April 18th, just a couple of weeks away, they've agreed to the following in outline form, Speaker. 30-story building reduced to 18 stories, an FSI of 5.84 reduced to 4.65, a GFA of 29,000 meters squared down to 23,000, and 365 units reduced to 280 units. So, Speaker, I'm delighted that the staff, the planning staff in Scarborough, and I think they are excellent people to work with, have negotiated what I consider to be a reasonable settlement between the city's expectations and the city's... Oh, shit.
Quarter to 11. They were well intended. Was it all supposed to be?
Ignore.
Okay, so...
This is a confidential report. I urge you to support it.
It's not, the problem is, it's not confidential on your green sheet.
Vote yes. Vote yes.
On page 8, CC 17.10, Councillor Kelly is releasing. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. And Councillor Kelly, this was supposed to be a quick item.
It is.
Yeah, there's a lesson in there, Norm. What's the lesson? On a quick item, don't talk.
My bad.
Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also have a negotiated settlement by staff. I want to thank our solicitor, Amanda Hill, and our
What page, Councillor Grimes?
Sorry, page 8, CC 17.12. We finally have the report. We got it around noon. I also have an amendment I'd like to put on the screen. I'm not going to read the purple sheet, so I have the. There were many wishes from the community. We worked hard to get the best we could. These are some requests from the city. These are all just report requests. Staff helped me draft them up, and the reports before. So I'd like to have a recorded vote on this and on the item. Thank you.
Okay, so on page 8, CC 17.12, 251 Manitoba Street. Councillor Aljamari, okay, she's not here, because she declared an interest in this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Councillor Grimes is releasing?
No, not releasing. No, it's before us. I'm moving my amendment. I have an amendment.
Yeah, you're moving the amendment.
Yep, first.
Yes.
I'd like a recorded vote.
It's been on, but it's been on our desk for the last couple of hours.
What are we doing?
Councillor Perks wants an opportunity to read it. He said he hasn't had a chance to go through it. So we'll hold it down to tomorrow. It's not a quick item.
Come on.
What the, staff are here.
Okay. Any more quick items? Okay, page 5. Where's all this noise coming from? Okay, please. Can you just move for a sec? Okay.
All right, Speaker, I've had a chance to review it. I'll let it go. In fairness, I found it, I read it, I'm cool.
Okay, just one sec. Councillor Perks, did you want to?
Yes, Speaker, I did have a moment to review it, and now I can release it.
Okay, so let's go back to
It's CC 17.12.
CC 17.12. Councillor Grimes releasing. Councillor Perks, you're okay with it now?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the extra time.
Okay, on the item, on the amendment, recorded vote.
And Speaker, my
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor...
Councillor Filion, please.
Who was in goalie?
Mayor Tory, when you're seated, please.
The amendment carries 37-1.
Clause is amended. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Crawford, Councillor Robinson, please.
The item is amended, carries 35-3.
I guess we're going to do these bills and then see.
Councillor Campbell, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
Does this mean this is the end of today, Madam Speaker?
Pardon?
Does this mean that this is the end of today?
If you want it to be.
All right. Okay, I have a motion that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 17 on March 31st, 2016.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote.
We were just about to get to the last item for me. I was going to do the tennis thing.
That was your tennis.
I want to do the tennis.
What are you going to do?
I want to do the tennis one.
What are you going to do?
I'm just going to move a little motion that says...
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Councillor Grimes. Councillor Crawford. Councillor Robinson. Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Karygiannis, please.
The motion to enact the confirming bill, to introduce the confirming bill carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Counselor Kelly, please. Counselor Carroll. Counselor Davis, please. Counselor Wong Tam, please.
Counselor Robinson, Counselor Cole.
Okay, don't leave the chambers, Councillor Cressy, until the vote's been complete.
The motion to enact the confirming bill carries unanimously, 38 in favor.
Okay, members of council, we have 14 items left, plus the members' motions. And we have a presentation tomorrow on the lobbyist. Okay, so recess to tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.